Hi, Jeremy.
Anyway, all right. Anyway, god damn it. I hate that like Brandon says anyway so much that anytime I say anyway, you guys start saying, oh, it's just like Joe Biden. I say anyway a lot. Okay, I say anyway a lot. Anyway. 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 Here's the 3-minute ad right now. Anyway. 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 Anyways. Anyway. 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 Everybody, love you all. It's an honor to be able to serve you 3-minute ad breaks at the top of the hour for so many years. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and there's wildfire updates, of course, as always. We're alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Sunday. That's right, it's Sunday, fun day. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs from all around the world, I hope you are having a fantastic one. I certainly am. Looks less swollen. Are you feeling better? It gets more swollen at night, and then it gets less swollen. You were so awkward last night. Man who has never actually been around real human beings and kept up normal conversations while simultaneously trying to make it entertaining says you were so awkward. No, I wasn't. Anyway, I like that we started it. Well, I like that we started it already. Two Tylenol, 1 naproxen, best dental after surgery combo. Yeah. All right. So, folks. This is a part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. It is Sunday, 1/12/2025. We are so close to Japanuary. Okay, we're so close to Japanuary. But of course, I'm going to be covering a lot of what I did last night. Last night, as you guys, many of you were in here. As many of you know, last night I went to the Rose Bowl, the staging area for a lot of the wildfire initiatives. A lot of the firefighters that are, staying in that area as they go in and combat these wildfires all around Los Angeles. And I went and I interviewed the incarcerated wildfire firefighters, right? Alongside Caroline Kwan, my brother Murat, and also producer March. And it was fantastic. It's one of the few instances where anyone has had this much real-time, consistent access to these guys, these heroes. And it was fantastic. That is, for the record, journalism. Just so you understand. That's what I mean when I say sometimes I do end up doing journalism. This is one of those instances, right? But it filled my heart with, I don't know. I don't know what the right term is. Like I get so much fulfillment out of doing stuff like that. And I think you guys would too, if you were out there directly hands-on helping people or talking to people that are in desperate need of just a helping hand, just someone to talk to every now and then, you would appreciate it. So you would truly, truly appreciate it, I think. Yeah. After the stream, I came back, Few attempted to post you on LSF last night. They all got downvoted by normies. That's kind of crazy that there's no motion on LSF for like any positive clips of mine. Where like I could literally save a baby out of a burning building and they would try to find something that's like clippable that makes me look bad. Like it's kind of shocking that there are still people who are so aggressively working to do that. But it is what it is, you know? Having said that, oh, there is one. There is a clip by Ninjite, actually. So not a hater. Okay, we'll take a look at that in a second. Bro, these Reddit normies idiots don't consider the prisoner firefighters as slave labor, but as volunteers. So stupid. No, there is. Listen, all labor under coercive conditions, under prisoner conditions, are still considered effectively, theoretically, slavery. Having said that, however, this is, and I 100% stand by my statement that I'm going to make here, and I'll talk about this more extensively in a little bit. This is a rehabilitative program. It's the closest you can get to a rehabilitative approach. Okay? Because it's not just the fact that these guys are going out and fighting wildfires, but they're also in a very different carceral structure than the average county and prison structure. Okay? So we'll do that in a second. I think what is appropriate here is that these programs should also have job opportunities. These programs should also involve job opportunities. And more importantly, these programs should also have better pay. That's it. If there was better pay that had some semblance of pay parity with regular wildfire firefighters, then it would not be any different than an average job. That is the argument. That is the argument that I make on this, and I hope that you guys understand that as well. The reason why these people take on the job, these treacherous conditions, specifically is because they have their terms shortened. So that is an element of massive coercion. Having said that, however, there's much work to be done in the criminal justice system, and I will get to that in a brief moment. So, Scott over Lolo, he didn't cry at the outro. Okay, don't make fun of Lolo for crying. So, I'll get to that in a second. How was Peso and the Playboys? I didn't know who he was, but I think one of the Playboys is a HasanAbi head, and he was like really stoked to see me, and I didn't understand what was going on. I was like a little confused by it, and it led to an awkward interaction. But one of the biggest employers in the UK that provide programs for prisoner rehabilitation is a key cutting company. Yeah, Lolo's interview of mine came out as well. We'll be taking a look at that as well. But yeah, I ended the broadcast last night. I went to bed. We're almost done. We're almost done with Lord of the Rings extended trilogy. Okay. My mom calls it a job. And but I'm very proud of her for not falling asleep every time we actually watch. So, you know, we did that last night. I went to bed, woke up in the middle of the night with some throbbing teeth pain. Cracked some Advils, went back to sleep, woke up early, played some basketball. Played basketball for 2 hours, actually. I went crazy mode today. Won a bunch of games, lost a couple. And I'm feeling pretty good. And don't worry, before you get mad and say, Hasan, you are so irresponsible, I checked the air quality index before I played basketball. Especially because of my previous experience playing basketball when the air quality index was so horrific that the air was basically radiating. So I will not be making that mistake ever again. Trust me. How many times do your mom wake up during Lord of the Rings? I think she watching Bible stories. No, she doesn't. She normally falls asleep on everything, no matter what the length of the show is. But she's actually been staying up and watching it. So I'm very proud of her. Today's air quality is perfect for Balatro. Air quality in West Hollywood is literally like good. It's like 40. Anyway, but yeah, that's it. And I'm here and I'm live. I'm alive. And I'm very excited that we got to do. I'm very excited that we got to do that last night. I'm so fortunate, you know. Shouts out to Scott once again. Oh wow, I got a mention on ABC Australia. YouTuber and Twitch streamer Hasan Piker, known as HasanAbi, alongside actor and fellow streamer Caroline Kwan, have been able to speak to some of the hundreds of people fighting LA's fires as a part of their prison sentence. The US famously uses prisoners to respond to natural disasters and build roads, and the LA fires have drawn huge attention to nearly 1,000 strong incarcerated people deployed across the city. Nice. Actor Caroline Kwan. Very nice. Thank you, ABC Australia. Yeah, I posted the tiny head meme in there, and it's so funny that like everyone is posting it now. YouTuber. Small playlist for later. Thank you, Themasius. Okay, so let's gore. Let's blast off. It's Sunday fun day. Recapping my experience with the incarcerated firefighters. My takeaways. My takeaways from the program. Some updates on the fires ravaging LA, and then fun reacts. Get in now. Khabib got kicked out of an Alaska flight. I heard that. Do we have a blast off meme? HasanAbi after balling in the LA smoke. That's so stupid. Okay, respect. I like it. It's a One Piece meme, so I'll take it. Ballsy kicking him off a plane. Brother, you don't understand. He's Muslim at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? So it don't matter. It's the Muslim nerf. Like, it's the Muslim debuff. Okay? You can be famous. You can be one of the best fighters of all time. You can run one of the best fight camps of all time. And like at the end of the day, when you get inside of that plane, dude, that's all you are. Scary guy with a big beard. All right. Weird times when I agree with Steve Bannon. Far right fascist Steve Bannon. I mean, I'm racist, right? But holy shit, have you met that South African tech oligarch trio? They're the most racist people in the world. What are they even doing here with their South African racism? Peter Thiel, David Sachs, Elon Musk are all white South Africans, Bannon observed. He should go back to South Africa. Why do we have South Africans, the most racist people on earth? White South Africans. We have them making any comment at all on what goes on in the United States. Oh my God. He's like, listen, he's like, listen, they already failed their racial apartheid. Okay. Why you got to have these failures here teaching us what to do? Okay. He's like, I'm going to have the best racial apartheid regime, unlike South Africa's, which made many mistakes. That's funny. There's something to be said about Steve Bannon being like, listen, as a racist, as a massive racist, these South African racists should go back to their own country. That's funny. He's like, this is kind of like a H-1B visa situation again. Okay. These South African racists are stealing jobs from the good legacy American races. Like, homegrown racism exists here. Okay. I try my very best. How come we're not putting homegrown races in the top slots? Why we got to rely on this South African imported races? Respect, dude. Racism Olympics. Listen, I'm happy that the races are fighting one another, okay? This is the only type of race war that I'm on board with. Good thread about last night's stream. Yeah. Blasting. Funniest moment from yesterday, Hasan checking out married dudes. 45-day ceasefire that can be extended might be happening in Gaza tonight, coming from I-24.
I haven't seen anybody.
TikTokers, the algorithms are editorial and qualify as free speech because they can be edited and controlled like normal media, undercutting big tech's defense under Section 230. Are you energized by this newfound fight? What do you mean? Why you still hear music? It's because I'm still playing the intro music. But here, I'll turn it off. All right. First, I want to start off with this Japanese coverage of the LA wildfires, which is the most kawaii thing I've ever seen. I don't know what's up with that.
大規模な火災の発生から3日目の朝。
Like, why are they? That's crazy. I don't know if it's the channel color normally that is just making it. Why does it look like an Evian bottle? Is right.
ロサンゼルス北東の山のふもとの町です。ここではこのように住宅が軒並み焼け落ちてしまっています。
ヘルスケープ。
一部まだ火が残っているのも見て取れます。
信じられません。心が追いつかない。焼け跡で目立つのは煙突ばかり。現地当局によりますと、焼失するなどした建物は1万棟近く。
I don't know what's happening here, but it's crazy. All right. But yeah, we got a lot to talk about. Okay. We're going to recap what happened last night, obviously. And I'm going to talk to you guys about the experiences that we had One of them even made it to LSF.
Yeah, of course. Come over.
A lot of the guys out here who are fighting
Get in here. Stand right here. Talk to him.
I just want to say hello to my daughter out there. I haven't seen her in about 11 years. And yeah, I love you, baby. And hopefully I'll be out soon. And yeah, I miss you a lot. And hey, be good out there and get your mom right, okay? Love you.
That's right. He's doing the Lord's work. He's protecting people in California right now, every day.
Doing my best.
What's your name?
My name is Salvador Serna. I'm out of Tulare County, and I miss everybody.
Yeah. So I wanna give you guys a brief explainer of what this is. Okay. First and foremost, there are a couple players here that I need to shout out. Okay. Number one is Scott Budnick. So Scott Budnick, who you saw on the broadcast last night, is a Hollywood producer. He made The Hangover. He made Project X. He made Old School. And he basically explained it in his own words, but he is a criminal justice reformer. Okay. He's a big rehabilitation guy. And part of that, I think, comes from his own personal experiences. I feel like when you meet some of these people that are absolutely at the bottom rung of society, just like forgotten people that have been cast aside. Okay? People that are consistently dehumanized. At least in my experience, these are some of the kindest individuals. Okay? These are some of the most thoughtful, some of the most kindest individuals you'll ever meet. You can tell Hasan thinks he's tough. What? So these are some of the best people. I swear. Like, it's just, and it fills my heart with joy that, you know, any moment that I have working with these guys, talking to them, having a normal conversation. It's really funny seeing you cuss more than you have all of January so far. Oh, yeah. I dropped the whole knot. Are you saying poor people, peasants? No. I'm just going to ban people like this, I think, instead of responding to them. So, no, I'm talking about homeless people. I'm talking about prisoners. I'm talking about people who are actively dehumanized by everyone, that just like society is basically left behind. Okay? People that are oftentimes treated as pariahs. And these are just normal people, right? They're normal people that don't have the same support system that we are all privileged and fortunate enough to have. They're normal people who had a sequence of fuck-ups, okay, back to back to back, and just kind of fell through the cracks of the system. And I think like what these guys need is someone to put their faith in them. They need a helping hand. And that's I don't know. That's just I'm going to try to do more stuff like this. All right? Human beings who have faced adversity after adversity in a system that was already set up not to help them. Yeah. Like, what do you think is the most common? What do you think is the most common part of everyone's backgrounds here? Is they come from incredible poverty. Okay? That's it. They come from incredible poverty. They have no support. They have no support system. They have nothing to keep them busy. Okay? That's it. That's the difference between these guys and like even someone like myself. Like I've fucked up when I was growing up. You know? We all have. And I know that if I did not come from an affluent background, like there is no difference between me and those guys. I probably could have kept stringing along those fuck ups until it erupted in this grand, explosive, like one final big one that got me permanently landed in prison. Huh? I never committed a felony. I don't think you understand. Okay? No one is just like, I love committing felonies. No one is born into this planet and their starting position goes, I'm going to do as many felonies as I possibly can. That is the entire point of this conversation. The point is, it starts small, okay? It starts small. You don't have a good family structure. You don't have a good support system. You don't have a good network. And the people around you are like, yeah, this is the only game in town. You're bored. You don't have any after school programs that you can attend, that you can participate with, your community with. And then you just string along failure after failure after failure after failure until you're doing more crimes, right? It's never, a lot of people think that the way this works is you just one day decide to go pick up a gun and do a crime. Or you're in the vicinity of someone else doing a crime and then you're accidentally in jail forever, okay? And then there are, you know, there are some people who do get caught up in this dragnet. Now, I know fools that could have done that other thing other than rolling with cholos. Sick, man. Take a week off, okay? Sick, bro. Okay. I hate this rugged survivorship bias nonsense, okay? That guy is going to permanently hate me now. 42-month subscriber who literally is like, nah, you don't understand. Well, you know, I also come from a bad background and I didn't do felonies. Why do so many people do that? Why do so many people have this attitude where they're like, how do they not realize that it's just survivor bias? That's all you're demonstrating here, okay? I'm glad that you didn't, you know, I'm glad that you didn't fall on this shitty path. I'm explaining something entirely different, okay? I'm sorry that they bullied you in high school and now some of these dudes that bullied you in high school are in jail, all right? Like, maybe keep that to yourself. My brother-in-law had every chance to do well, joined the military and messed up his back, got discharged being a long-haul trucker, ended up trying to unalive himself and ended up dealing, and is now in jail in another state waiting for a trial to start. I mean, I can point just, you know, off of what you just described, I can point to like 3 different things where very clearly he got destroyed by the system. Not everybody gets the same hand is my point. There is a lot of probability here. Probability plays a major role in people's outcomes. Okay? It's rarely ever about personal choices. Having said that, however, are there people who are just constant fuck-ups? Absolutely. And there are constant fuck-ups in your immediate life as well. Like I'm sure you know someone that you no longer are friends with, that you no longer keep contact with, who is just a straight-up, constant fuck up, okay? He just gets in his own way. He can't help himself. Guess what? That guy's not in prison though, okay? But there are people like that, okay? You just have to keep focusing on people who do want a helping hand. People who may not even recognize that they need a helping hand and just unconditionally offer them that help. Every single person has infinite potential. It's up to us to try to maximize that. Okay? In any case, I just always ask people to have a little bit more empathy, you know? Regardless, I saw a lot of stuff. I saw a lot of stuff last night. I saw a lot of things that reaffirmed my commitment. I saw a lot of things that I think proved me right once again. The very fact that, you know, like you never feel unsafe, right? Like no, for most normal people, I feel like they would just feel unsafe around prisoners. They'd be like, oh my God, these are prisoners. Like, they're just normal people. And I think part of that, and this sounds silly, but part of that comes from me consistently playing basketball at public parks, because I don't know what people's backgrounds are. I don't know where they come from. There's a lot of homeless people that I ball with as well. And it's like, they're just normal dudes. You know, if you treat them as normal dudes, then it's fine. But if you don't do that, and if you have no experience with that sort of thing, you develop this sense that these guys are evil, and they're there because they're just like truly evil people. And the reason why they've done crimes is not because of socioeconomic indicators and factors and a lack of support system and no opportunities whatsoever in their lives, but it's because they're evil people. And the media, I think, reaffirms this narrative over and over again, consistently. And that's how we arrive at so many people who just have these incredibly draconian attitudes, these opinions about what must be done with these scumbags. Like they need to be cast aside. They need to be treated as pariahs. My dad is a felon. He made a mistake, all just to make ends meet for us. He's the sweetest person I know. That's what I'm saying. I think the system is designed to basically churn out like a lower caste of people. And keep them consistently within the carceral structure so that they can use them for free labor or almost free labor. That's what I think. The Shawshank Redemption scene rehabilitated. Oh yeah, so many people love this movie but don't understand. They fail to see the parallels. Yeah. But what is this big drama? Okay. A song lyric that I really love. We are only all 2 or 3 bad decisions away from becoming the people we fear and pity. Also, so much of the stuff that I talk about on a daily basis is warning you that the system is designed in a way where you could be, or your next of kin can be in these dire conditions. What do you think happens when the housing market becomes inaccessible, unaffordable, and you no longer can retain permanent shelter? You know? So I want to give you a little bit of a background on this pilot program. So Scott Budnick is the man, as you guys met yesterday. As a criminal justice reformer and advocate, he does fantastic work. And he works with these guys. A lot of them sang his praises. A lot of the dudes we talked to. And I mean, he's a great guy. basically, he really pushed for a pilot program. Just so you understand, okay? The we talk mostly to the dudes with the red hats. The dudes in the red hats are a part of a pilot program. It's a new program. It started in August 2023. And the program is for violent youth offenders. So previously, if you had a violent felony offense, you were ineligible for this firefighting program. But Scott pushed for the California state by petitioning Governor Gavin Newsom to expand the existing California wildfire incarcerated firefighter program so that even violent offenders that committed crimes under the age of 25 before their prefrontal cortex developed could actually participate in this program as well. What kind of violent offending? You know, kidnapping, gun charges, things of that nature. Great clip from yesterday about
decision before our brain was able to develop, before the age of 25, you know? So, I mean, this is our second chance, and this is our second chance to prove it. And, you know, at this point, it's a blessing, you know? It's not more about the material, but the growth that we gain from this experience.
I think it's important to talk about how there are obstacles, though, after you are released, where you have this training, right? You have this experience. You deserve to have this as a career, but you know, it's still really difficult, even with legislation that's been passed, to work at expunging records and make it easier to get hired in this career. Like, it is still
the reintegration process is.
As a woman, I have to say that scares me to death. Yeah, guess what? There's a woman right here, and if you ask her, she didn't feel uncomfortable at all. She was surrounded by violent youth offenders, and maybe it's because of her extensive experience being in Hollywood nightlife, where she was surrounded by infinitely scarier individuals who should be in prison, that she did not feel, she stated to me that they did not make her feel uncomfortable at all, that she didn't feel uncomfortable around these guys at all.
It's a little tricky, you know, and I believe it depends and it varies on the individual, you know, because circumstances are subject to change. But at the end of the day, I believe if you want to change and you want to get out there, it's...
How long you guys got, if you don't mind me asking?
4 months, I'm out.
You got a year and a half left?
4 months, I'm out. 4 months, I'm out.
Okay.
I reside in the San Fernando Valley.
December? Okay.
How much time you have left? 2020.
Also, for the record, none of them have sex offenses. They have other violent youth they're violent youth offenders, but not you can't have. They're ineligible for this program. So the types of crimes that render you ineligible for this program initially were violent offenses, if I'm not mistaken, unless there's like some way to demonstrate good behavior over an extended period of time. And also on top of that, to this day, there are 3 things that render you ineligible to work for or to apply to be a part of the Cal Fire training structure as an incarcerated firefighter. And that is sex offenses. Like if you're a sex offender, rapist, you can't do that. And also if you have a proclivity for escaping. I believe that's another. I said 3, but those are the 2 I can remember right now. Oh, and arson. Sorry. 3rd one is arson. Duh, obviously. Yeah. If you have an arson offense, if you have a sex offense, or if you have a tendency to escape. Yeah. Maras next to me, he says, you also have to be in a low-level prison as well. So, like, a lot of these guys, originally, they might start... Hasan, do you think it's correct to acknowledge people who are automatically afraid of prisoners have a superiority complex, or, like, what would you call it? And do you think it's immoral to assume that incarcerated folks are dangerous people? I wouldn't say it's immoral. I think everyone is a victim of their own social conditioning. And if society is constantly telling you that, like, prisoners are all rabid serial killers, it's understandable that people operate with those assumptions. I would say it's misguided more than anything else. What if you want to right the wrongs of your arson offenses? Come on, chatter. Like, I get why. Really? Marat says that it's a common crime among firefighters that go to jail as arsonists. Because I am a rape victim, and he said violent offenders, if you were a woman, your mind would go there too. Okay, well, they're not. Can we please stop having a conversation surrounding your own personal feelings? We're doing, systemic analysis of how people's material conditions end up putting them in these circumstances. You want to say some stuff? All right, I'm muted. All right, what are you going to say, big dog?
All right, I don't know how much you've talked about like this topic before I got here, but I mean, talking to these guys, it's like two very common themes that kept coming up as part of this program was dignity and service, right? Incarceration, imprisonment's a very undignified position, and conditions can be very tough, and they have to go through a certain level of criteria to be eligible for this. And then they have to maintain a high level of good standing to be able to stay in these programs. And talking to the small group of people that we talked to, like, their attitudes were incredibly positive. I was not expecting this level of positivity. They're getting to be in conditions that are way more dignified, and they're getting to give back and, service the communities that, not directly the communities that they've hurt, but that they've done. And so, and some of the they talk about wages a lot, at least you guys do, but a part of that wages also helps the retribution payments. So, it's overall, I can only say positive things about like the attitude of the people that we talked to yesterday.
Yeah, those are the common the common things that I heard as well in all of our conversations. I think number one is the camp conditions. I asked a lot of the old prisoners, which I found out that we were not even supposed to be talking to, by the way. We were only supposed to be talking to the red hats, but I didn't realize that was the case. But some of the older dudes I talked to openly stated that they would rather do double the amount of time in camp, because the way that this prison structure works is like you have some of the worst prisons in the state, and then depending on if you can survive without actually getting into additional trouble in some of these worst prisons, you can inevitably move to a lower level prison, okay, inside of the state. And ultimately, the camp structure that they have is basically the closest I have ever seen to like almost a Norwegian style prison system. Okay? Like you have regular prison, you got county jails, and then you have the fire camp. Once you volunteer to be a part of this, you can have your sentence reduced, which is, again, a massive deal for these guys. That's one of the That's one of the biggest reasons why they do it. Okay. And then on top of that, they also get, I mean, a little bit of pay, which is, that's like the lowest, I would say.
So the thing they mentioned with pay was that they haven't increased that. They haven't passed a bill to increase that since like 1984 or something.
Yeah.
I think that also kind of speaks to why it's at the level it is. And like, it also kind of makes sense for
no,
why
they were,
it hasn't
until
been
recently,
raised.
they were getting paid $5 a day. Now it's up to 24, and they want to, like, Scott is pushing gruesome Governor Gavin Newsom to once again, increase the pay. Because we talk about like the coercive elements of being in prison, right? And volunteering for any position whatsoever when you're in prison. You're not doing that because you want to make a living, you want to make a wage. You're usually doing that because you're technically in chains by the state, and this has a likelihood to lower the time that you serve. That's not a normal level of coercion that exists under, regular wage slavery and capitalism. Okay, it's something beyond that. So I think making it basically bringing up those wages to a standard that is humane would turn this into a much more ethical structure overall. But having said that, the program, even with the way that it's currently designed, has a lot of good things in it. Okay. Now, the reason why I say that is because one thing that I don't even think they personally recognize, even though some of the prisoners we talk to openly mention this, is that when they're in camp, because when they're done fighting, they fight fires for 24 hours. They're out in the field. They sleep out there. They're constantly opening up trenches, right? They're trying to manage the vegetation. It's the most difficult part of wildfire fighting, as far as I understand, right?
Yeah, it's a lot of work.
It's like a tremendous backbreaking labor. You are constantly hiking up and down these windy conditions.
If the ground is flat, they'll just have a bulldozer do it, right?
Yeah.
These guys are going up to the terrain that is otherwise inaccessible. I mean, and it's not just the inmate firefighter program. Like, that's just what this type of firefighting is.
Yeah. They're all hot shots. They have to cut a 6-foot wide path within, which is a 3-foot scrape that digs up the dirt.
Yes. Well, I don't know about the exact numbers, but yes, that's the idea.
So it's a very difficult task. It's a very dangerous task. You're breathing in a lot of these like fumes and whatnot. And the equipment that they have is the exact same equipment that Cal Fire wildfire fighters get as well, which is substandard in general, from what I understand. I mean, it could probably be a little bit better.
I can't comment on that.
But overall, it's a very, very difficult. It's a very difficult job. Like, they talked about one of the treks that they had to do called the rocket ship, because it's a vertical climb where you have to literally climb up. Where they literally have to climb up a vertical climb with ropes. Right? Why'd you say falls? So, you're risking injury, you're going up these mountains, and you're putting your life at risk when you're doing this, right? But I think one of the most significant aspects of their experience is that once they are in this structure, once they've been allowed to get this training, they go to a place called fire camp. And hopefully, if we have the opportunity, I want to shine a light on that as well and go to one of these fire camps to show you the living conditions there as well. But the fire camps, as far as I understand from the interviews that I conducted, is different than prison. So when they're done doing their 24-hour on, 24-hour off cycle, and the wildfire is contained, they don't go back to prison. They go back to fire camp, which is still prison, but it's not the same kind of prison, right? And the conditions at fire camp are nowhere near as substandard as like regular prison is. Okay. One of the things that they brought up about fire camp, for example, is that they have weights at fire camp. They don't have actual weights in regular prison. I didn't know that. Apparently, since like the 90s, one of the prisoners said Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger actually removed the weights, but apparently it was removed beforehand, like before he became governor. And yeah, they don't have weights on the yard in prison. They use prison bands. I mean, not prison bands, like resistance bands and stuff like that. Which is kind of crazy to think, but like something as small as that is massively consequential. These guys can play on their PlayStation 4s, right? They have PlayStation 4s that they can play video games on. They can have like some connection to the outside world, some semblance of humanity. And I think that's very consequential. Not only do you get your time reduced, okay? Not only do you get your time reduced, which is massive.
If we get in trouble, yes.
But you also end up feeling like a human being, basically. And I think that absolutely plays a major role in reintegration, okay? So this is basically looking at the theory and applying it into the real world and learning that, you know, there's a reason why there's so much empirical evidence that suggests that rehabilitation and retraining and reintegration initiatives like this one are actually massively successful in lowering the likelihood that someone actually reoffends. Because the conditions that these guys are experiencing in camp, which is still prison, is significantly better than prison. That positive incentivization structure paired up with the fact that you're getting your sentence reduced actually causes you to really work hard to not fuck this up. Okay? Even if you have a tendency to fuck it up. When you don't want to go back to prison, that's it. Like you want to stay at camp. Some of these minor things that you would never even have to think about are massive for these guys. The fact that their family members can bring them food. Okay? Like, that's huge. The fact that they have PlayStation 4s where they can play video games. The fact that they have regular weights as opposed to in prison where they don't have regular weights. This is huge. So let's hear what this guy has to say.
Okay, and the camp is like much nicer than prison.
Yeah, there's little to no tension. The racial disputes is not a thing there. You know, your family gets to...
Yeah, they also said the COs that are nice make their way to the camps.
I don't think it was particularly that they were nice. It's the more seasoned, like
more
COs.
seasoned.
It's a more
COs,
coveted position within the Department of Correction and Rehabilitation.
Like it's a higher, it's a sought after position within the Department of Corrections.
I mean, that makes sense. It's a more peaceful environment.
Yeah, but that's it. It's a more peaceful environment because it's a successful rehabilitative structure. It's a successful rehabilitative structure because it's focusing not on like deterrence measures and dehumanizing the people there and treating them like shit and putting them in horrible conditions. And that's the reason why every single person that's involved in the program is, you know, a lot nicer overall, including the COs, the correction officers. That's it. That was also interesting. Like I maybe shouldn't have even prodded that too much as far as like, what do you think about the cops? Or they're like some assholes or whatever, like how they treat you. Because I also personally thought it was interesting that the cops normally, you know, I've met COs before, and I would say that beat cops on the street are definitely the beat cops that you're usually around on the street give off a worse aura than the COs do. At least these COs. And they were very forthcoming with this. Like, they straight up were like, listen, these are, even the corrections officers, like, there are some assholes, there's some power tripping assholes in general, but like, in terms of like the experience at camp, like, most of the COs, they get it, they understand it.
Bring food to you from the street.
That's
you
it.
Eat there visiting. It's nice.
You feel like a human.
You got real weights there.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Oh, they got fake weights in prison?
No weights.
They don't have weights in prison?
No, Arnold Schwarzenegger took him out.
He took him out?
It's kind of funny that Arnold's the one who took him out.
Cal Fire refused to give the inmate crew access to their showers. What the guy said, he said he would get kicked out of camp for saying it, if I recall correctly. Well, they did. They gave him they showered after we were done.
Yeah.
Why'd he do that?
I don't know.
He didn't want nobody else to be brolic like him.
I heard that's what it was.
Yeah, he got jealous.
That's what I heard. What it
You
was.
know,
I don't know how true
was
it is.
Was it collie muscle that got jacked in prison? I think that's what it is.
I heard of something like that though.
Yeah, he got jealous. Fucking Arnold.
Yeah.
When he was the governor.
Exactly.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Hopefully they come back. They've been giving us like resistant bands and agility ladders.
Anyway, that's like, you're right. I've known a lot of COs, and I would say most are decent people, even if they're hogs. Yeah. I almost died when you say, like, what else are you going to do? What else do you guys do if you didn't have a PS4? Crimes? Lol. No, I was joking. I said, what are you going to do if you get access to the internet? Crimes?
Well, one of the guys was super into crypto.
Yeah. But it was eye-opening, but they need proper pay, healthcare protection, and being a frontline and transitioning into society. No, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, those are the guys who are going to get their rug pulled, by the way. They're not going to be doing the rug pulling.
I feel foreign with you guys because I feel like I'm part of the prison. That's who I was. That's what they indoctrinated me to be.
Yeah.
That's what they wanted me to be. So like now they want you to get out here and then go to a fire camp and then act like if you're a firefighter when we do get like minimum training, right? So how is it that you do that? How can I become a better civilian, a citizen? Coming from prison to this, like maybe you guys know something about that. Like, that's my biggest question. How do
I've only been in jail.
You know what I mean? Like,
it was not.
Okay, what's
It was
normal to you guys?
overnight.
What's normal to you guys?
Are you asking like personally how
Right.
make that transition?
Right.
I mean,
He asked a serious question and I made jokes. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
No,
It's
no,
a
no.
job.
It's a job. It's
I think what's key is having support, right?
Right.
So that that transition is easier. I mean,
Right.
you're right. When you spend so long
Right.
in prison, then you either are on the path to being institutionalized or you're
Right,
there.
right.
It is hard to transition out, and there is such a lack of
What is this that you sent me?
It's a satellite image, like a high resolution satellite image of the Pacific Palisades. You can see like most neighborhoods are gone.
Why didn't you say the Crash Dummies pod again? What? Okay. Seeing these guys want to come up and talk to you and ask you questions and talk to the cameras, everything. Yeah, well, you have to remember, like, these guys don't get a lot of access to the outside world. You know what I mean? Like, this is something that they consistently brought up. It was like camp conditions being significantly better than prison conditions overall was majorly beneficial. Okay. The fact that they get like work, the fact that they get time reduced was also majorly beneficial. But then they kept repeating that, like, they kept repeating that they were shocked that we were even interested to talk to them. They were like, why do you want to talk to us? That's what they kept saying over and over again. Why do you want to talk to us? Why do you care? Like, what the fuck? and I think it's because, you know, most people treat these guys like an afterthought, or if they think about them at all, they think of them as like evil beings that deserve the horrible conditions that they experience on a regular basis. I know that many of them seem to be pretty apprehensive at first until you started talking about being pro-labor and called the American prison system dog shit, etc. No, they weren't apprehensive at first. I think people are just like socially a little bit insecure, especially when there's a camera there. But no, I was with Scott, so they love Scott for understandable reasons. So, as someone who works with CDCR, I hope Hasan knows this interaction and ones like it are so morally lifting for these inmates. Yeah, so that's the other thing I was gonna say is that like the fact that people write to them, people send them like cupcakes, people send them like baked goods, people send them food when they're out fighting these wildfires. Like they feel like human beings. They feel like human beings. They have dignity for once. Okay, and that's what it is. Like it's just. Anyone got that clip of the one guy with a ponytail cooking Haas for being autistic? Oh my God, he did. He cooked my ass. In and out giving our incarcerated firefighter Scott and some of the guys you talked to. Yeah. There's Scott again. It's just crazy because like most of those dudes that we talked to were younger than me. Even the adult, the adult offenders in the program, like they were still younger than me. You know? They knew Kai Cenat. I hope he sees that. Yeah, one of them knew Kai Cenat. That was funny. What is this video you found, Chatter? Goddamn. It's kind of funny. But yeah, they get education in there too. They get a lot of sociology. Apparently they can get a degree in sociology, which I think is awesome. Younger than you and already 10 years in. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. Seeing them chop it up between groups, just like any workplace, just some guys doing good despite everything trying to shove them down. Yeah. So one of the things that I wanted to highlight as far as the incarcerated firefighters is, hold on, let me find this real quick. That Scott actively pushed for. Yeah, they offered me their tacos, which was crazy. It's like, come on, dude. I'm gonna tear up. You're gonna make me cry. This is the Youth Offender Camp Pilot Program. Okay, in August 2023, CDCR launched an innovative Youth Offender Program Camp Pilot Program at Grolersburg Conservation Camp. Okay, in Georgetown. The program is designed to expand opportunities to volunteers to serve their time at the conservation camp and encourage self-improvement and rehabilitation. In addition to educational and rehabilitative programming, camp participants receive wildland firefighter training, enhancing their opportunities for future firefighting careers. The program provides additional hand crew members for emergency response to fires, floods, and other disasters in the state. The initial 17 participants arrived at Grolersburg Conservation Camp in November 2023 after completing training at the Sierra Conservation Center. Now, what's important about this is that a lot of the dudes with the red hats that we talked to, they are youth offenders, which means that they did crimes under the age of 25. Okay? They committed crimes under the age of 25. But the program actually expands, unlike the normal structure, it actually expands to violent offenses as well. So if you were if you committed like assault, battery, you have a weapons charge, kidnapping, things of that regard. And also, kidnapping doesn't mean like kidnapping in the way that you understand it. Okay, just so that's a term for if you steal a car and there's someone in the car, it's considered kidnapping. Just so you understand. Okay, not like Taken style kidnapping. So all of that stuff is under the banner of violent offenses. These are pretty significant crimes, okay? You can, yeah, it could be a custody dispute as well. So the thing is, despite the nature of these crimes, these guys, you met them, you saw them, okay? I didn't want to like spend too much time on what they had done because I didn't want to, like, I talked to them off camera beforehand. As far as like what they had done. I didn't want to talk to them on camera about what they had done because I feel like it's unproductive. But yeah, like they openly revealed some of the stuff that they were locked up for, and yeah, it's some pretty significant stuff. But it's important for you to understand, like, in spite of what they had done, like they were just chill as hell. They were just normal ass dudes, right? And that is because they're actively working against being institutionalized. They're actively working against being a permanent part of the carceral state. Okay? And the reason why they have this ability to get out of this structure is because they've been given this opportunity for this training program. They've been given this opportunity to basically work and even work to reduce their sentences. And they don't want to mess it up. They don't want to mess it up and go back to regular prison and lose their shot at reducing their sentences. So that's what it is. Camp Pod program expands access to camp programs and provides participants access to rehabilitative programs and job skills. The goal is to encourage offenders 25 years old and younger to commit to positive change and self-improvement with the goal of being law-abiding members of society upon release. This is one of the closest things, as far as like the conversations that I had, this is one of the closest things I've seen, shockingly enough, within the California state prison structure that is as close as you can get to a rehabilitative system. Okay? It's genuinely shocking. And I will admit that in spite of my initial assessment saying this is slavery, 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 like, I would not want this program to go away. Do you understand? Like, I would much rather expand this program. I would much rather ensure that this program also offers reintegration after you're done, if you want to work in this field, because some of the guys I talked to didn't want to continue doing firefighting. It literally was like, yo, this stuff is like, this is dangerous. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do this shit, you know? And that is a part of the element, I would say, of coercion to a certain degree, right? And I think this program could be expanded to other fields as well. But the issue is, it cannot be used to displace the current civilian, non-carcerated population. And that is the problem here. And the only way to fix that is by offering not substandard pay, but having some semblance of pay parity. Okay? That's it. Because if you actually turn this into a regular program where there is pay parity, okay, where you're getting paid decent wages, then all of a sudden it's no longer extra coercive. And that is something that I think the state could also use. In my assessment, while this is a good program overall, I think the low pay in general, I think, basically creates this unique two-tier labor structure, once again, where the state can benefit from firing firefighters that are getting, regular firefighting pay, especially wildfire firefighters in general already have really low wages. They're some of the lowest paid federal federal government employees, for the record. And it's not supposed to be displacing the civilian population, the civilian firefighters. It shouldn't be used as a way to devalue the wages that exist in this sector. Do you understand? I think you should apologize to chatter earlier. See prior chat. The insensitive messaging doesn't help the mission. They were chill, very human and deserving second chance, but it's also very fair for the chatter to earlier to feel nervous and scared around them. Okay, you get a week off. Dude, imagine we're having, again, larger conversation about the carceral structure, and you just chose to chime in to be like, no, it's actually okay to immediately assume that these guys are rapists and it's totally fine to be afraid of them, while I'm directly talking about how some of these guys might have committed violent crimes, okay? They committed violent crimes. And it doesn't matter. It's not the entirety of their personhood. It's not everything. They should not be reduced to a sequence of awful things that they've done that have led them into going into prison, okay? And you're like, no, you don't understand. I'm gonna reduce them to that, and I'm gonna be fearful. It's normal to be fearful. Shut up. How can you not see that this quite literally undermines the point that I'm making? The point that I'm trying to make here is the exact opposite of what you are trying to draw the conversation back into. And I don't care. God damn, Americans are so fucking selfish. It's so incredibly frustrating to have any conversation like this, especially as it pertains to sexual violence. What a crazy situation. How many rapists you know actually get incarcerated? What are you talking about? It's like one of the least punished, most commonplace crimes of all time. You are more likely to get raped by a fucking coworker or a boss or a family member than some random dude in prison. What the fuck? Shut up. I can't stand some of you motherfuckers, man. Jesus Christ. Yeah, you have to pay a lot of fees when out of prison as well. So that's the other thing. That's the reason why there's more. I think that's more of a reason to actually elevate their pay as well. It's so crazy because, like, even in a supposedly quote unquote progressive community, people still somehow find a way to use emancipatory language to center themselves in this conversation and then aggressively and actively defend, using academic emancipatory language, aggressively defend their self-centered attitude. It's a reactionary take. Anyway, what was the page? Like, imagine being like, oh, dude, I know you're actively trying to, in a nation where prisoners are treated like evil, dehumanized serial killers, every single one, and you're actively trying to combat that narrative by showcasing the humanity of these people that have been left behind by our systems. But you should apologize to the one chatter who wanted to bring the conversation back to that exact point. You can get that anywhere you want. Okay? Go watch, I don't know, MSNBC or something. I promise you, they will have a very different approach. Please, Jesus Christ. You get that everywhere else. Why do you want to get it here too? I can't do anything different. It's very frustrating. And then we wonder why America has the largest prison population on the planet. It's crazy. You're identifying an internal consistent contradiction within the abolitionist framework. It's something we struggle with constantly. Reforms that do genuinely improve material conditions of the incarcerated also serve to lengthen the lifespan of the institution of prison. It's something people grapple with, and I'm glad this combo is happening out in the open. What is this? I went to prison around 15 years ago for a burglar one, which is a Class A felony. I was in dope and desperate to get high, so I stole shit. One of the people I was with stole a gun safe, which makes it a Class A violent crime. I never even interacted with the people at that house. Did my time and have been crime and drug-free since. Married homeowner with a career. Nice, dude. Vast Stampede. Are you a Trigun fan too? Or is that like randomly? W chatter. Proud of you. I think the problem you pose, the question of whether we would be safe with these prisoners at a time when you were alone on screen, surrounded by 10 men. A lot of people would never feel safe in that situation. That's all they could think of when you said that. I don't care, dude. Please. The point is, it's incorrect to feel that way automatically. That's my issue. Okay? Like, dude, there are 1,000 inmates at that camp. There are 6 corrections officers at that camp. Do you understand? 6. 1,000 inmates, 6 corrections officers that I could count. Do you think that if these guys wanted to be like violent, it's the 6 corrections officers that are stopping them? Or do you think that it's because they don't want to mess this up, that they've gotten a new lease on life in their assessment? And also because inmates are not like ontologically evil individuals who just want to do serial killing and crimes across the board. And the only thing stopping them is the corrections officers and the fact that there are cameras there. The problem with this kind of attitude is that if you have this opinion, if you operate like this, then you do not want these guys to ever be out. That's the problem. And I think it's understandable to have this position if you've never encountered it. But in a situation where you're encountering them where they're at and recognizing their humanity, if you're still resistant to that, that blows my mind. I'm like shocked, okay? Like, how can you look at these guys and be like, no, they need to, they're scary and they need to be, they need to be perma incarcerated. Like, I don't care. It's fearful. I'm fearful. No, look, I will say one thing about Gavin Newsom, and this is something that I've defended of Gavin Newsom against my uncle Shaky Gurga as well. His approach to rehabilitation has been pretty solid. Like, California is a devastating carceral state. Don't ask me about the housing market. Don't ask me about his approach to homelessness and combating homelessness. That stuff is awful. But the very fact that the Republicans came after him so aggressively for releasing 85,000 prisoners, like, these are the guys he's talking about. Do you understand? I think it's time to watch this again. I don't want to watch this one again. And yeah, for me, it's not even about like, it's not even about like me being fearful or whatever. Of course I don't, because I'm a big dude and I can handle myself. But like, not that I even thought that would be a situation. There would be a situation like that. But like Caroline is also surrounded. And she's a woman. And the fact that she didn't feel uncomfortable is important for people to recognize. It's not the way you think it is. That's what I'm trying to explain. And there are still chatters in here who are just actively under the assumption that, like, no, these guys are just like waiting for any moment to do a crime. It's so frustrating. And that once you've done a crime and you've gone to prison for the crime, that you're automatically always thinking about new crimes that you want to do. And it's not about what do you call it? You know, having something to grab onto once you're out of prison. If that's the attitude that you have, he will never be on board with any sort of reintegration initiatives. Like, you'll always further the stigma against people that have done crimes, and you won't want to hire them. You'll push them further and further away from normal civilized society. You will be a hurdle in front of them, actively becoming better people and productive members of society. That's it. In a system that is designed to destroy you outside of the carceral structure, as an average citizen, okay? When you have societal pressures that you have to deal with on a daily basis, a bad job, a shitty boss, inconsistencies in terms of how much money you have in your bank account at the end of the month, not knowing if your rent is going to go up, okay, once your rental agreement is over. All of these forces literally put you so close, much closer than you think, in the throes of the carceral state, okay? Hasan couldn't deal with the steam off my piss. Don't act hard. Hell yeah, brother. You are the hardest. Hard body. Been on this platform since 2013. When I think about how hard that is, this guy is like, the attitude here is like, that's right, baby. You wouldn't last a second in the COD lobbies that I was in Modern Warfare 2, baby. Xbox. Yeah, I'm hard body, dude. I'm a cool guy. Yeah, I shit my pants when I think about going to a big city, because every single person is probably trying to do violent crimes to me, but also I'm hard body, you know? One thing that the incarcerated youth we work with often thank us for treating them like normal human beings and not threats. Yeah, that's like, that's the major thing. That's crazy that there's such a major incentive. It's FYI, certain actors and other chats are going back to this violent criminals talking point continuously. This stun lock, keep that in mind. Yeah. No matter how progressive you think you are, certain people are just too American and jail pilled. I agree. Exact same thing with homeless people. Exactly. That's the issue. Anyway, Complex wrote this article. Hasan Piker interviews inmate firefighters in Los Angeles. Popular Twitch streamer Hasan Piker has been interviewing incarcerated firefighters who are working to get wildfires in Los Angeles under control. Piker hopped on X to explain why he's speaking with firefighters on Twitch. I try to use my platform this way because there are lots of normal people out there who fell through the cracks of the system with no support whatsoever. We cast them aside and choose to dehumanize them. Everyone is trying their best. Rehabilitation and reintegration lowers recidivism. Several of Piker's interviews have made it to X and gone viral. In one of them, he speaks with one prisoner about whether it's better fighting these fires than being in prison. It's way better because if I was in prison yard, I'm seeing guys get stabbed, get beat up. The cops shoot us like shit, but here we get better treatment. They talk to us like humans. We got a job. We're underpaid, but we have a job. And then the community shows us all kinds of love. We never received that growing up.
Will you like it? Yeah. All right. Dangerous work. Dangerous work.
Kimbo's the man, by the way. He was awesome.
Will you like it? Yeah. Do you feel like it's almost like a respite from being? Is it better than being in prison or no?
It's way better because I was in a prison yard. I'm seeing guys get stabbed, get jumped, get beat up. The cops treat us like shit. But here, we get better treatment, right? They talk to us like humans. They talk to us like humans. We got a job. We're underpaid, but we got a job.
Yeah.
You feel me? And then the community comes out and shows us all kinds of love. We never received that growing up. We never received that kind of love, that kind of recognition for anything we've done. So now, doing this kind of stuff and all this love coming, that's life-changing for a lot of guys. Because that's all they be needing is a little.
It didn't look like you were checked for weapons by the COs before you got close to the inmates. That speak volumes about how safe they perceive things to be in that situation. Like you said, these are just normal people. Exactly. That's a great point. That's a great point. No checks for contraband, no checks for weapons whatsoever. Now, you might think that that's a crazy thing to notice, but absolutely. You think you can have normal interactions with prisoners in America without having that level of security? No, this is a collaborative effort between the COs and the prisoners, okay? That's it.
A little bit of recognition with this, it's life-changing, and we get opportunities at careers.
How long was your sentence? You don't mind me asking?
17 years.
17 years?
Yep.
God damn. They're going to shave it off.
Yep.
They're going to shave it off now.
They're going to shave it off. They shaving some off.
They better shave it off.
But you feel me? We ain't break.
Crazy how you try to do a good thing and it still gets clip chimped to make you look bad and failing. You also did pop a Zin in front of them. Yeah, I wanted to actually give him Zin too, but I didn't want to get Scott in trouble. And I didn't want to ask either. In another interview, Piker listened as the inmate explained the experience of being in the world after being in prison for so long. I've only did it for 12, 13 years, but the point is that I'm about to go home next month, the man said. You go from a cell to this right here, and it's culture shocking. It does help you because you get to start mingling with the public like you guys, the civilians, he continued. I feel foreign with you guys because I feel like I'm part of prison. That's who I was. That's what they want me to be. This was that combo.
Institutionalized, right?
The what?
Institutionalized. Have you heard that word before? Institutionalized, like
institutionalized. Yeah.
So now, I've only did it for like 12 years, 13 years. But the point is, I'm about to go home next month. So you go from the cell to this right here. It's like it's culture shocking. So now, I guess like the fire camp, bringing back light to the fire camp, right? It does help you because now you start mingling with the public, with you guys, the civilians, right? Which is, I feel foreign with you guys because I feel like I'm part of the prison. That's who I was. That's what they indoctrinated me to be.
Yeah.
That's what they wanted me to be. So like now they want you to get out here and then go to a fire camp and then act like if you're a firefighter when we do get like minimum training, right? So how is it that you do that? How can I become a better civilian, a citizen coming from prison to this? Like maybe you guys know something about that.
It's really sad. He needs the help of a counselor, but he thought his best chance of getting that kind of help was asking you guys. Yeah. I've learned that most of the stuff against you is just bad faith. I saw a post saying they were mad at you for saying you were frustrated about how they were treated as expendable. They were mad because you haven't been to prison, so you can't relate. But dude, that's just called empathy. Wait, people scoured through 3 hours of footage of me interviewing prisoners that are fighting wildfires to find something that makes me look bad. I'm sorry, dude, you should be in prison. Actually, fuck prison. You should be lobotomized, dude. It is a sickness. Like, actually a sickness. These guys work so goddamn hard, dude. Holy moly. It blows my mind. Like, how do you fucking sit around and just actively work? Do you feel good? Does that give you happiness? There's no way that gives you happiness. In another conversation, Piker wanted to get the opinion of one inmate firefighters about the fact that they are private firefighters making up to $7,000 a day. Wow, that's crazy. It's a big pill to swallow to the prisoner. But the return that we get is our second chance at life, you know? This is a pilot program. A lot of us made our decisions before our brain was able to develop before the age of 25. This is our second chance. At this point, it's a blessing.
$1 a day to do basically what you guys are doing. Wow. And think about that.
You know, and it's crazy. You know, it's a big pill to swallow. But in this case, the return that we get is our second chance at life. You know, this is a pilot program. You know, a lot of us made decisions before our brain was able to develop, before the age of 25. You know, so I mean, this is our second chance, and this is our second chance to prove it. And, you know, at this point, it's a blessing. You know, it's not more about the material, but the growth that we gain from this experience.
The inmates are fighting fires through the Conservation Fire Camp Program, jointly operated by the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection and the Los Angeles County Fire Department. There are 35 fire camps in 25 counties in the state of California where inmates can volunteer and receive classroom and field training. Hey, chat, fellow institutionalized person, how easily we are dehumanized is insane. I committed a victimless crime, speeding, turned, resisting arrest without violence, but turned into assault a police officer thanks to tests of lying. But I'm looked at the same as the worst criminals. The dehumanization is the worst. I may be subhuman by some people's standards, but at least I still have my humanity. Yes. That's the point. And the reality is, like, there are plenty of people. Like the thing that Scott mentioned, at the end there, New York Times put an article saying these guys make $10.24 a day max. No, I think they now make $24 a day in California at least. But the thing that Scott mentioned was really good. Like he brought up his own personal experience, right? He brought up his own personal experience when he went to a prison creative writing program, and he met this guy, this kid who had a 300-year sentence. 300-year sentence. This kid, at the age of 15, got hit with a 300-year sentence. And that's because he was standing next to his friend who shot someone. Okay? 14, not even 15, sorry. He's in one of the worst prisons in the state. And the point he brought up was that if my kid was in that same situation, it's over. He's out on bail, and he doesn't see a single moment inside of a cell. Because Scott has money. That's the difference. That's the difference. And there are so many people like that. There are so many people that just like are that are in the wrong place at the wrong time, maybe have priors. Okay? When you're 14, it's probably unlikely that you have priors. But Hasan gets invited to camp to do prison cribs and cook some food. Oh yeah, this was sick.
To initiatives that, you know, initiatives that are helpful with reintegration, initiatives that are helpful with like hiring, you know, former inmates. You know, for sure. Trying my best.
And we appreciate you for that. We got to get you to our camp, Growlersburg.
I'm down. Yeah,
MTV Cribs. Coming soon.
No, I would love to do that for sure.
Coming
I'll talk to Scott. If we can make something like that happen, that would be great.
Oh yes. Let's do it. Come check out my bunk. We'll make you a little spread. You eat real quick.
Yeah.
I went to an expensive private school, and kids in my class crashed cars, had drug problems, etc. But they're all doctors and run banks now. Exactly.
Well, we'll go on Twitch, you know.
No, there's like
Twitch cribs. There we go.
There's actually a thing like there's a thing on TikTok with like prison food, where they show like different things that people make in prison. So we could do something like that, like a little cooking segment.
You gotta make it though. You gotta make it.
I'll make it. Yeah.
We'll tell you how to do it. You do it.
The only thing I know how to make is chicken. That's all I know how to make. So I don't know.
We're gonna do something with that.
Yeah.
We're gonna do something.
What do you guys make? What do you guys cook? You cook your own open-minded.
How are you so much taller than these guys? Bro, I'm 6'4". Yeah. Some of the younger guys talked about what landed them in the prison system.
I would say kind of touch on the same thing, no guidance. Just not having a positive guidance. The environment that I grew up in, of course, it led me into a different direction. And yeah.
What about you?
So first off, obviously there's no excuses for what I'm saying, right? I hold myself accountable for what I've done, right? But
I'm not the commissioner board.
There's circumstances, right?
No, I feel you.
My circumstances, like, my mental health, as in my insecurities. I didn't have no one like I could talk to. The schools I was in, they didn't really teach me how to like behave and like correct behavior. They were like favoritism toward different races and ethnicity, and I think that like made me go different ways in the social groups. So like I couldn't really like fit in with nobody. So I had to branch out to different people, and like that's what made me commit my crimes and find different people that had the same values as me, which is violence.
Okay.
Some of our greatest revolutionary organizations, like the Black Panthers, identified how people like this are the motor for revolutionary change. People didn't hear chirp about revolution, but it's these people that have the practical skills for OPSEC, dealing with the law and other things. These folks have more revolutionary potential than any leftist that would turn their nose up to them. Yeah, I think it was also important to notice that important to recognize that like another big fear that they had.
Swap it out.
Another big fear that they had was reintegration, like the fear that they have of like getting back out into the real world and not having, not being able to cut it. Because the reality of the matter is, it's not like the tools are abundant, okay, for what you can do when you go out. And especially if your records are not expunged and if they carry over into civilian life, you are going to be limited in the job opportunities that you do get. So that's another thing that Scott's working on as well, is to ensure that these guys' records get expunged so they can get their EMT certifications. And also on top of that, be able to continue working within the CAL FIRE structure or even work inside of the municipalities now that they have experience on the job. And it's crazy that like there are, millions of people in the United States of America that are facing this reality, and even that freedom is an additional pressure for them. I don't know. Like, think about that. On the one hand, freedom is the only thing you look forward to. But on the other hand, even that is a massive, massive point of pressure for you. Is expunging the records of something that happens for everyone? No, these guys, even violent offenders, because they're youth offenders, can have their records expunged. An extremely common and disheartening theme with everyone you interviewed is that if proper support structures and mental health resources were readily available, many of these men wouldn't even be there to begin with. We need to do better. Yeah. But that's why I'm so aggro against Uncle Shaky Gurga. Okay?
How about that?
That's why I'm so aggro about Uncle Shaky Gurga and the way that he talks about this situation. These are the types of people who get their sentences reduced, and they've already served for the 85,000 people that Gavin Newsom released onto the streets or whatever. Many of them have served a ginormous amount of their sentence already. Many of them have served the majority of their sentences, and they obviously still have to go through the parole board structure and demonstrate their capacity that they will not reoffend. And it's crazy that it's like it's crazy that people still are just like, nah, they should stay in prison permanently. We shouldn't be releasing prisoners. It's like, it's so frustrating, dude.
How about that? And then swap it out.
So again, Xavier and Angel for those who
you don't want to eat on camera?
Huh? Nah, I gotta go wait.
There's hella ladies watching right now. They're gonna be judging. They're gonna be judging the way you're eating.
He's not shy. He's not shy.
No, don't even worry. Huh? He eats on stream, and he cannot be worse.
I'm fucking with you.
He cannot be worse.
Yeah.
So how you guys doing?
We're blessed. We're blessed. You know, we're taking it all in. We just came down from the mountain yesterday. We were assigned to the Eden Fire. Our division, you know, was meeting up with other crews, doing some hand line. The dozer only goes so far. You know, our job is really to kind of get in the cracks and crevices where.
Purely curious, what type of things fall under violent for these guys? Everything that you can think of, with the exception of sexual assault or arson related charges.
The dozer can go, and when we get.
More of the OGs talking about the programs. Some of the older firefighters that have been in the program for a few years talking about how they've been treated by the police.
Like, why do
What? It's all bad faith, man. I'm sorry I ever fell for any of it, bro. What do you mean? I don't know if it's manslaughter, but maybe. We saw this live. Why are you self-reacting? Okay, take a week off. Is there JPay or something? Yes, there is. And you can also send video games to the camps as well. Would you ever run for public office? No. Oh, here is also the ARC anti-recidivism.
They're on the fire line. Yeah. Give right now that they're on the fire line.
Yeah.
There's not so much to give right now, right? They're fairly good right now. It's when they get back to camp, right? There's not a TV that's working in some places, right? Yeah. There's the boots are all fucked up and they need better boots. Like there's just things that are not so sexy, but that they need. You never think this, but we're getting a shower truck dropped off.
No, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. By the way, God bless the dudes at Coachella.
Dude,
they got a shower truck coming in. These guys haven't showered in like 4 days.
I know.
So just stuff like that. And then I think also when they get out, if they want to work for CAL FIRE, as soon as they get out, how are they going to pay rent to wherever they're getting hired? How are they going to pay utilities? What about a car to get to and from work? Right? Those who are give right now that they're on the fire line.
Yeah.
There's not so much to give right now, right? They're fairly good.
With this entire program being only allowed as a larger labor force, do you think that moving into pay parity would dissolve such a program, or is CAL FIRE being a governmental agency would allow such a structure? I don't know, but I hope that they don't do that. Are you aware of any programs like this for women offenders? I don't know. Not sure about this guy, Hasan. What? Not sure about the guy who is literally spending his own hard-earned dollars and time every single day to work with some of the most fucked over people in American society in a system that doodly mofo. Okay. The guy that runs the program. They have camps. They have a camp for women as well. Yeah, look, the last thing I want to say is that I am so grateful and so fortunate that I have a platform of this size comprised of incredibly thoughtful individuals such as yourselves and maybe even the haters, that I can use opportunities like this to shine a light on some of the most forgotten people in society. Talk to them, humanize them, and hopefully get others to see the situation differently. Because I fear that, unfortunately, every single outlet out there on a daily basis actively undermines these people's humanity. Okay? And it causes a lot of people to forget that these are just normal human beings. Okay? Yeah, they fucked up. They've done stuff. Okay? Some of them have done bad things. But at the end of the day, these are just, these are people who should have a second opportunity, a new lease on life. They're just human beings. Okay? And I hope that people can see that and not, refuse to recognize their humanity for things that they've done.
This is Lieutenant Hasan.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I can't say nothing.
How do we send these guys video games? There's a lot of people watching right now.
How do we send these guys video games?
Yeah.
Video games are a challenge because I can't give them access to the internet without it being supervised.
Yeah, no, I meant like hard copies.
You donate them to the camp, so you send it to the address of the camp, and you state that you wish to donate it for camp, and then we'll include it in the systems we have.
Hell yeah.
Does it have to be like a maturity level restricted?
Yes, it has to be maturity level restricted, and it can't have an online component to it.
Yeah. Okay. There's a lot of good single player games. They have PS4s, right?
Yes.
All right. Get to work, chap.
Also, shout out to this lieutenant. Even if you weren't supposed to talk to these guys, he didn't give a single shit. No, I don't think they. It's not a problem. It's not a big deal at all. Did you interact with Mr. Gavin Newsom, gruesome Governor Gavin Newsom? No, I did not. I didn't interact with Nick Cannon. I didn't interact with Governor Gavin Newsom. I didn't do any of that. But yeah, this tweet that I retweeted as well from D Machine has the information about Washington Ridge Conservation Camp 44, the phone number and the address. If you want to donate PS4 games for these guys, please remember PS4 only, single player, no online requirement, ideally PG-13. No, you can send rated M games. It's fine. They play Mortal Kombat and stuff. Why was Nick Cannon there? Because he knows Scott. I think he knows. Scott brings a lot of people like this. And they, they come and show love. Also, I'm glad that Nick Cannon showed up because those guys don't know who I am, but they know who Nick Cannon is. They were so excited to see Nick Cannon. It was awesome. No, you can send whatever games, dude. Yeah, and also Peso, not Peso Pluma, a different Peso, a rapper. Yeah, one of the guys knew who Kai Cenat was. One of the guys asked me about Ninja. They knew who Soluminati was as well. The most heartbreaking thing, but also wholesome thing, is the constant question of why do you even care? Yeah. They should have phones in prison. They do. I didn't know this either, but this used to be a major problem with the. This used to be a major problem with the prison structure. Is it was incredibly expensive. It's really important for people who are incarcerated to be able to have access to their family members and the outside world. And that structure was so awful in the past, and it still is in many other states, where you pay incredible amounts of money to even make these phone calls, and then the people that are receiving those phone calls are also getting the people that are receiving those phone calls also have to pay as well. It's a really, really costly endeavor. They have mobiles, but I'm glad you didn't say it on camera in front of the COs. Wait, what? No, not everyone. That's contraband. But in any case, for a lot of these guys, they have free phone calls now. Like phone call. Phone calls for these dudes are now free. I pay $1 for 10 minutes to speak to my brother in Utah. Some are calling them worse than looters. I mean, these are the real looters, but once again, nobody will ever consider. This is illegal, by the way. What they're doing is illegal. But you'll never hear that from mainstream media, okay?
It doesn't have any sort of
Were there any women inmate fighters? No, I didn't see them at that camp. They're probably separated though, but apparently there are. A furnished Bel Air home went on Zillow today for $29,500 a month. A few months ago, it was asking for $15,900. I called up the agent. She said she told her client to relist the home after this week's LA fires. People are desperate, she said. You can probably get good money. I asked why the rent had risen so much. The agent said she was getting another call and hung up. The listing was later removed. Here's my LA story on massive rent hikes people who've lost their homes are now seeing in their search for new housing. See? Look, it's not price gouging. It's simply supply and demand playing out. There's significant less supply and demand skyrocketed overnight. No, that is price gouging. You can say that about toilet paper too. What are you talking about? That's literally, it's price gouging. That is actually what it is. These home values or rents will be the new norm for years. This isn't gouging. The market was reset overnight. I don't understand how you have this mentality where you're like, nah, dude, that's not price gouging. That's just like normal market conditions. Okay. So it's always normal market conditions. Don't you think that one can make the argument? Don't you think that one can make that argument for everything, whether it be water, in the aftermath of a hurricane, whether it be, toiletry, supplies such as that in the aftermath of a hurricane? That's what it is. Then price gouging is meaningless? No. People will care about some people stealing their burned down TV or someone forcing them to spend $14K more per month. Yeah, that's the problem. Their hyper focus and their attention being directed to a person who they suspect is going to steal their television from their house that didn't burn down, hypothetically, is the real way that they forget that these are the real price gougers. Some of them are calling them worse than looters. Some landlords are raising rents after Palisades fire. Here are two listings that went up. One listing was lowered days ago, only to be raised by $3,550 this weekend. The other, reverse course, perhaps because of the anti-gouging laws. And by the way, this is illegal. Okay? This is illegal. Straight up. You cannot supply demand your way out of this. This is absolutely illegal. Just so you understand. And the prosecutor, the new district attorney that sat in front of his sister's burned down house should have been talking about how he's going to deal with these looters. Okay? Here. Price gouging refers to sellers trying to take unfair advantage of consumers during an emergency or disaster by greatly increasing the price for essential consumer goods and services. Yes, in certain circumstances, California's anti-price gouging statute, Penal Code Section 396, prohibits raising the price of many consumer goods and services by more than 10% after an emergency has been declared. For items and services a seller only started offering after an emergency is declared, the seller may not charge more than 50% greater than what it costs the seller to provide the item or service. Local laws may also contain their own prohibitions on price gouging, which is crazy because even that is so expansive, and these guys still go above that. Evet. Peki. You going to the gym today? What? I already worked out. Normal market conditions, though, guys. Come on. But yeah, this went viral.
Let's talk. Yo, those are. Does the state give you those?
Yeah. We get them brand new.
Those are kind of drippy, dude.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
So you look fly on the mountain. Something nice.
Yeah. Do you get to keep it? Do you get to keep the hats?
Yeah.
Oh, you get to bring it back?
Well, everything, they give us everything. Everything's kind of state issue when you get there. They kind of prepare you for the fires. So that way when you get out there, do what you gotta do.
I'm saying, like, when you go back, do you get to keep them?
I don't think so.
It's crazy.
It's considered an antique.
I don't think he wants to keep that either. I'm not gonna, I'm gonna cop his shoe.
You're like, hey, can I get this?
No, but I did see some jackets there. They're pretty sweet. All right, bro, chill. We're not gonna take their clothes off their back, bro. They're fucking fighting wildfires out there.
Look, we'll give it to you, man. We'll give it to you. It's a donation.
All right. So, how are you guys feeling?
Great.
Tacos good?
We're blessed.
Yeah?
I haven't even tried them yet. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Do you want to eat first?
No,
Again, Xavier and Angel.
This is the elevated content you want to do in 2025. This was great. Yeah, I'm going to keep doing that. I'm going to keep doing more of this. Just, with prior consent, try to put a face to a lot of these people that are oftentimes actively dehumanized by mainstream resources in general. Like, I think it's important to do that. And I think it's important to show that, hoping that people will see their humanity in this process. Yeah, they wanted to share their food with me. It was crazy. But yeah, we got an ABC Australia notice. So that's cool. But yeah, just to specify for those of you who don't know, I talk about how I don't do journalism, but this is one of the instances where this is journalism. This is new information. This is no different than what like media outlets would do as well. So this is, something that I try to do, and I will continue doing more. Also, HasanAbi Productions had an incredibly viral Twitter thread, which is crazy. Yeah, shouts out to Caroline Kwan as well. No, the media would also report their crimes. My favorite comment on this, funny how Hasan shows respect to these convicted felons, but can't extend that to our President Trump. Yeah. Why don't the local Dems cover these programs as the W that they are? Because there's a lot of resentment towards treating incarcerated people as human beings. Here, let's see how the media covered it, though. I'm sure there's a little bit of coverage on it.
There are thousands of professional firefighters as well as volunteers battling the fires, but you might not know that there are also nearly 1,000 inmates, prisoners of the California correction system, also out there on the front lines. The Forestry and Fire Recruitment Program works to assist those who were released from being incarcerated transition into a professional career in forestry and wildland firefighting. Royal Ramey is the co-founder and chief of this program. Royal, thank you so much for joining us and talking to us about this. We appreciate it. I worked in LA, covered news for a long time, and I remember covering the wildfires. You would see, the inmates up there, cutting those fire lines. Talk to us a little bit more about the program that you represent.
Yeah, so first off, I want to say thanks for having me. I also want to send out my thoughts and prayers out to the families who have been impacted by the LA fires, and a big thank you to all the first responders and volunteers who are serving the LA community. What we do pretty much is 4 ways we do it. So we recruit, we train, we help them get
I didn't meet this guy, Chad.
a job, and then we mentor them throughout their career. And we're so proud that we have our graduates that came out of our program out there in LA right now fighting those fires, and we are proud of them.
And I understand this is personal for you because you helped found this program. Talk about what this did for you in your life and career.
Yeah, so I learned to be a firefighter when I was in prison. I was a part of the California Fire Camps program, which trains, deploys those that are incarcerated to fight wildfires. And since the 1940s, thousands of people have gone through this program, and it really changed my life. It gave me an opportunity for a career path, but it was difficult, coming home and understanding the process of actually becoming a firefighter. And, I consider myself a modern-day Harriet Tubman and wanted to give other folks the opportunity to, pursue a career in firefighting.
Let me ask you this. There is some criticism, some people suggesting that, look, this is the state just taking advantage of cheap labor, right? Like where you can get some of these inmates and they might make a few bucks a day and they're doing this, life-threatening, difficult work. What would you say to them? How would you respond to that criticism?
It is a voluntary program. There's a lot of benefits that come with it. You get better food. You get visits in the park-like setting.
That's it. Like that. So that's the point, which is quite literally the horrific conditions in regular prison is an additional incentive for a lot of these guys to go into this program, because then they get to be treated like human beings in the camp conditions as opposed to the prison conditions. And that to me is like, a very obvious indicator that there's so much more to solve in this carceral structure. But I'm not gonna look a gift horse in the mouth.
Dormitory living. You get out in the community and folks are eligible to get time off. But for me, it exposed me to that career that I love now. And that's one of the reasons why I started FFRP. So for me, and my experience was kind of a roller coaster mentally, physically, emotionally. But for me, I turned that negative into a positive, and I found a career path that that I love, and I'm just trying to help others find their path too.
Well, Royal Ramey, thank you so much for taking the time. We appreciate you and all the incredible work that you and your colleagues are doing out there, saving lives and property. Thank you.
Thank you.
And this is truly when we see the best of humanity is through these times. Tom Vakar has been live at Santa Anita Park in Arcadia for us. Tom, it just must be overwhelming to see the goodness in people's hearts.
I think it's fair to call this a flash mob of friendship and faith. And I want you to just take a look at what's going on. This is remarkable. All this stuff has been donated. It continues to pour in. And now that the sun is up, people are coming, but you're seeing as many right now volunteers as you are seeing people.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I was talking about when I said that, like, there's a lot of good in humanity. Like, people talk about the looting and whatnot and really unnecessarily hyper focus on that. And it's very frustrating when, by and large, this is what people are doing. By and large, across the board, most people want to lend a helping hand. They understand that food and visits closed for the wealthy. Yes, you're right, dude. All of those like middle class Altadena, all those middle class Altadena families, dude. I don't know why people think that like wealthy people are going to go to this pile to get other people's used clothes. Like, what's wrong with you? No, these are people who need it, okay? Just think, please, think before you speak, okay? Think before you speak. You look at like an incredibly wholesome situation and immediately go, how can I ruin the vibes here? Like, why? It's just like, in many respects, is the same exact mentality of like looking at ash, looking at like all the ash, all the rubble, and thinking, oh, they're gonna loot this stuff, man. We gotta start shooting looters. Like, it's just a very weird mentality that people have. And I think the internet has greatly worsened the sentiment. People just straight up have lost their capacity to engage in collective action and lost the capacity to see others as human beings. And they just only see them through the cynical lens where everyone is out to get me. Everyone's out to get others. And the internet makes it certainly a lot worse. The less we see our fellow man out in the real world, the more we spend time online, the more our interactions are relegated to the internet, the worse we become, the more cynical we become, the more isolated we become, and the more anti-human we become. It's crazy. And people see it as like a point of pride almost to like constantly seek out the worst possible framing of situations. Wow, what a they not a vice, sorry. They see it as a virtue. Donate lightly used to new items. Some people have been donating dirty clothing and trash to clear out their homes. Yeah.
That are actually coming to get these things. This is a remarkable ad hoc, let's just do it because it's the right thing to do kind of thing. And all of this clothing, remember, if you left and you had only the clothes on your back, this is something really critical. And the other thing that you have to realize is that
like, these are people who lost everything. They lost all their clothes in the fire. They lost their home. They lost their most prized possessions that have tremendous impact in their lives. And now they're just like looking to recover, looking to survive, looking to start anew. And you're over here being like, nah, a middle class person's getting shoes? Fuck that. Not on my watch, dude.
this is something that a lot of people who are coming to were renters. And why I bring that up is yesterday there was a similar distribution at a park in Pasadena.
They should wear the same clothes for the next month. Yeah. As they battle homelessness.
But I talked to a gentleman there who lost his house in Altadena, and he talked about something really important, and that is the folks that are renters. Listen to this. I know this is hard.
Reality, we've all been kind of, okay, live with it. It is what it is. It's happened. Be real about it. This is inspiring. The tears you see are of gratitude for people volunteering out of the kindness of their own hearts.
Is it true that some of the out-of-state fire trucks weren't able to help because they had to wait for emissions testing that weren't open on the weekends? I'm gonna die. No. Okay. No, it's not true. It was fake on Twitter. It went viral on Twitter. No. And not only was it untrue, but like the Oregon firefighters Twitter account had already posted about how their engines were working in the state of California hours before that Twitter, this random Twitter account decided, lol, California emissions testing. No. Sorry for getting aggressive with you, chatter. I'm not mad at you. I'm just so mad at the way that communication spreads, misinformation spreads. And it literally doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. Because it's so much, because it corresponds to prior biases that people have about like, lol, California, lol. Yeah, you are the media now. Parker Cardwell is the guy who said at 3:26 p.m., okay, 4 hours after, to the dot, 4 hours after the Oregon State Fire Marshal had said, Oregon strike teams arrived Thursday and are assigned to the Palisades Fire. 11 of the teams began their assignments this AM. Teams are motivated, committed, and excited to get out on the line and help where they are needed. 4 hours after that, Parker was like, I just heard from my brother, a firefighter in Central Oregon. The 60 fire trucks today sent to support the LA fires are being held up in Sacramento for emissions testing. They likely won't pass inspection and won't be able to help. What a joke. And it got highlighted by the CEO of Twitter, Linda Yaccarino. Like, it's crazy to me that the Oregon State Fire Marshal has to send out information about, like, in a crisis moment, the Oregon State Fire Marshal has to send out a message to whoever will listen, and no one will listen because there's only 555 likes because this is a random tiny account. It just blows my mind the tendency that people have where they are infinitely more interested in spreading untruths than they are in exercising a little bit of critical thinking.
Some people are born under certain circumstances, like you said, or like the young lady said, some people start ahead in the race.
Young lady.
And
Caroline's also 33.
That's still young, man. Come on, man. So some people's circumstances.
I literally take back everything I just said. I take back everything I said.
I'm sure there are exceptions, but I just don't like acting like these homes are in very wealthy areas. It doesn't make sense to me. Yeah. Palisades and Malibu still have places where people have had their homes for many, many decades at this point. So not every single person is wealthy there either. But yes, Palisades and Malibu have some of the most expensive real estate. Okay. Some of the most expensive real estate in Los Angeles. Altadena, on the other hand, another area of impact, is not an expensive real estate marketplace. Okay? It doesn't matter. It's still a horrible situation. You don't know what people's background is. You don't know what they do on their day-to-day basis. Like, I just don't understand how you're pocket watching victims of a natural disaster. Like, it blows my mind. Bro is from Bel Air. No, I am not. I am not from Bel Air.
Fuck him. Okay. If Hasan has 10,000 haters, I'm one of them. If he has 100 haters, I'm one of them.
You
If he
are
has
from
no
Bel Air?
haters,
Okay,
because
I'm from
dead.
Bel Air. I lied.
You know, some people are.
Middle class or not, if you're in a country that has its support system stripped bare, then you are essentially one major crisis away from homelessness. That's going to be the case for many of these families. Yeah. California is home to the poorest and richest people. They literally live within blocks of each other sometimes. I don't know why that's so hard to understand for chatters. Yeah. I promise you that the folks in Altadena and surrounding area are not wealthy. Even if folks own their homes, most are folks who bought years ago and have already been consistently priced out of their homes. Those left now have been permanently pushed out and will most likely not be able to buy again in the area they lived in. Exactly. It's going to be an endless struggle to try to rebuild their houses in the same neighborhood that they lived in their whole lives now, in the land that they own, as all of these predatory, vulturous private equity firms try to seize as much of that land as possible to develop, I don't know, luxury high-rise condominiums or something, I don't know, that they can use as a tax break down the line as they can offset their other costs. Yeah, what causes you to want to live in LA? I love Los Angeles, man. I really do. There's a lot that sucks here, but, you know, I like it. That's it. It's going to be an endless struggle where these people are now going to, one, fight back against the vulturous and predatory private equity. They're going to have to fight back against their insurance companies that are going to work tirelessly around the clock to deny their claims that they paid for with their insurance. That is, if they are fortunate enough to not have their fire insurance canceled months before this wildfire took place without them even recognizing it. But the real looting starts now, and it's not like random broke people that are looking to steal a TV in the crisis. But just pay attention. Pay attention to how normalized and streamlined that process is. That process of looting that is infinitely more impactful, has a significantly higher dollar value. That process of looting is systematized. That process of looting, not dissimilar to the universal healthcare coverage that we talked about in the aftermath of Brian Thompson's assassination, allegedly in the hands of Luigi Mangione, allegedly. That kind of pain, no matter how universalized it is in a country like the United States of America that impacts virtually every single family at a certain point in their lives, that kind of violence, that kind of murder is socialized. People don't see it in the same way that they see a random mask-wearing thug who's going to come into your neighborhood in a scooter. Okay? Although that kind of theft is far more consequential, and the dollar values that are stolen from the public in their weakest moments is far larger. This TikTok pissed me off about the looting. Yeah, I saw this. It's got 2.2 million views since the last time I checked it. Last time I looked at it, it had 1.6 million. This guy is out of his mind for this. He doesn't even live in Los Angeles. He's talking about like, yeah, ladies, protect your own. It's got 2.2 million likes, dude.
This is magical.
It is magical, and he pointed out to me something. He says, you know, we have insurance. We're in a hotel. We're going to be okay, as difficult as it is for him to have lost his house. But he says, you know, the renters, that's a whole different thing. Many of them have nothing, and they've left with nothing, and they have nothing to go back to. So as a result, something like this is a real ray of hope. And as the sun comes up, those rays of hope are shining on this, and this will
Chuck Dies, thank you for the 25 gift this
last until Wednesday here, and as a result of that, there are people that are going to be able to do that. And yes, it won't be just the victims of Altadena, but there's a lot of need all over California, to say the least, in the country, and people are going to come here and they're going to be able to get a little bit of a leg up, and I think that that's really important. And that's all for now, but it's really amazing to see. Back to you.
Oh yeah, thank you, Tom. Appreciate you very much.
We want to get right to that growing situation in LA. Even though winds were calmer yesterday, firefighters had just hours of relief because overnight, those Santa Ana winds picked up yet again, raising concerns that the wildfires could grow and more homes could be threatened.
Let's talk about where we stand this morning. The death toll right now rising to 16, with 13 people still missing, although it's unclear whether those are all fire related. Over 150,000 people are under evacuation orders. Over 71,000 customers are dealing with power outages.
And more than 12,000 structures have been damaged or destroyed, and new evacuation orders were issued overnight. At least 8 states and 2 countries, Canada and now Mexico, pitching in to help fight the fires. We have team coverage this morning, beginning with Matt Rivers in Pacific Palisades for us. Matt, good morning.
Hey, good morning. With yesterday, very tense scenes in a Brentwood neighborhood where we saw flames coming right up close to some properties there. But firefighters were able to fight those flames yesterday, thanks in part to a lull in the winds. The winds have gone down a little bit. That's a good thing. I think there's an uneasy calm right now in Los Angeles as we are expecting those winds to pick back up this week. This morning, a fierce battle against fire underway across Los Angeles as those powerful Santa Ana winds make an unwelcome return. The Palisades fire, scorching through more than 23,000 acres and counting, only 11% contained, now threatening popular neighborhoods like Brentwood and Encino, triggering new evacuations in both places.
It's very difficult, but we're alive. We're alive.
First responders working tirelessly around the clock. Aircraft diving over and over, dropping water and retardant in an effort to stop the flames from spreading.
But, you know, we were sitting here, they probably did 50 drops between this whole line here.
And on the ground, we followed firefighters in Brentwood as they held the line against the onslaught of flames. So you can see with these wind gusts, those flames trying to force their way up from the bottom of the canyon, and as they do so, they're getting closer and closer to this house here. This is somebody's patio that we're on, and you can see the firefighters doing their best to make sure the flames don't get this high. Without these firefighters here right now, the house here, other houses in this neighborhood, almost certainly gone. With dwindling...
Hey, what is your street address? I'm simply concerned about your safety, and I would like to ensure that you are not at risk. Yeah, totally, dude. Let me tell you real quick. Pull up.
Resources, the firefighters using water from the pool of the very same home they were fighting to save to bolster their own water supply. A flare-up early Saturday, even spawning this stunning fire-nado, spreading the flames. New satellite images showing the Palisades fire burning south of the Encino Reservoir. Massive plumes of smoke blanketing the skies. Palisades just one of several fires still burning around Los Angeles. The Eaton fire scorching through more than 14,000 acres and only 15% contained. Malcolm Stewart did his best to save lives the night that fire broke out near his home in Altadena, racing around without water, still trying to put out the flames.
I wasn't even thinking about it. I was just thinking about trying to save my neighborhood. I grew up here.
And he managed to save several homes, but for so many others, he could only watch.
I'm devastated. I wish I would have had water, and saved all these houses.
The death toll from all the fires now rising to 16, though officials warn the full scope of the loss of life is still unclear. Governor Gavin Newsom now doubling the amount of National Guard deployed in Los Angeles. Firefighters even flying in from Mexico to join the fight, the governor greeting them at the airport. And local authorities vowing to find out what exactly caused these devastating fires, announcing a task force led by the ATF.
This task force is made up of local, state, and federal partners designed to investigate the cause of these fires and to see if there's any connection between them.
Volunteers descending on this parking lot in Arcadia, hundreds of people donating supplies like clothes and food to evacuees, coming together to help their community however they can. And so while things are relatively calm for the moment, we know that might not last. These red flag warnings in place until at least Wednesday of this week. The winds expected to pick.
My conservative dad is convinced that illegal immigrants are starting the fires to steal the land. He heard it on Fox News. Oh my God. The fire map I use is watch duty. Bro, I promise you, put parental guidance. Put parental guidance on your parents' TVs and their internet access. Okay? I promise you, if they can't figure out how to get onto these websites, if they can't figure out how to get to the TV, you will literally have a better life. They will be better because of that, okay? Some of y'all's parents need parental guidance on their TVs, okay? I'm serious.
Back up, and when that happens, the threat of fire, of course, also rises. Gio?
Unbelievable to see those flames so close to the house. Matt, thank you so much. Now to the growing questions about LA County's response to the fires and the lack of water to fight them. ABC's Jacqueline Lee is in Altadena with this major part of the story. Good morning, Jacqueline.
Gio, good morning. That access to water critical for first responders and residents. You can see those flames burning in the hillside. It's powerful destruction so widespread. This used to be a coffee shop with nothing left behind.
This morning, as people trickle back into their devastated communities.
I can see my washing machine. I can see so many remnants of what used to be.
Mujike Cooper and her fiance Alex stunned to see the Altadena home they spent 4 years in reduced to ashes.
What do you guys regret not taking with you? Definitely my box of keepsakes. It had, my dad fought in World War II, came back to a segregated country, and there were little fragments of his tours around the Pacific that I really wish that I kept.
Stories now emerging about the lack of adequate water supply as firefighters and residents battled the flames.
The water supply cut off.
Yeah, they shut the water off on us.
After watching her home burn to the ground in Altadena, 24-year-old Marcela Banuelos ran to her grandmother's home, grabbed a garden hose and tried to save it.
They shut the water off on us. And you know, there was nothing we could do. Like, we didn't have any water to try to put out anything. And, you know, I tried my best.
Governor Gavin Newsom demanding an independent investigation into the reported issue, while the LA fire chief claims her department saw a $17.6 million budget cut for the year. This as thousands of residents are now tasked with rebuilding from some of the worst fires in California history.
You see the rake, all of this
Just fell straight down.
Alex and Mujike say they will do so differently.
I'm going to be very conscious, since we're rebuilding from the ground up, of the materials that we use to make sure that it is fire deterrent, and in hopes that this doesn't happen again.
Residents tell me they are extremely nervous.
Will California flip red now? No. Why would it flip red now? I don't understand why people think that people that have lost their house are going to be like, oh man, it's time now. Donald Trump would have saved us.
Nervous about their ability to obtain home insurance after rebuilding, and the state banning insurance companies from canceling and not renewing policies for 1 year. Rhiannon.
Oh, just devastating. Jacqueline Lee, thank you for that. As you heard Matt Rivers mention, a red flag warning remains in effect for much of Southern California as LA prepares for more strong Santa Ana winds this week.
And then,
Everybody except people who live there seem to be doing it. Yeah. Everybody's fantasizing about like a red wave in California, which is like such a freak like attitude to have. I don't understand it. Did Florida turn blue after the hurricane? No, that's not how this works.
just one more question. So we are expecting severe gusts of wind in the coming days. Is the city prepared regarding fire hydrants and water pressure?
It feels like there's a lack of fire education in the USA. We're told not to rely on water lines to fight fires. We have ads on news in Australia about what to do in a fire. Yeah. I think there isn't enough communication of like mitigation stuff that you need to do, definitely, that is enforced by the local governments and the state broadly. Like fire codes that you need to constantly maintain. And I think part of that is also a lack of adequate funding in terms of like fire inspections happening regularly. It would also be very upsetting for a lot of wealthy homeowners to consistently have to worry about their trim. And then I can totally see an argument being conducted that like this actually harms the working poor. You know, it would actually harm the landlords that don't want to engage in this real estate, like multiple real estate owning landlords and landlord management groups, like commercial real estate, I mean, not commercial, residential real estate management groups. But then they would actually cut ads against whoever is implementing such things. By saying this is hurting the middle class and the small business owners because it disproportionately harms the working poor.
I believe the city is prepared. I'm going to receive reports in a couple of hours from a couple of the other city departments, and Chief, if you want to expand on that. Thank you.
Hi, Hasan. I just finished volunteering with Water Drop LA. Thank you for bringing this org to my attention. It was such a cool experience, and a ton of HasanAbi heads were there. Super cool org, and just wanted to say thank you. Hell yeah, chatters. I know that the mission is also looking for extra helping hands right now. That's like down the street from Skid Row. I think my mom left the fridge open. Oh my God.
Thank you. We had a. Oh, I'm sorry, Chief. Any other comments? Okay, thank you. And go ahead.
Could you clarify the total death count related to the wildfires? And if I could also clarification or guidance from the health departments regarding the air quality for residents. Thank you.
I can confer for the Los Angeles County jurisdictional areas that we are at 14 deaths. That's 11 in the Eaton area and 3 in the Palisades area. But that's just for Los Angeles County. Los Angeles would have different numbers, and the city of Pasadena may have different numbers as well. I would say that the best source for that is the LA County Coroner's Office, because they encompass the entire county of Los Angeles, including the jurisdictions I just mentioned.
She didn't leave the fridge open. It was Murat, and it was the freezer.
Hi, Anish Mahajan, Chief Deputy Director at LA County Public Health. The air quality is improving as we have seen the smoke lessen with the better containment of the fires. At this time, the South Coast Air Quality Management Division is indicating a smoke advisory specifically in those areas close to the fires in the northwest component of the county. County residents should continue to monitor the air quality index, the AQI levels, wherever they are, but we are seeing improved AQI numbers. And so we encourage residents who are closest to the fire, who are smelling smoke or seeing it, who have the AQI levels in the unhealthy zones, to be using masks when they're outside.
And I apologize, Tom Hansen with CBS News. What, if any, concern is there about animosity from the incoming Trump administration toward California and its efforts to fight this fire? And that's Mayor Bass, that's directly to you.
Actually, I'm not worried about that. I mean, I joined in the invitation to the incoming president to come to Los Angeles. I joined with the supervisor and the governor, spoke directly with the incoming administration yesterday. It was a fine call, so I'm not concerned about that. There are also, as I mentioned before, a number of my former colleagues who are up for confirmation. I feel like I will have good relations there.
Is the incoming president expected to come here?
I believe so. I mean, I certainly, it was a positive response yesterday.
Yeah, you know, I will say, knowing what I know, and I represent Altadena, which is probably the most diverse community that in the 5th District, this is the exact constituency that he was talking to. You've got socioeconomics from all walks of life, and they are suffering. So I am confident that this president will come.
Well, my conversation also yesterday was throwing around possible points of timing.
Hey, it's Will Kane. Click here to subscribe.
No.
First, let's take a look at the criticism from the man who will be president in 8 days' time. Donald Trump said the fires are still raging in L.A.
It's so cool that Donald Trump gets to have zero accountability permanently when he's in office as the president, but everyone else has maximum accountability all the time. Like, the fires are the governor's fault, okay? But it's also never the president's fault. I need you to understand. Now, he wasn't president during this time, okay? And that's fine. But given the tendency for accelerated weather conditions caused by anthropogenic climate change, we're probably going to see a bunch of other natural disasters under Donald Trump's leadership as well. But of course, none of that will be a problem. We have seen many natural disasters under Donald Trump's leadership. I mean, he chucked paper towels at the people of Puerto Rico, if you remember, famously. It's great.
The incompetent Poles have no idea how to put them out. Thousands of magnificent houses are gone and many more will soon be lost. There is death.
That's so funny. He's so real estate developer brain, dude. Magnificent houses that were built so perfectly, let me tell you. All of these beautiful looking, magnificent houses. Like, it's understandable to point to the property loss in that situation. Obviously, it's devastating, but it is pretty funny. He's like, they're magnificent. The houses were magnificent.
All over the place. This is one of the worst catastrophes in the history of our country. They just can't put out the fires. What's wrong with them? Well, the governor has responded to the incoming president's comments in an interview with NBC. He's hit back at what he calls misinformation coming.
I called for him to come out, take a look for himself. We want to do it in the spirit of an open hand, not a closed fist. He's the president-elect. I respect the office. We have a president of the United States that within 36 hours provided a major disaster declaration over a text. We had support from the president of the United States, Joe Biden, with 100% reimbursement, all the resources you could hope for or imagine, constant communication. I'd like to extend that to the president-elect. I don't know what he's referring to when he talks about the Delta smelt in reservoirs. The reservoirs are completely full. The state reservoirs here in Southern California, that mis and disinformation, I don't think advantages or aids.
It is pretty wild that like when you are in the midst of, look, you're in the midst of dealing with a major, perhaps the most expensive natural disaster in American history, right? And on the other, like, while you are trying to manage resources, I guess, maintain proper communication, and also ensure that you are not the responsible party, you also have to turn around and actively deal with the faucet of misinformation that Republicans are just pushing like crazy. Like, it is wild where we've gotten to. I live in downtown LA. It is a super surreal feeling being in the same city, but still feeling so detached from the issue at hand. It feels like I'm in another state watching from afar. Yeah. It is wild to me. Does insurance cover any of those laws, or does it all go under force majeure? It depends.
Any of us responding to Donald Trump's insults, we would spend another month. I'm very familiar with them. Every elected official that he disagrees with, very familiar with them.
We do know, though, from reporting here locally that one reservoir that serves the Palisades was not full.
And that's exactly what triggered my desire to get the investigation, to understand what was happening with that local reservoir. That was not a state system reservoir, which the president-elect was referring to as it relates to the Delta and somehow connecting the Delta smelt to this fire, which is inexcusable because it's inaccurate, also incomprehensible to anyone that understands water policy.
Multiple times, Mr. Trump has threatened to withhold aid for California wildfires, both as president and now again as president-elect. Are you worried that he might actually do that?
Well, I mean, he's done it to Utah, he's done it to Michigan, did it to Puerto Rico. He did it to California back before I was even governor in 2018, until he found out folks in Orange County voted for him, and then he decided to give the money. So he's been at this for years and years and years. It transcends states, including, by the way, Georgia. He threatened similarly. So that's his style, and you know, we take it seriously to the extent that in the past it's taken a little bit more time. I've been pretty expressive about that in the context of someone threatening our first responders in terms of supporting the immediacy of their needs.
That's what you take it as, that President-elect Trump is threatening the first responders here.
Well, I mean, it's what he said. He said, I'm not going to support the firefighting efforts. I'm not going to support the state of California as it relates to its emergency management.
Hold. I had to get my food. Click on the dog video. This is my mom's doing. She uses anytime I'm away, she thinks that this like dog anxiety music will help Kaya. I don't think it does. Why are you eating? I thought you were a socialist, bro. True. Well, I'm not. I'm a capitalist. Trump calls for Newsom's resignation. This is all his fault. Oh, this is from 3 days ago. Fun days in the stream title, bro. I know. And I got some stuff lined up. We're also going to be talking about the TikTok ban. We got the Lolo coverage as well. We have this slop economics video that you guys wanted me to watch. Okay. This is, I don't know. This is the national correspondent for Fox News, Bill Melugin.
This shit is going quick.
Who posted these videos or reposted these videos saying this is the closest and clearest footage I've seen of the first moments after the Palisades fire started, and it shows the exact starting location, which appears to be near a trail.
This is the last. Dude, that's right where we were standing. We were literally right there. Holy shit. This is the last. Dude, it's catching up.
And people are like, will you be watching a new Bestie Marks vid? Bro, this person has nonstop. I don't know what Bestie Marks wrote about, but it's crazy to me that you have just been writing for this Bestie Marks video so much. Every insane conspiracy that ended up being true.
Heart attack pistol. In 1975, William Colby.
Wait, what is this? This is extremely in the pocket of things that I'm interested in. Any playoff football on your agenda tonight? You can see everyone's message story. Yes. Donkey Game of the Year video too, by the way. Okay. Donkey's Best of 2024. I like that. Is it about German anti-Semitism turning into Islamophobia? Yeah, I don't want to watch that today, man. I've covered that so much. But yeah, we got TikTok. We got the TikTok ban as well. We're going to be covering that. And a lot more. Khabib Nurmagomedov removed from an airplane, which is a crazy situation. I never covered the Elon Musk thing. The Elon Musk like pro-Nazi Germany thing, or not pro-Nazi Germany necessarily, but like his Holocaust revisionism, I guess. Southern California Edison preserving equipment near Eaton fire starting point. The number of faults on the power grid near 3 of the major Los Angeles County fires skyrocketed in the hours before the blazes began, according to a company that monitors electrical activity. Bob Marshall, the chief executive of Whisker Labs, said in an interview with The Times, the areas near the Eaton, Palisades, and Hearst fires all saw massive increases in faults in the hours leading up to the fires. Faults on the power grid are caused by 3 limbs hitting electrical wires or wires hitting one another, among other causes. Each fault causes a spark. This isn't 100%. This is not 100%. But, you know, we'll see. We'll see what it is, but it's not. It wouldn't surprise me at all. Like I've mentioned before. All right, let's do this. Every insane conspiracy theory that turned out to be true.
Colby, the CIA director at the time, had to testify in front of a committee that was investigating the CIA. This happened because there were many accusations of assassinations of foreign and American politicians from the CIA. So the US Senate put it under investigation for alleged covert action abuses, which resulted in 14 reports of major abuses by the CIA, FBI, and NSA. However, there was an accusation or conspiracy theory that was much more worrying than the rest of them. It was thought that the CIA had developed a pistol that could fire a poison dart from around 300 feet, cause death, and leave no trace of what the cause was. When William Colby declared declared that they had a poison dart gun that was potentially basically completely silent, felt like a mosquito bite to the target, went through clothes, caused a heart attack, and left no traces but a small red spot because the dart melted. The public was shocked. Furthermore, it was revealed that this wasn't an isolated case. It was part of Project MK Naomi, a project designed to increase U.S. biological and chemical warfare capabilities. This was the only time this gun was shown in public.
Nice.
USA's fake Cuban terrorist attack. In 1962, during the Cold War, tensions between the US and Cuba were high because Fidel Castro had risen to power in Cuba and allowed communists to join the new Cuban government, nationalized US businesses, and improved relations with the Soviet Union. Furthermore, the Cuban Missile Crisis happened when the Soviet Union placed nuclear missiles capable of hitting the US on Cuban.
Unacceptable. Wait. You can tell a lot about an account's politics and understanding of historical understanding of a history if they mention what preceded the Cuban Missile Crisis. Very important. Now, of course, as a Turkish man, this hits close to home. As a Turkish man, this hits a little close to home because, once again, Turkey not mentioned, okay? But Turkey at the table. Once again, Turkey at the table. Turkey is the table. For those of you who don't know, Russia said that the USSR said that they were going to put missiles on Cuba, directed in the United States of America's direction, after the United States of America put NATO missile bases in Turkey.
Soil after the U.S. placed theirs on Italy and Turkey. Operation Northwoods was a plan by the United States.
Respect! Hey, respect to the paint explainer. Okay? Respect. You can tell a lot. You can tell a lot about a YouTuber and their genuine interest and genuine curiosity in history and understanding of the world by what they choose to omit and what they choose to mention. Specifically Turkey. Very important to mention.
Department of Defense to stage terrorist attacks against American citizens and blame the Cuban government in order to justify a war against Cuba. They wanted to hijack civilian planes and make them appear as if U.S. Air Force planes were shot down by Cuba, to simulate the downing of a U.S. fighter jet off the coast of Cuba, to blow a U.S. ship, and to organize terrorist attacks in U.S. cities. The plan also included creating a Cuban communist terror campaign in the Miami area, in other Florida cities, and even in Washington, which would involve bombings.
By the way, how insane is that the federal government, like our state intelligence apparatus, was actively talking about doing this?
Civilian targets. The plan was approved by the Joint Chiefs of Staff, but was ultimately rejected by President John F. Kennedy because it would have been too risky and could have led to a full-scale war with the Soviet Union. CIA's fake animals. In the 1970s, the CIA developed what they called the Insectothopter, which was a drone the size of a dragonfly and hand-painted to look like one. It was kept secret until December 2003, when it was revealed to the public at the CIA Museum, and the project was abandoned because it was too difficult to fly in crosswinds. Another similar project was the AeroVironment Nano Hummingbird, created with specifications given by the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. These weren't the only times they used animals or crafted fake animals to spy on their enemies. During the Cold War, they developed a camera so light that it could be carried by pigeons in order to take aerial photos.
I wonder what happened to John F. Kennedy. Does anybody know? Like, after he said he didn't want to do the whole, like, false flag terror attack that would kill American citizens? Sure hope he, had a wonderful blossoming presidential career to completion. Seems like he's got a good head on his shoulders.
And they even trained some of these pigeons to drop eavesdropping devices onto window ledges. However, despite successfully placing some of these devices, no usable audio was captured from them. They even used fake fish to secretly check water samples for the presence of nuclear runoff or other suspicious substances. USA's fake Vietnam attack. In 1964, tensions between the United States
Okay, this account is amazing.
and North Vietnam were at an all-time high, and things worsened on the 2nd of August when North Vietnamese forces shot at a U.S. destroyer while it was doing a covert operation close to North Vietnamese territorial waters. The U.S. government then, on the 4th of August, said that a second attack happened, while this was false. The commander of the Maddox, Captain John Herrick, initially reported the attack but later expressed doubts, attributing the radar signals to freak weather effects. And despite these uncertainties, the Lyndon Johnson administration relied on misinterpreted communications intercepts to conclude that the attack was real. Also, in October 2005, the New York Times reported that Robert J. Hanyuk, an historian for the NSA, concluded that the NSA distorted intelligence reports passed to policymakers. He said agency staff deliberately skewed the evidence to make it appear that an attack had occurred. This was probably done with the goal of providing the Johnson administration with the justification needed for military action in Vietnam. Years after the incident, Robert McNamara, the Secretary of Defense during the time, admitted himself that the August 4th attack had
Wait a minute, what?
never occurred. The Johnson administration was probably just seeking a reason to escalate American involvement in Vietnam as Cold War tensions increased, and the domino theory made its way through the U.S. military, which said that the fall of one country to communism would lead to the fall of others in the region, causing more fear. Because of this false operation, Congress passed the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution, granting President Johnson broad powers to conduct military operations in Vietnam without a formal declaration of war. Canada's gay radar. At that time,
What? Okay, this one I didn't know either. What are we talking about? Every insane conspiracy theory that turned out to be true. That America staged a fake attack to America created a fake attack to set the stage to invade Vietnam. That the CIA has a heart attack gun. That America openly, like the CIA openly tried to do a false flag terror incident to also set the stage to invade Cuba.
homosexual people were persecuted by the Canadian government, and they were trying to find new ways to get rid of them from public jobs, especially the police and military. In the 1960s, Dr. Frank Robert Wake, a psychology professor at Carleton University, developed what's called the gaydar or fruit machine, which was a series of psychological tests with the purpose of...
Okay, this is so funny because it's like, dog, you're Canadian. It's gonna do false positives across the board, you know?
Of identifying gay men. It worked by using erotic images and what were thought to be homosexual words to see if there were any physiological changes that could point to a sexual arousal, such as the dilation of their pupils. Of course, this machine was completely pseudoscientific and unreliable. The room's light could change the dilation of the pupil, and many more outside variables made it faulty. Nonetheless, these tests caused hundreds, if not thousands, of people to get fired. The US government poisoned alcohol. From 1920 to 1933, the United States banned alcohol, entering the Prohibition era. This made the alcohol black market flourish, enabling criminal organizations like the mafia to enrich themselves. So the United States government had to find a way to stop this. They went to extreme lengths to try to reduce the black market's activity and to make people stop drinking, but their efforts had poor results. So the government became frustrated and started adding large amounts of methyl alcohol, a substance that made the illegal drinks really dangerous, as a very small amount of undiluted methyl alcohol could kill a human being. This was probably done thinking that the black market sellers would have avoided selling poisoned alcohol to their customers, as they would have lost them when they died. But they didn't take into account that the demand for illegal alcohol was so booming at the time that the sellers didn't really care about their customers' lives. The effects quickly showed. In 1926, in New York City, 585 people died from this government action, and over 5,000 fatalities from this poisoning, at least a 600% increase.
I don't know this either.
From the previous deaths from alcohol were said to have resulted in the entire country. CIA's fake vaccines. During the hunt...
I didn't know this. This account is amazing.
hunt for Osama bin Laden, the CIA conducted a secret operation using a fake hepatitis vaccination program in Pakistan to illegally collect blood samples and confirm the presence of bin Laden or his family. The CIA planned to compare the DNA samples collected from the program with the DNA of bin Laden's sister, who had died in Boston in 2010. The program ultimately failed. It led to the arrest of a participating doctor, Shakil Afridi, and was widely criticized for undermining public health. The operation is blamed for increasing vaccine hesitancy in Pakistan and triggering violence against healthcare workers, who were perceived as spies. As a result, Pakistan saw a resurgence of polio, becoming the country with the highest number of polio cases in the world by 2014. The CIA director issued a directive in 2013 prohibiting the agency from using vaccination programs for operational purposes, including
Would it shock you to find out that the CIA deliberately spread vaccine misinformation as recently as 2021 and 2022? I wonder if he'll talk about this, but China, in an effort to increase soft power and also not be weird, gross, profit-seeking monsters, decided to send Sinovac, their own COVID vaccine, to the Philippines. Now, if you know anything about China, there's a lot of, let's just say, back and forth, a lot of water wars going on in the South China Sea, where Filipino boats will sometimes be sprayed with water by the Chinese Coast Guard. So there's already a little bit of friction between the two nations, but China wanted to offer a lending hand to the Philippines, whereas Western nations were taking their sweet time in delivering vaccines to the country. America saw this as a major problem. The American State Department looked at that and thought, we can't have people in the Philippines feeling like China is there to protect them. So they worked tirelessly behind the scenes to create anti-vaccine campaigns in the Philippines to undermine the public opinion on vaccination campaigns in general, and specifically Sinovac, that the Chinese vaccine would kill you if you took it. They did in the Philippines what Americans do here to our own. The Pentagon ran a secret anti-vax campaign to undermine China during the pandemic. The U.S. military launched a clandestine program amid the COVID crisis to discredit China's Sinovac inoculation. Payback for Beijing's efforts to blame Washington for the pandemic. One target, the Filipino public. Health experts say the gambit was indefensible and put innocent lives at risk. Anywhere where you saw countries that deal with China, where there is like a tremendous number of anti-vaxxer fears, who knows if the State Department had a hand in that? We know for a fact that they did in the Philippines. And that was certainly almost a decade after the CIA openly came out and were like, my bad about the Osama bin Laden, Pakistan situation. Yeah. Hashtag China Ong virus. This post, identified by Reuters, matched the messaging timeframe and design of the U.S. military's anti-vax propaganda campaign in the Philippines, former and current military officials say. Social media platform X also identified the account as fake and removed it. COVID came from China, and the vaccine also came from China. Don't trust China. One typical tweet from July 2020 read in Tagalog. The words were next to a photo of a syringe beside a Chinese flag and soaring chart of infections. Another post read from China, PPE, face mask, vaccine, fake. But the coronavirus is real. The U.S. military's anti-vax efforts began in the spring of 2020 and expanded beyond Southeast Asia before it was terminated in mid-2021, Reuters determined. So it was expanded beyond Southeast Asia. He doesn't understand a simple gambit. Yeah, that's true. It was a gambit, dude. It wasn't a tactical misinformation campaign. You're right, Chatter. Oh, man. I didn't realize it was a simple gambit. Oh, man. Masterful gambit, America.
Recruiting healthcare workers. It's in situations like these that we see the impact information has on our perception and beliefs. The health of the Pakistani population was undermined by disinformation that caused disbelief in the healthcare system. It's crucial to get an objective view on matters. For example, news outlets might frame stories through a different lens based on their political leanings and interests. Fortunately, today's sponsor, Ground News, addresses this issue by enabling us to see a broader, unbiased perspective by gathering information from a multitude of sources. For example, it has been reported that Mexico warned they would impose their own tariffs in retaliation if Trump were to impose a 25% tariff on Mexican goods. 348 sources reported on this, primarily from the center, with less coverage from right and left-leaning outlets. This creates what Ground News calls a potential blind spot in critical analysis for people who typically consume right and left-leaning sources. The differences in
I do find it funny that many of my friends who do wonderful YouTube videos, and this guy I don't know, but he very clearly is like a smart guy, have Ground News as like a major advertiser, and Ground News is still at the end of the day using a lot of faulty methodology to figure out what their bias chart is, including but not limited to, as far as I understand, the Koch brother funded Poynter Institute. Like media bias ranking structures are entirely dominated by far-right billionaires that have set up these like supposedly apolitical apolitical institutions that almost always exhibit a right-wing bias.
coverage between political leanings are clear. For example, a right-leaning source calls Trump's tariff proposition a threat, while a left-leaning source describes the situation in a more intense way. Ground News doesn't tell you what to think. They gather the world's news to help you come to your own independent conclusions. One of my favorite features is their blind spot feed, which shows you stories underreported by one side of the political spectrum, so I can see stories I normally wouldn't have. I really think Ground News' mission aligns with what I aim to do here on my channel, so go to ground.news.
I don't think these guys know that, by the way. And also I still don't have an issue with Ground News. Well, I don't really care.
News/TPE to stay informed with context you can't find anywhere else. Or scan my QR code for 50% off the same top-tier Vantage plan I use for unlimited access to all their features. Thanks again to Ground News for sponsoring this video. Operation Sea Spray. In 1950, the Navy wanted to test the vulnerability of a city like San Francisco to a biological weapons attack in a project called Operation Sea Spray. To do so, they released two types of bacteria, Serratia marcescens and Bacillus globigii, into San Francisco Bay. The operation happened between September 20th and 27th, and the bacteria were released from a ship off the coast of San Francisco. It's said that they did this because they thought they would have been harmless to humans, but on October 11th, 11 residents checked into Stanford Hospital in San Francisco with very rare, serious urinary tract infections. 10 of them recovered, but one man, who had had recent prostate surgery, died 3 weeks later from a heart valve infection. His relatives later tried to sue the government, but they lost because the bacteria used in the test was unproven to be responsible for his death. The urinary tract outbreak was so unusual that the Stanford doctors wrote it up for a medical journal. None of the other hospitals in the city reported similar spikes in cases, and all 11 victims had urinary tract infections following medical procedures, suggesting that the source of their infections was inside the hospital. Cases of pneumonia in San Francisco also increased after Serratia marcescens was released, even though a causal relationship has not been established. Overall, the Army determined that San Francisco had received enough of
Dude, it's so crazy that like the American government is so out of pocket. This is something I try to explain to people all the time. Like, they don't even care about Americans, man. Like, what is the expectation that they would ever care about like Palestinians or Pakistani people or the Filipino population? They don't even care about Americans. These same institutions are supposed to, you know, protect all Americans from enemies, both domestic and foreign. Meanwhile, we need protection from the military.
Of a dose for nearly all of the city's 800,000 residents to inhale at least 5,000 of the particles, which is within the range of infectivity for anthrax. Project Sunshine. Project Sunshine was a series of research studies done by the U.S. government that began in 1953 to see the impact of radioactive fallout on the world's population, which remained secret until 3 years later, in 1956. They wanted to see the body's reaction to radioactive isotope strontium-90, which represented the most serious threat to human health from nuclear fallout, especially on kids, since they're...
I think this was done in my neighborhood VA. When I lived in Brentwood, there were certain parts that the VA owned. There was a dog park in Brentwood where there were certain parts that the VA, like certain land that the military owned, that was plotted out for the VA. And you were just like not allowed to. The one next to the Getty, that's a massive facility. Exactly. And I think that that's where they did this Project Sunshine, if I'm not mistaken.
Young developing bone tissues have the highest propensity to accumulate strontium-90, and thus they have the highest susceptibility to radiation damage. Of course, this type of experiment wasn't that feasible, since doing it on alive humans would be an ethical monstrosity, and there weren't many familiars that would like to donate their deceased loved ones to be experimented on like this. Somehow, though, 1,500 sample cadavers, mostly babies and young children, appeared out of nowhere. That's because they were taken from countries ranging from Australia to Europe, often without their parents' consent or knowledge. A British mother had even said that her stillborn baby's legs were removed by British doctors, and to prevent her from finding out what had happened, she was not allowed to dress the baby for the funeral. The Dalai Lama worked for the CIA. During the Cold War, it seemed like China and its...
This guy's awesome. Mr. Tongue Suck. The Dalai Lama did work for the CIA. It's kind of funny because the CIA just gave up on Tibet. That's why he's saying worked for the CIA. They did. They literally had a program. They spent a bunch of money on it. And then I've never actually looked into it, but I wonder why they just straight up gave up on it. They're like, whatever. Like they shelved the destabilizing, like the destabilization initiatives that they wanted to implement in Tibet. There was like a big free Tibet movement. Some of it is also obviously, born out of people and their frustrations, specifically as it pertains to Dalai Lama. Oh yeah, I think they did. They did do that when Nixon normalized relations. You're right. But in a lot of instances, they don't actually do that. Like they don't actually give up on stuff like that far long after. I mean, it's like Nixon normalizing relations also still Nixon's normalization agreements also still came with what's the term? I mean, the normal term is lying, but there is another there's another term that they used to use, strategic ambiguity. Across China's west, the Communist Party is placing children in boarding schools to assimilate a generation of Tibetans into the national mainstream and mold them into loyal citizens. Country that bombs schools with 4,000-pound bunker busters calls out country that provides boarding schools for its kids. Hundreds of thousands of Tibetan children are being separated. I mean, you'll see more of this sort of stuff in the upcoming administration, especially as we gear up we redirect all of our efforts into all the evil that China is doing. So there'll be, I think what America is going to do in the next decade, as far as like anti-Chinese sentiment, is going to make anything that we've seen so far look silly. They openly allotted almost $2 billion to specifically this, some of which is these kinds of initiatives. Like they have a lot of money invested in instilling anti-Chinese sentiment.
Its Communist Party wanted to increase their influence on Tibet, which worried the United States.
Tibet.
Consequently, the CIA created what was called the CIA Tibetan Program, where they trained and strengthened various isolated Tibetan resistance groups, which eventually led to the creation of a paramilitary force of 2,000 men. They also sent military supplies in stealthy ways to not attract China's attention, and they spread pro-Tibetan propaganda by showing the human rights abuses in Tibet under Chinese rule. The plan reached $1.7 million of annual funding, and the funny thing is that the Dalai Lama himself received an annual salary of $180,000 from the late 1950s to the mid-1970s, even though he stated that he used most of the funds received from the CIA to finance the activities of the Tibetan government in exile. His brother, Gyalo Thondup, was also considered a CIA's top asset. The program ended after President Nixon visited China to establish closer relations in 1972, but the Dalai Lama and his brother thought that this demonstrated that the US didn't care about genuinely helping the Tibetan people, but that they were following their own interests in the Cold War. The U.S. president's wife became the real president. Edith Wilson was the wife of President Woodrow Wilson when, in October 1919, he suffered a stroke that heavily incapacitated him. They hid the true extent of the president's illness and disability from the American public, and although she was never officially elected president of the United States, she played a significant role in managing the country after her husband's condition, and some scholars even call her the secret president or the first woman president. She took control of many of the day-to-day functions of the executive branch, deciding which communications, issues, and matters of state were important enough to bring to the bedridden president's attention. For this reason, she required that all members of the cabinet send urgent matters, memoranda, correspondence, questions, and requests to her. In this way, she became the sole link of communication between the president and his cabinet. Even though she claimed that she didn't take any decisions herself, her role as a potential gatekeeper of info gave her lots of power and influence, and some suggest that she even successfully pushed for the removal of Secretary.
Another example that comes to mind is also Ronald Reagan and Jill Biden with Joseph Robinette Brandon.
Secretary of State Robert Lansing, CIA's cat spies. In the 1960s, Operation Acoustic Kitty was launched, which aimed to use cats as spies. This project's estimated cost, according to former CIA officer Victor Marchetti, was around $20 million, and the procedure consisted of implanting a microphone in the cat's ear canal, a small radio transmitter at the base of its skull, and a thin wire in its fur. The first mission of a cat spy was to eavesdrop on two men in a park near the Soviet embassy in Washington, D.C. The cat was released nearby, but was almost immediately hit by a taxi. However, Robert Wallace, a former director of the CIA's Office of Technical Service, disputed this version in 2013. He said the project was abandoned due to the difficulty in training the cat. This failure, accompanied by other failed tests, caused the project to get shut down in 1966.
Respect. I'm back in. I'm back in. Impossible to tame, impossible to train. Cat said, I ain't no fed. Yeah.
7. USA's gay bomb. The idea of a gay bomb, a non-lethal chemical weapon designed to make enemy soldiers attracted to each other, was considered by the U.S. Air Force. This hypothetical weapon, mentioned in a 1994 Department of Defense document, aimed to disperse sexual pheromones among enemy forces to generate mutual attraction, leading to mass confusion and panic. Along with the gay bomb, other ideas were discussed, such as remotely engineering body odors using compounds found in bad breath and excessive sweating, with the goal of making the enemy so smelly that they could be easily detected by their opponents. However, there is no evidence that these weapons were used or that it's possible to create such a thing. If you want to discuss this video or suggest an idea for the next one, join my Discord. Link in the description.
I wanted to mention that the boarding schools in Tibet are genuinely a bit concerning. Propaganda aside, it's pretty classic internal colonial policy to take indigenous minority away from families into regimented boarding schools. Yeah, no, I know. I'm unfamiliar with what they're doing. And I doubt that this is, as cheery as the Chinese government suggests it is. But I also doubt it's as violent and as awful as the American news reports on it as well. I'm more inclined to believe that this is still some semblance of re-education. But only time will tell. Like, as far as people say they're being educated mostly in Mandarin and indoctrinated with official Chinese values of loyalty and patriotism, that's just public school, for the record. That is literally public school in general. That is how it works. That's what Common Core curriculum looks like. I think one of the major impacts for Tibet, like one of the major hurdles for Tibet, is that Chinese development has been sparse in comparison to other places. So I think that if they were to do major development projects, which there are some, as far as I understand, but if they were to do major development projects, like that would be infinitely more impactful in terms of making people happy with Chinese governance. The western parts of China are very sparsely populated and super spread out, so it makes more sense to build boarding schools rather than have a lot of small schools everywhere. It's really not sinister, in my opinion. Hasan, why is it easier to adopt other countries' kids than China? What? I don't know. Our reporting shows that far from home, the children are at risk of abuse or of being stripped of their Tibetan identity and bonds with family. Across China's west, the party is placing children in boarding schools in a drive to assimilate a generation of Tibetans into the national mainstream and mold them into citizens loyal to the Communist Party. Tibetan rights activists, as well as experts working with the United Nations, have said that the party is systematically separating Tibetan children from their families to erase Tibetan identity and to deepen China's control of a people who historically resisted Beijing's rule. China doesn't really invest in Tibet as opposed to Xinjiang because they can't really make trade routes to South Asia over the Himalayas. But Xinjiang is getting a lot of bread because that's how China can link up with Central Asia and consequently the Russian and European markets. Yeah. But also, I think part of the reason why is I don't think that there is as large of a Tibetan resistance movement against or a Tibet separatist movement in Tibet as opposed to the Xinjiang separatist movement, which caused China to take action that was completely unacceptable, as I've detailed time and time again. I mean, this doesn't necessarily mean that like the situation in Tibet is perfect or great. As far as I understand, it's the classic process of it's not dissimilar to one of the major issues that the USSR fell into. One of the major traps that the USSR fell into with Russification, in spite of the Sino-Soviet split and a very different approach that focuses on learning from the lessons or the failures of the USSR in terms of the current Chinese communist governance. They still do You know, they still do genuine initiatives to create as much as a monoculture as possible. Oh, that makes sense. Central Committee says China is building the biggest hydroelectric dam in history in Tibet. They just announced it last week. That's why this article is coming out. It will provide clean energy for 330 million homes per year. Oh, okay, that makes sense. It's larger than the Three Gorges. It's going to be Gorgina. From an Indian Tamil perspective, this reads as something similar to what India has been trying to do for decades, which is making states, especially South Indian states, that don't speak Hindi, learn Hindi through force, which is something that Tamil Nadu has fiercely resisted against. I think that this is 100% unacceptable in its entirety if they are not allowed to learn their own culture and their own language. But I don't know. I've heard reports. I've heard people say that they are allowed to do that. I know India is mad as fuck about the dam being built. Yeah. Tibetan rights activists as well as experts working with the United Nations have said the party is systematically separating Tibetan children. They've estimated that around 3/4 of Tibetan students ages 6 and older, and others even younger, are in residential schools that teach largely Mandarin, replacing the Tibetan language, culture, and Buddhist beliefs that the children once absorbed at home and in village schools. When China's top leader Xi Jinping visited one such school in the summer, he inspected a dormitory that appeared freshly painted and as neat as an army barracks. He walked into a classroom with Tibetan students, listened to a lecture on Communist Party thought, stood and applauded to welcome him. Mr. Xi's visit to the school in the Qinghai province in June amounted to a firm endorsement of the program, despite international criticism. Education, he said, must implant a shared consciousness of Chinese nationhood in the souls of children from an early age. Chinese officials say the schools help Tibetan children quickly become fluent in the Chinese language and learn skills that help prepare them for the modern economy. They say that families voluntarily send their children to schools which are free and that the students have classes in Tibetan culture and language. But extensive interviews and research by the New York Times show that Tibetan children appear to be singled out by the Chinese authorities for enrollment in residential schools. Their parents often have little or no choice but to send them. Experts, parents, lawyers, and human rights investigators said in interviews, many parents do not see their children for long stretches. Dozens of research papers and reports from experts and teachers within the Chinese system have warned about the anxiety, loneliness, and depression and other psychological harm of the schools on Tibetan children. My nephew no longer gets taught Cantonese in school. It is to ensure that they only speak Mandarin, even though Hong Kong is Guangdong, which is Cantonese speaking. For the record, this isn't me defending China whatsoever, even though people will immediately rush to that judgment here. But the entire purpose of the military and Common Core public schooling and the Common Core curriculum is to literally do this, just so you understand. For every country, this is a universal value. Every nation state on this planet, since nation states have existed, have done this exact same thing. That's what it is. So, in terms of the in terms of the educational opportunities like this one, like, people are of two minds where they say, like, this is a residential school, this is exploitative, but we have a process in the United States of America for this as well. Like, I don't think anyone here would say that people that live here in the United States of America shouldn't learn English and get English education. They wouldn't. But there's a reason why the American schools also teach and make you say the Pledge of Allegiance in the morning. And Turkish school makes you sing the national anthem on Monday mornings and then Friday night. And also say the Pledge of Allegiance. Dozens of research papers report for experts teachers in the Chinese system and warn about the anxiety. The Times reviewed and analyzed hundreds of videos posted to Chinese social media sites by Tibetan boarding schools, state media, and local propaganda departments that showed how the schools operate and serve the party's objectives. Student life is heavy with political indoctrination. Schools, for instance, celebrate what China calls Serfs Emancipation Day, referring to the anniversary. So, once again, I remember the New York Times article from a couple years ago where they were like, the Red Museum in Beijing is filled to the brim with historical inaccuracies. And it's so funny because the report basically was just describing a museum. Virtually every museum, both in the Western world and also in China, okay, serve that same purpose. And they were very upset that Beijing had made a museum and, I don't know, weren't talking about how they killed 700 gorillion people or something. And I thought that was really funny because it's like, yeah, of course, like, well, one, what are you saying? That's ridiculous. And two, even if that was the case, why no nation state is going to do that? Have you been to an American museum? What the hell? Dude, I went to a naval undersea museum, which was cool, but historical inaccuracy is an understatement here. No, that's what I'm saying. It's like, that's why there's always a two-tiered structure in the way that American media, Western media covers China versus Western media covers itself. But because Western media is private rather than like state-owned broadcasters in general, we often have this tendency to think like, no, these are independent outlets. They do not have some specific interests. Anyway.
This street has many Tanka painting studio, and at this time, every studio has an artist who's painting now.
青金石、绿松石、金子，就是你们别看我们这边有黄金，但是黄金其实在比起这些矿物。
As far as what China is doing here, as long as students are still taught their own culture and their own language, I don't see an issue with it. But if they're actually forcibly bringing people into boarding schools and also forcibly teaching them Mandarin and nothing else, then no, that is not acceptable. That is completely unacceptable. That is yet another instance of a major power player in the world engaging in the destruction of cultural remnants of a population that they are dominating. Student life is heavy with political indoctrination. Schools, for instance, celebrate China calls Serf Emancipation Day, celebrating the anniversary of the Communist Party's full takeover of Tibet in 1959, after a failed Tibetan uprising and a Chinese crackdown that forced the Dalai Lama into exile. The party accuses the Dalai Lama, the Tibetan spiritual leader, of having ruled over a slaveholding society. Dude, it's kind of crazy. Japan did this with the Ainu, and only now is the culture being restored. No, they did this with the Ainu so successfully that I don't think the culture will ever be fully restored. I'm confused by this. I'm confused by this because it's like this is not like, what do you mean accused? Like, this is like, there was a serfdom implemented in Tibet at the time. Tibet had historically been under Chinese rulership, but had some semblance of autonomy. This is before the KMT. This is like predating. I'm talking about Chinese empire. In and out of Chinese governorship. But the former nationalist control over Tibet allowed Tibet to do whatever it wanted, and it still had, it still absolutely had serfdom and torture. I mean, this is like relatively well documented. So I'm just kind of surprised that the New York Times is just openly saying this was an accusation. The Times also found video accounts of boarding school teachers and travels that showed how some schools are underfunded and overstretched. We are not crediting some of the accounts by name to avoid drawing backlash against them. China has been expanding its boarding schools for Tibetan children, even as countries like the United States, Canada, and Australia have been grappling with the trauma inflicted on generations of indigenous children. Yeah, they're really grappling with that trauma. They... Come on. China has been eager to show that happy, well-fed Tibetan children are proudly declaring that they are Chinese. Chung Ken Sumdo Town, Tibetan Boarding Central Primary School, 10-cent video. Wait, what is this? I heard from some drama farmer YouTuber that your take on this matter is incredibly stupid. Yeah. I wonder what the drama farming YouTuber knows about like historic conditions or not only just like the conditions of serfdom in Tibet, but also outside of that, like the long and extensive history of Chinese empire and its control that it's maintained over Tibet, allowing Tibet to operate autonomously while still, you know, entertaining the notion of serfdom existing until Mao Zedong. I work at a major news outlet. I think you're just a dumb guy. True. I am a dumb guy. You cooked on that. They should show the kids Sopranos. Oh my God. All right, let's continue with the article. Strangers at their own homes. Gallo, a Tibetan education researcher, became alarmed by the boarding schools in 2016 when he saw that his two preschool-age grandnieces were who were attending one of his hometown in northwestern China prefer to speak Mandarin, not Tibetan. When the grandnieces, then aged 4 and 5, went home on the weekend, he said in an interview they appeared withdrawn and spoke awkwardly in Tibetan with their parents. Much changed from when he saw them in the previous year. Now they behave like strangers in their own home, he said. I said to my brother, what if you don't send them to the boarding school, Giallo said. He said he had no choice. Giallo set out to investigate the changes families were going through as the schools expanded across Tibetan regions in China. Over the next 3 years, he visited dozens of such schools and saw that many Tibetan students spoke little of their mother tongue and were sometimes only able to see their parents once every several weeks or even months. Children as young as preschool age were being sent away, he said, and parental visits were limited. The Times talked to 3 Tibetan parents with children of elementary school age and residential schools who said they had no choice and that they were not allowed to visit their children at will. Many Tibetan parents accepted their children should learn Chinese for a chance at better job, said Gyalo, who now lives in Canada and is an activist working to draw attention to the schools. But also, most want their children to first gain a strong grounding in their mother tongue. Yeah, this is my attitude as well. Like, as long as they still maintain, as long as they still learn in their mother tongue and that they also learn Mandarin, I wouldn't see a problem with this. I think the issue in and of itself is whether or not this is done by force or what the parents mean when they say, they have no other options. Do they have no other options because they live in a remote village where there is no where there is no like Tibetan first education readily available? Or is there no options because the Chinese government's like, yeah, you have to send what is this? Gyalo works for an NED-affiliated NGO. The Tibet Action Institute is a human rights organization that campaigns against censorship, propaganda in schools, and surveillance by the People's Republic of China targeting Tibetan people. The organization also provides Tibetans with digital tools and strategies to create prevalent and nonviolent protests against the actions of the Chinese government. Tibet Action Institute is a human rights organization created in 2009 to assist Tibetans. After large protests were held before the Beijing Olympics in 2008, the organization provides activists in Tibet with digital tools and strategies focused on nonviolent protests and tools to defend against cyber attacks, censorship, and surveillance from the government, People's Republic of China. The organization was founded by Ladong Tatong, who previously worked as an executive director for Students of Free Tibet. She received the James Lawson Award for Nonviolent Achievement by the International Center on Nonviolent Conflict in 2011. Is the co-chair of the International Tibet Network, a coalition of Tibet-related NGOs. The Tibet Action Institute received the 2019 Democracy Award from National Endowment for Democracy, a private nonprofit grant-making organization that supports the development of democratic institutions around the world. Though formerly private, the NED is almost entirely funded by the United States Congress. Oh, man. I'm once again reminded of the many different. What kind of job opportunities you have with only Tibetan language? Limited, very limited. This same stuff was always a point of contention with the USSR, a facet I'm actually researching currently. Cold Warriors always took any push for Russian to mean intense Russification, but now most scholars see it, at least with some more nuance, since many minorities in the non-Russian republics saw Russia as a power to empower them over national leadership. Oh yeah, the National Endowment for Democracy is not. I mean, it is the CIA. That is what it is, like quite literally. Yeah. Look. Ultimately, you can't necessarily spark any sort of like real momentum if there isn't any sort of real harm. Okay? So what I mean by that is, I'm sure that there are very real issues in terms of Chinese governorship over, and there are very real issues in terms of Chinese governorship over Tibet. Okay? Many of said issues could be addressed through economic improvement for the most part, and also by not necessarily trying to, the term isn't Hanifying, but, you know, not necessarily creating a incentivized or by force, I guess Hanification structure, not the appropriate term here, but regardless. In terms of like people's real gripes, cynicization is better. Yes. Cynicization. Sure. Cynicization. The point is, America can't operate successfully if there isn't any real gripes from the local governance. They can't just like simply give money to people and hope that and hope that there is some momentum. Okay? But this is pretty commonplace in terms of like wherever America has any interest of destabilization. They will look at real gripes and real anger and real resentment that the local population has towards any of our foreign adversaries, and they will greatly overemphasize it in Western media. They will use terms, oftentimes, that they obfuscate when talking about America's very similar crimes and much worse crimes, as a matter of fact, and will turn around and say, like, this is what China's doing. I mean, we might have even done it in the past. Who knows? But like China's doing it right now and much worse. So I don't know what the exact, like, I don't know what the best, I don't know what's going on here, but if this is what's happening and they're being forcibly taken into residential schools and then also simultaneously forcibly only learning Mandarin, then that is completely unacceptable. And I think that the best possible way to combat any sort of American intervention, Western influence in this regard, is to focus on economic development, economic opportunities, and improving the lives of Tibetan citizens, and not interfering in their cultural affairs, which of course China has done for quite some time with the controversies surrounding the Dalai Lama. Controversies that are not born out of like pure hatred or anger, but also to a certain degree are serving a security purpose, considering what we just talked about with respect to the CIA giving the Dalai Lama money and using the Dalai Lama as a beacon of Tibetan emancipation from the treacherous nature of Chinese empire. Children learn from their grandparents and their parents about their local language. Under Xi, such schools have sharply cut classes in Tibetan. Instead, most classes are taught in Chinese. Wait, what? So they do teach Tibetan. Chinese officials insist that enrollment is voluntary. In reality, the government has closed village schools and privately run Tibetan language schools while strictly enforcing mandatory education laws. One can hardly speak of any choice if local schools are all closed down. He and two other independent experts of the United Nations investigated the boarding schools and expressed alarm in 2023, and what they said appeared to be a policy of forced assimilation of the Tibetan identity into the dominant Han Chinese majority. Text messages and voice memos trickled in, carrying urgent questions from Tibetans in China seeking legal advice about the treatment of children in boarding schools. One man wrote to ask about what redress to demand for a child who suffered permanent injury in a classroom fight while the teacher was absent. Another said that the child was found dead in the bathroom of a boarding school of unclear causes, and that the child's parents wanted answers. The questions have been sent over the past 3 years to volunteers offering online legal advice to Tibetans. Times reporters reviewed several such messages, which were shared with us, but were unable to independently verify the accounts. This is just a Chinese Moms for Liberty type person? No, it would be a Tibetan Moms for Liberty type person. New York Times will be like, yeah, what the Tibetan population needs is school vouchers. School choice. Yeah, there's long been protests surrounding and controversy surrounding language education policies in Tibet. In 2021, a video surfaced online showing an elementary school teacher in eastern Tibet beating a child with a chair in his classroom. The video circulated on the internet in China more than 1,000 times before it was taken down. The school at which the beating took place has been described in state media reports as having students who lived on campus. Sure, Israel's been determined to be committing scholasticide, but have you considered that the New York Times is breaking news about a teacher abusing a student in rural Tibet once? Yeah, I mean, that's what's so wild about what's going on here is that, and I have talked about this before, where it's like people will come in here while I'm in the midst of covering like what Israel is doing and be like, dude, but you never talk about China. And then the story that they come to me that they want me to cover desperately is like the Chinese Coast Guard spraying a Filipino fishing boat with water. And it's like, bro, we're dropping 6,000 pound bombs on schools and mosques and hospitals. And you're like, they're playing water wars over there. Like, look at how bad it is. And it's always the same. Wait, dude, you never talk about China? That's not true. I talk about China all the time. As a matter of fact, I talk about it very frequently, which is why a lot of people get very mad and say, Hasan, you're pro-China unconditionally. China does a lot of good and China does a lot of bad, as any state does. I'm currently in the process of reading a New York Times article, but the point remains, which is that like, in order to put together a narrative that this is like genuinely devastating. And there is some evidence, especially considering what large nation states have done, okay, to wipe out certain aspects of cultures that exist within a nation state's boundaries without offering them proper autonomy, with the fears that they might separate or whatever. I'm inclined at first glance to not immediately assume that this is all fabrications. This is all lies or anything like that. Okay. Having said that, however, the article then does this very classic thing that virtually every country, virtually every country of origin perceives as completely normal, which is talking about like a random school having an abuse against a student. Like, yeah, no, there's like, this would be akin to China writing an article about like a pedophile teacher that was outed, like a gym teacher in an Ohio suburb. You know what I mean? Like, can you imagine the largest publication in China writing an article about like the dangers of American public schooling and talking about how there was a pedophile who was a teacher who was outed as a pedophile in I don't know, Springfield, Ohio. Now, the reason why I'm not talking about the school shootings is because that is a valid thing to cover. If there were that many school shootings happening in China, do you think the New York Times would not cover it? They would literally cover it every single day. They would be like, the Chinese Communist Party is purposely executing and turning a blind eye to the gun violence problem in China. That's what they would be saying every damn day. Well, a 16-year-old living in a Tibetan village in Sichuan province told the Times that beatings by teachers were constant at the residential school he attended. Said that over the years he had accumulated several scars on his back from beating by teachers, sometimes by hand, other times by a wooden ruler. Chinese government does not say how many Tibetan children are in boarding schools. The Tibetan Action Institute, an international group that has campaigned to close the schools, estimates that among children aged 6 to 18, the figure is at least 800,000, or 3 in every 4 Tibetan children. The group arrived at its estimate, which is published in a report in 2021 based on local government statistics. Ladon Tatong, a co-founder and director of the group, likened the Chinese schools to the colonial residential schools in Canada, Australia, and the United States. Now that you read an article of lies, at least watch the video I sent to you to get a balanced view. Okay, bro. Like, calm down. Just because it's an American foreign adversary engaging in these actions doesn't mean that it's entirely untrue. This is the nuance necessary for people to understand. This is why so many people have incredibly black and white opinions on, like, Xinjiang, for example. Different time, different place, different government, but same impacts, she said, in the sense of breaking cultural and familiar bonds and roots. Statistics collected by the Times from local government documents across Tibetan areas shows similar numbers in boarding schools, with some areas notably higher than others. In Galag, a Tibetan area of the Qinghai province, 95% of middle school students were in such schools, according to a study published in 2017 in China's main journal on education for ethnic groups. A report from the local legislature in 2023 said that 45 of the 49 elementary schools in Galag were residential. The expansion of boarding school enrollment in Tibetan areas run counter to the national trend. Chinese government guidelines issued in 2018 say that elementary school children should not, in general, be sent to such schools. But children from ethnic minorities in border regions seem to be treated as an exception. In the far western region of Xinjiang, children of Muslim Uyghur ethnic groups have also been sent to residential schools in large numbers. Chinese officials say such schools help children in the Tibetan region avoid long commutes, but official websites also promote instructions from Mr. Xi on minority education, arguing that youth in ethnic minority regions were at risk of having erroneous ideas about religion, history, and ethnic relations. To counter those threats, Mr. Xi said in 2014, children of the right age should study in school, live in school, and grow up in school. The government's hope is that children will then become champions of Chinese language and the party's values. In one video, which appears to be filmed and uploaded on social media as a part of a school assignment, a Tibetan fourth grader at a boarding school described how she saved the day when a Chinese cashier could not understand the girl's mother, who spoke only Tibetan. She then called on other students to teach their parents Mandarin. Be a civilized person, speak Mandarin, the video was titled. Is ethnic relations racism? Yes. Yes. No, this is 100%. Like it's there's definitely valid claims and valid concerns. It's true. Like China it's not a secret. China very aggressively pursues assimilation. Okay? They do that. And they have engaged in cultural genocide. People will say, well, that's because it's a necessity, because, you know, American CIA trained Uyghur Islam separatists created an environment of unsafety in Xinjiang. They wanted to separate from China with erroneous claims of independence. And they did a lot of stabbing attacks. And that's why the Chinese government had to do this like comprehensive anti-terror initiative. And I personally find that to be ridiculous overall, because regardless of the veracity of what people are talking about, it is akin to making that argument against undocumented migrants in the United States of America. Okay? Like, it's ridiculous. You can make that argument against black people in America. You can make that argument against anyone. And many right-wingers do. Okay? Americans make the argument all the time. And they say it's good. It's still unacceptable. But yeah. Warnings from within China. China's drive to assimilate Tibetans echoes history elsewhere in the world where indigenous people were being seen by their foreign. How shameless of the New York Times. How shameless of the New York Times to talk about the like straight up indigenous genocide and then compare it and say like this is what the Chinese are doing elsewhere in the world. Also, if you ask us, like, it wasn't really a genocide, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, come on, they got casinos. Yeah, the only thing that's comparable is the boarding school aspect of it, because residential schools, in the aftermath of an actual genocide, was forcible, caused a lot of forcible assimilation. Australia did it to the indigenous population as well. So did Canada. There were practices beyond like teaching the indigenous population English, though, like horrifying practices, death, destruction, sterilization initiatives, forcible marriages to white people to make the indigenous population more white. So, you know, not saying that what China is doing here is good, but it's kind of wild. Removed from family, not allowed to speak their language, not allowed to practice their cultures, all their cultures were uncivilized. But some of the major difference is this, okay? Look at the conditions of abject poverty in reservations in general to understand whether or not America's interests are to actually integrate and collaborate and have a normal relationship with the indigenous population, which seems laughable when you think about it because we did a genocide to them. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, if the Chinese government engages in like cultural re-education, forcible re-education, in an effort to make the Tibetan population more subservient and then wipe them out or something like that, then it's like, then yeah, the comparison is apt. They're taking Tibetan brides. They're taking Tibetan brides and forcibly marrying them into like Chinese families or whatever. And consistently keeping Tibet underserved and consistently keeping Tibet poor. Just casting them aside, using Tibet as, I don't know, testing grounds for highly radioactive weapons, destroying their water supply, forcing them into concentration camps in the slave labor sweatshops. That's another great example. Those sorts of things are remnants of what, those sorts of actions taken by the government will show you what the priority is. Is the priority to instill some sort of assimilation that is as ethical as possible, which I don't think it is, for the record. Just pointing that out. I don't think what China's doing here is I think what China's doing here is absolutely assimilation, like, for sure. How can they develop that region? Well, you'll see. I mean, a massive dam in the region seems like a good start. Tibet is the fastest growing province as a point of common prosperity. Real growth rate of gross domestic product in China in 2023 by province or region. That's interesting. China's building so much infrastructure in Tibet. Tibetan students get preferential treatments when applying for universities. That'd be really funny if people started talking about affirmative action for Tibetans.
这元呢里面就是最便宜的，黄金也贵，对吧？但是最便宜的
珍珠粉、
对珍珠粉、
绿松石
对
和黄金。
China's doing woke DEI for Tibetans. They don't let my daughter from Shenzhen go to school. I want to send my daughter Li Hao from Shenzhen to the best possible school. She studied real hard. She applied the Confucianist principles, the values appropriately of meritocracy. And now you got them god-dang Tibetans coming in, taking over government positions. What's next? You're going to put them in the Communist Party of China leadership? My daughter deserves that. These top government jobs are going to Tibetans. Unironically, there are Chinese hogs that say this. I mean, hog principles are universal. God dang Tibetans taking our goddamn jobs. Anti-DEI hog Han Chinese is an incredible character. Yeah. A lot of the affirmative action policies were put in place in the 50s when the CCP was arguably maximally pro-ethnic minority rights. I'm triggered. They got the goddamn affirmative action in China. Hey, yo. You better stop it now. You better stop it. I'm having a conniption. Thinking about the goddamn DEI. No taxes in minority regions are required to be sent to the central government. All of it can be spent locally. Minorities will receive proportional representation in local government. Higher level jurisdictions ask lower level minority areas to put forth extensive efforts to support the country's construction by providing more natural resources, and in exchange gives them infrastructural subsidies such as personnel training, budgetary subventions, and disproportionate public works investments. The Chinese government encourages business to hire minorities and offer no interest loans to businesses operated by minorities. This actually happens. Most Han Chinese think the CCP is beholden to ethnic minorities. You should see what liberal Chinese say about the Uyghurs. They say the government didn't go far enough. They also believe the government lied about the number of casualties in the Urumqi riots. Oh my God. Oh my God. Listen. Now I love Chairman Mao. Peace be upon his name. Lord rest his soul. Okay? That's our founding father right there. As every red-blooded Han Chinese man. Having said that, however, these woke policies, wokeism, what those American dogs call the mind virus, has clearly taken over Xi Jinping. Wokeism is making China less Han. Make China Han again. I don't want to see no goddamn Tibetan serving me my delicious dumplings, which are a Chinese invention. Anyway. This is very non-stream. This is such a minority in China. Okay, but it's funny. I'm urging you to build a wall around Tibet. Why are they building a dam? I don't want no Tibetan water powering my Chinese infrastructure. I want to build a wall. What they got over there? Mountains like a wall when you think about it. Build a greater wall. A great wall. An even greater one that we have so far in China. This is hilarious. Historical precedents. Phúc Kangan, a Manchu military leader, recommended for an increase of the quota for the Hui people in a civil and military suishi examinations during a 1785 memorial for the governor of Gansu and Shanxi provinces. Li Zhongshan, the Hunan provincial education. Oh my God, bro. They've had DEI and affirmative action in China since 1785. No wonder Americans hate China. Yeah, the Chinese government officially allowed minority parents to have more than one child per family instead of the one demanded for Han people as a part of the former one-child policy. Rena Singer of Knight Ridder newspapers wrote that in practice, many minority families simply have as many children as they want. Singer wrote that the policies are meant to encourage assimilation instead of empowering minority blocks, and the idea is to give minorities just enough power, education, and economic success as you keep them quiet. This is a somber reminder of the same exact thing that the Western media did during the COVID zero policies that were implemented in China, where they constantly ripped into China while constantly ripping into Donald Trump for having, a perma-COVID policy, but then making fun of China for having COVID zero policies. Okay. And then when public pressure got to a uncontrollable degree, and they decided to no longer have the COVID zero policies in China, they had a massive amount of COVID in China. And then the Western media wrote about how stupid they are. Look, lol, you let COVID roam through your streets. It's the same shit. It's like the state is actually not oppressing the minorities in an effort to just give them enough economic opportunity and some semblance of self-governance so they don't rise up against their Chinese masters. It's like my my haters. No matter what I do, they'll find a way to make it seem bad. The affirmative action of the Chinese government has been called into question as of late, especially from ethnic groups of Han Chinese. Unfair policies on Chinese college entrance exams as well as human rights considered to be favoring the national minority have been believed to be causing reverse discrimination in the mainland. Yes. Oh my God. Han chauvinism has been becoming more popular in mainland China since the 2000s, the cause of which has been attributed to the discontent towards Chinese affirmative action. Another talking point is that some ethnic minorities can carry some weapons for cultural purposes. The Han hogs get scared of that too. Oh my God, I want to dive deep and investigate the Chinese Han hogs that have like reactionary opinions. That's so amazing. Oh my God. How dare they get their crazy weapons? The god dang Uyghur Muslim mans, they got their weapons, and I can't use anything but a butter knife and chopsticks. There are some minorities in China that are allowed firearms for hunting. Number of Manchu speakers at one point after World War II was just down to 8 total. After a few decades, it was restored to tens of thousands. How come they get to have curved swords, but I don't even get to have a butter knife? That's amazing. Yeah. Now that TikTok's getting banned, I'm actually gonna move straight to the source and go to Bilibili. Just a FYI, travel to Tibet is still restricted. Foreigners need a Tibetan travel permit. Foreign journalists aren't permitted. Go to Tibet to get a Tibet permit. I mean, you still also need a visa to go to China. Actually, I don't know. They started doing visa-free travel from South Korea now. So South Koreans have been going crazy. They've been traveling to China like nutty mode because it's close. It's also like relatively close. So many people have been flying into China. Just ask a chatter to send you their parents' WeChat logs. Han Hogs literally think Trump is communist quota for perceiving his nationalism from a third worldist perspective, wearing red caps, red being associated with the Communist Party, and opposing liberals, with liberalism being associated with capitalism, neoliberalism. Some of them unironically call him Comrade Trump. Okay, you're just making that up now. Are you telling me that there are Chinese hogs that think Donald Trump is a MAGA communist because he wears a red cap? I'm done. I'm done. No, that's too much. That's too much. That's too much internet. That's too much ridiculousness. They need to stop that. That is, oh my God. I'm at a Chinese hog. And he had Trump as his phone background. God, I am fascinated with the ways in which people become hogs, dude. In video diaries uploaded to social media, teachers in Tibetan regions have described days in which, on top of teaching, they must also deliver food to students, show them how to make beds, and tuck them in at night. A teacher at elementary school in Tibet who goes by Miss Chen on social media posted a series of video blogs in 2022. In one, she documented a typical day that started with a morning study session before dawn and ended with her checking on the children before bedtime. Another teacher who identifies himself as Mr. Su on social media says he teaches at elementary and secondary school in Nagari, Tibet. He shot a video while patrolling the dormitories of younger students while on duty in one night in 2023. All of us are basically standing in as their parents, he wrote in one social media post. Videos from Chinese travelers show how difficult it can be for rural schools to meet the needs of their students. In 2021, a traveler who recorded a visit to one school in Garzi, a Tibetan area in Sichuan province, said that the dorms looked nice, but there weren't enough beds. Two children shared a bed and huddled to keep each other warm in the winter, as there was no central heating. Some teachers defended schools as ultimately for the good of the children. Others described encountering widespread opposition to the policy. In China, being left-wing is being socialist and socially conservative, while being right-wing is pro-market and socially progressive. I hate that. I'm sure that there is still a distinction, though, in academia, or maybe a lot of the academics are pro-market. You can cheese the visa free by getting transit visas. You can go via Hong Kong and then transit visa, then back to Hong Kong if you need to extend it. British man who is a Chinese citizen married to a Chinese woman who is a hog, hates woke, hates Dems, love China, and has a ton of videos where he rips on America. Yeah, I know. I don't like this guy because, like, at first I watched his videos and I thought it was cool, but then he just, like, he's so gross about homeless people in America. Like, he literally is just like, he's like, yeah, look at all these zombies on the streets of America. This guy's obviously a propaganda machine. Yeah. Like, as a person who is not immediately like, I hate the Chinese Communist Party, their government is poison, it's a parasitic force, it must be eradicated. I'm not like the average American in that regard. I think that, you know, China does a lot of really solid policies that I wish we implemented here in the United States of America, and also a lot of regular big government shit that is completely unacceptable. Having said that, you know, this is the exact type of guy who I should love. You know what I mean? Because he's like so pro-China, showing all the good sides of China when there is an endless faucet of misinformation and hatred being presented in mainstream outlets. And yet, because he's just so aggressively talking about homeless people as though like they're filth that must be destroyed, it frustrates me. It frustrates me. It makes me, you know, it makes me question his videos. Don't hate. He's living your white monkey dream. If you want a real good look at China, this guy is way better than Bald and Bankrupt. Can't recommend enough. Been watching on stream for weeks.
Xinjiang province.
Xinjiang.
Nestled in the far west of China, this territory has become a focal point of international scrutiny and debate over the country's treatment of the Uyghur Muslims, an indigenous ethnic minority with a rich cultural heritage. Since foreign journalists are banned from reporting out of this region, it's difficult to get a view of what everyday life looks like in Xinjiang. But I'm not a journalist. I'm just a guy that makes silly videos. That also means I'm not qualified to uncover the conspiracy of persecution against an entire ethnic group by the world's largest superpower. But what I can do is show what life looks like in Xinjiang. In this 4-part series, I'll be traveling across Xinjiang with zero plan by any means necessary. Join me as I test the boundaries of personal freedom in the most controversial region of the very powerful, mysterious, and possibly misunderstood country of China.
There are police coming, and I'm sure they're probably coming to see me. Okay. Thank you. So many bags. Right. We had a few beers last night, and I have a train in 15 minutes. And that means I've got about 10 minutes to figure out this massive fucking Chinese train station. Platform 3. Where is platform 3? Where is platform 3? Excuse me, sir. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
It's crazy seeing a British lad put on the colonizer drip in China. If Carter hadn't shown me this video, because I trust Carter, I'm watching this. But if Carter hadn't shown me this video and someone just randomly showed me this video, I'd be like, there is no way I'm watching this, man. Like, the aesthetics of this is so unimaginably busted. But to be fair, he couldn't overcome his epigenetic memories, okay? My man literally unlocked, regardless of the good-natured attitude that he has, he just could not stop himself. From looking like a colonizer.
Yes, of course you can take a photo. Of course you can.
Thank you.
That's okay, bro. That's okay. Thank you for asking so politely. Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye. Okay. You know what? We can be late. When someone asks really nicely for a photo with the token white guy, we like that. Oh, I've overpacked massively. So now I've got 2 huge bags instead of 1 huge bag. And I'm pretty sure my bag is leaking. Cola.
护照吗？
护照吗？passport?
证件。
Carriage 13, seat 051. Today we're having a big adventure. 你好. 你好. Passport, yes, passport. Thank you, 谢谢.
Okay, they gotta be asking him this many times because he's white, right? Dog, he got asked for his passport, what, like 4 times? He just kept getting randomly profiled. Is that normal how they operate in China, where they're just like every single person that's just like traveling by train gets asked their passport multiple times? Oh. No, he's a white guy with a camera going to Xinjiang. That's why. That makes sense.
谢谢.
Oh, ain't no fucking okay, bro. Come on, dog. You got the. Oh, come on. Oh, come on, bro.
Take care of things by train. Okay. 谢谢. 谢谢. Okay. 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 谢谢. 谢谢. Thank you. What I love about China, everything's so incredibly convenient. There's one app for everything. Everything's pretty easy. You know, is there this kind of constant feeling of being kept tabs on, being watched everywhere you go? You need to show an ID card, you need to be scanned in, you need to be scanned out.
He honestly comes off as suspicious of China boo to me. I'm sorry. I don't see you anymore. I'm sorry that the 4 minutes where you see your son could feel like a chore. What is happening?
Now, I went to a locker the other day where you had to scan your face to use the locker. And even just then, the policeman sat down with me. He said, you can film outside of the train, the scenery, but you can't film inside of the train. Big adventure today. I've got about a 5-hour train south to the town of Korla, which is in the Mongolian, one of the Mongolian areas of Xinjiang. And then I'll get there about 4 p.m. and then I've only got a few hours to try to hitchhike west towards the Tian Shan Mountains and try and find somewhere to camp overnight. No idea if I'm going to be able to do it, no idea. But that's the plan. I'm not allowed to shoot inside the train, so enjoy some lovely scenery. Bye bye. Bye bye. 谢谢. 谢谢. Bruh. 谢谢. See you. Bye. I have one and I have some here. 谢谢. Yeah. Goodbye. We are in Korla, a few hundred kilometers south of Urumqi. I just got off a 5-hour train and there was a Uyghur family sat next to me, and the little boy came up to me, offered me some eggs, so confidently offered me some eggs, innocently. And I gave him some sausage that I bought.
No!
And we just hung out. We couldn't speak a word.
Dog, you give a Muslim kid fucking pork? White devil. Immediately enters Xinjiang, does haram. No wonder the mom didn't want to shake your colonizer hand, man. Astaghfirullah.
Word of each other's language. We became friends. It was really, really beautiful. Right now, I need to travel about another 200 kilometers west to a place called Kucha. But I'm trying to wild camp somewhere between here and Kucha. Problem is, it's 4 p.m. in the afternoon, so we've only got a few hours to do that. And yeah, let's figure out how to get there. I need to get to the highway. I might get a taxi to the highway, and then from the highway, I'm gonna hitchhike. Okay, I've booked a taxi. We're gonna head to the outskirts of town. When you're hitchhiking anywhere, get to the edge of town, especially somewhere like this. There's lots of taxis around. Oh yeah, I forgot to say, I also got a really hot girl's number coming off of the train. She asked for my number. Okay, see.
Hey yo!
So it was a very successful train journey. Let's go get it.
My man. Hey yo! All right. Okay, white boy. You all right, white boy? Last guy that did that ran an unsuccessful vice presidential campaign. You know what I'm saying? Shit. Tim Waltz POV, baby.
In a taxi. This is a nice taxi.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I like your car.
Oh, thank you.
Very nice car.
Thank you. मैं पर कोई सा बुलंद क्या सोरांगला इसने सोरांगला
Okay. Hi.
Hi, my friend said if is it okay for him to drive you there?
No, because I don't have the money to go to Kucha. I'm just hitchhiking. So I just wanted to be.
I understood.
Yeah. I'm just gonna.
Just hitchhiking, right?
Yeah, exactly. I'm just hitchhiking. So I appreciate the offer, but I just basically need to be dropped off on the highway.
Dude, this guy. Okay, I'm sorry. This stream has me screaming on a nice little winter Sunday. This guy has all of the fixins of a spy. If I am a guy that's driving this dude around, I'm like, this is a spy. I must report this to the immediate authorities because otherwise I'm going to get in trouble. I don't think he is, by the way. I'm saying he's a nice guy. Okay. He seems like a very nice guy. I like him a lot. I like the vibes a lot. I'm simply stating that if I was a local cab driver, I would probably, after this car ride, immediately inform the local authorities in order not to get into trouble.
I think it may be a problem.
Okay. Okay.
I just let me ask my friend if he can drive you there.
No.
Free of charge.
No.
Agree to disagree. He sounds like a prick to me. No, that's just because he's British. Like, that's literally, I'm not lying. That's straight up why half of the chat is like immediately anti this guy. Like, you have forgotten that British people can be nice as well and kind individuals as well. That's crazy.
No. I don't want to. Thank you so much. But that's okay. It's okay.
Damn, he got the aviators on. Okay, bro, come on. He's getting more and more cop coded.
I can go now.
Bye-bye.
Right then. World's nicest. Good luck. Thank you so much. World's nicest taxi driver. I was like, hey, could you drop? I did use Translate. Could you drop me somewhere, kind of safe on the highway? And he phoned his English friend, and I communicated with him, and he drove me like an extra 10 kilometers to take me to a petrol station. What a legend. Thank you. Okay, right. We are going to Kucha. It's 5 o'clock, which means we don't have much time. I've got very high hopes for this mission. Very high hopes. Anytime I've tried to hitchhike anywhere, you start pretty nervous.
This is one of the craziest things I've ever encountered in my entire life, where this dude is not only in China, but he's also going to Xinjiang. And not only is he going to Xinjiang, where he's not like just driving to a hotel or something that he previously figured out, he is literally hitchhiking. It is so insane. The level of the lack of self-preservation here is unimaginable, and I would say a quintessentially white factor. And I'm really excited for it. I'm really happy. I'm happy that white people exist for this reason, so that we can watch content such as this. Okay? Because I don't think anyone who's even a little bit, like anyone that's got like in their immediate lineage, like at a certain point, like, I don't know, a Mexican relative or something is not doing that. Okay? You get like 1/8 brown in you, you are going to be like, of course I'm not going to hitchhike in a foreign country where I don't speak the language in an area where I'm not even allowed to like kind of be in and film. That is so insane to me. That is so insane. What he is doing right now is so insane. And you know what? Honestly, amazing. I'm so glad that he's doing this because it's great content and it's eye-opening. But there is absolutely no way that I could just like cast aside self-preservation like this and just assume that I will be all right.
Can I do it? Can I not do it? It always works. We're at a petrol station.
Yeah, white audacity and genuine curiosity is a deadly combo.
Hopes. I've got high hopes. It's nice here, man. We've got the backdrop of the mountains. That way we've got Bayingolin Mongol Prefecture. Now this whole area is a Mongolian, the native people here are Mongolians. It's called the Mongol Prefecture. And they've been roaming around here for the last few thousand years, I guess. I'm gonna learn more about that and I'm gonna inform you more on it in a later video. Who knows, we might even see some nomads.
No way!
Okay? 谢谢.
Wait, did he give him his passport?
What's your name?
My name is Zhang Xingliang.
Zhang Xingliang?
对。
Zhang Xingliang. This is my friend Zhang Xingliang.
工厂长张兴亮。
Zhang Xingliang.
张工厂长。
Zhang Gong Chang Chang.
对。
Zhang Gu Chang Chang. This is my friend Kang Chu Chang Chang. And
that is not what he said, big dog. Hey, yo. He just gave up. Oh, he just gave up. Oh my God. I can't even repeat what he said because I feel like you would clip it. And you would clip it and be like, Hasan is being racist and xenophobic. God damn. He just started noising it. He missed that QTE so hard. Oh my Lord. No, it's a little card with pre-written sentences explaining why he's there and what he's doing. Oh, okay. That's cool.
He is giving me a lift.
我的下一站。
你的下一站在哪里？
阿克苏。阿克苏。我的下一站是阿克苏。
Akashu. Akashu. Ah, he's heading all the way to Akashu Prefecture. Kashgar. Where I think Kashgar is. Akashu Prefecture. So he's going past Kucha, which is great because that's kind of where.
I just came back from 2 weeks in Yunnan, China, the equivalent of Utah, except the only city where there has 9 million people. When traveling by train, high-speed rail, which I did a lot, yes, every Chinese citizen had to pass through 4 checkpoints just to get on the train, and you were required to show ID passport each time. This is the most entertaining drive this truck driver had in a while with this ridiculous white boy. Yeah, I mean, this is awesome. It's like having a pet go on your travels with you. You know what I mean? You got a pet white boy.
Where I want to go, and he's going to Akashu.
Hitchhiking isn't as nearly as dangerous as people think. No, dude, you didn't understand. I'm not worried about a random serial killer picking him up. I'm worried about no one picking him up and him having to brave the elements in the middle of an area where he doesn't speak the local language. I'm not saying he's going to get killed by someone who picks him up. I'm saying it's far worse if no one picks him up. What are you going to do? Walk 400 miles in the desert? Like, what are you doing? That is a far worse fate for him than being picked up, okay, by a dude with like weird vibes or whatever. He's a white boy in China. Someone's going to pick him up. White privilege take? What? White privilege take? What are you saying? Yes, dude, I'm not insane to assume that every single person that picks up hitchhikers is a serial killer. That must mean my white privilege. Whoever said hitchhiking is not isn't dangerous must be white law. No, hitchhiking in America probably is dangerous. Hitchhiking in general, I mean, I wouldn't recommend it. It's mostly dangerous because what if you don't actually find a route to get to where you're trying to go to? The inconsistency and the likelihood of being stranded is, I think, what makes hitchhiking more dangerous than a random guy killing you.
I have been in China for 1 week and I will stay for 1 month.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. The province is massive. A lot of town cities are spread out over a huge distance with like literally nothing in between except rocks and desert with animals. Wild animals. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend hitchhiking as a woman. That I think is definitely more dangerous. Infinitely more dangerous. That is true. If you were to say like 6'4", the privilege, 6'4" male privilege, I would say yes.
Which city are you from?
我来自内蒙古包头市。
In Mongolia.
Okay, this guy's living my dream now. I kind of want to do this, but like also live stream it. You're acting like you can't vibe down the Chinese animals? No, because I don't speak Mandarin. How am I going to vibe with a Chinese bear, dog? I don't speak Mandarin. You don't understand. It's different. I'm going to walk up. I'm going to walk up to the... I'm gonna walk up to the bear and go, 天上太阳红呀红彤彤诶，西上的太阳西马色东诶，它领导我们的兴奋诶，人民发现当下小小主人，咿呀咿西哟喂，咿呀呀西哟啊，人们发现当下小小主人。And then the bear's gonna be like, that's right. That's a G, right? That's my G right there. Somebody stop him. No, this dude pays my bills, man. Dude, I just popped off on that. We're going global, baby. We're going to China, March. Watch this man, because we are going to do this. We are sneaking into Xinjiang, not sneaking in, going in with official authority. My goal this year is to go to China, link up with some members of the Politburo, low-level officials is fine, and show the beauties of China, okay? And become a white monkey and just stay there. Vibing a bear isn't about speech. I fear you have an incorrect notion about this now. I used to believe you could do it. It's about vibes, not speech. No, speech plays a role in it too.
Wow.
Okay.
That's so cool. He's from Inner Mongolia. So China has lots of different states. One of them, close to Mongolia, is called Inner Mongolia. And he's traveled all the way from Baotou.
Dude, I ball up. In the mornings, I ball up with Pinoy Gang. There's a Swagapino League. I ball with them. They go crazy. Always playing zone defense, full court basketball. And then a couple hours later, I ball with Mongolians. They're also dope. They ball so hard. These Mongolians ball so freaking hard. It's crazy. It's not even a joke. Like there's a dude that plays basketball with gloves on. I don't know why. I've never asked him. I feel like it's rude. But he just balls with gloves on. There's another dude who never takes his sunglasses off. And they're actually low-key nice with it. Like, shockingly.
Inner Mongolia. How many days have you been driving?
There's fan cams of you on Xiaohongshu. You're lying. Stop.
内蒙古来这儿10天。
20 days. 20. Oh, he's been traveling 20 days from Inner Mongolia. Do you have a family?
有，我2个小孩。
How old are they?
Just came and saw you bashing Britons. Britain is the best country in the world even today. If you don't think that, respectfully, F you. I can get in a Discord call and prove it in 2 minutes. I'll be happy to. As I had to wait 10 for your useless follower delay. England. Wait till you hear what I have to say about mushy peas and jellied eels. Bloody hell. Wait, is this guy's name Jamie Le Racist? Are you taking a piece? Okay, this guy's not actually British, I think. This is why you get haters. Yeah, haters like dudes whose names are Jamie Le Racist. His nickname is badly written French. Oh, he means in French, he's saying, I love racist. I love the raciste. I love the racism.
大的22了，小的12。
And how old are you?
我44。
44. My name is Mike.
Mike.
Mike. Yes, Mike. Nice to meet you, Chang Xinglian. Chang Xinglian, the 44-year-old truck driver from Inner Mongolia. We've just told a little bit of his story. Chung Shun Lian just said he's going to rest for 20 minutes and he's got out the car, so we're going to go with him. Let's see what a parking truck stop.
We told a little bit of his story for profit. Typical colonizer brain. No, dude, he's a... God. Chatters, not everything deserves like the most annoying hypercritical leftist analysis. He's just a YouTuber who does travel vlogs for fun and does it in a fairly nice fashion. Please, oh my lord.
What looks like in rural Western China. Ni hao. Ni hao ma. Yakshi musis? Yakshi. Cool. Watermelon, melons, we've got the...
Okay, this might be the first time that these dudes are interacting with a white boy. Okay? Like we're talking rural China and the Xinjiang Autonomous Zone. Like, this is a white boy with a hard H.
Truck guys selling melons. How many melons do you sell in one day? Hello. 50? 50 melons. These boys sell 50 melons in one day. That's pretty cool. I've got to make sure that the truck with all of my stuff in doesn't drive away.
Which year is this? I see hundreds of Western tourists filming in Xinjiang on YouTube. Dude, what are you talking about? Going to Xinjiang and filming in a densely populated city area is entirely different than being 200 miles outside of a densely populated city area at a random gas station Like, this is from 5 months ago, but I suspect that like there's a difference.
So one thing I'm a bit worried about later, in about an hour from now.
A dangerous game you're playing with the United Kingdom still rules the world. Why do you think Africa is still poor? We have their wealth. We can take Turkey in a day too. Eat grass, you communist. Yes, I am from Nottingham. I'll tell you for the fact that UK will destroy Turkey in 15 seconds. So don't be taking the peace. Le peace out of my country and people on accents. This is my favorite type of Euro style racism. My favorite my favorite Euro racist is like, we will destroy the Turkey in 15 seconds. And your family. Wait. Yes, we're not banning this guy. This is awesome. Turkey is shit. Merde. Turkey is merde. I am from Nottingham. The funny part is the last time the UK and Turkey fought was in World War I and the UK got ritualistically humiliated. Yeah, it is also true.
Is finding somewhere to camp for the night. Because it's basically just vast nothingness in all directions. And I want to be hidden, a little bit hidden. Hello. Taxi Ah. Oh, 谢谢. Okay, 谢谢. These truck drivers have...
Aw, I had to ban your pet. They snuck in the N-word. I love racists so much because they're so predisposed with this false notion that they have like superior IQ and superior genetics, but they're so one IQ, like singular brain cell. It's so funny and it's so hilariously not creative.
Giving me a ice lolly. 谢谢
What? What? Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm on Xiaoshongshu. Just showed up. How was your day? Incredible and only getting better. My thirst traps have made its way to the Chinese internet. We have penetrated the great Chinese firewall, baby, with my goddamn thirst traps. I don't understand your haters. Why would you hate watch an 8-hour stream? Crumb of attention, a feeling of recognition. Undermining your... Oh, no. He got permabanned from the website. He got smoked.
So here in Xinjiang, it's it's the surveillance state, and I think it's the same all over China, but especially Xinjiang. There are police checkpoints about every 100, 150 kilometers. The one thing I'm worried about is going through a police checkpoint and then being a bit suspicious of what I'm doing here. I don't want Teng Xinlian to get in any trouble. And I think this is a police checkpoint.
路上不要超速，不要提高驾驶情况，确定。等一下。有个外国人。我路上细看，你也不用啊，你没给我说呀。不是我路上捡的，他在服务区拦我坐的。
First police check. I'm going to turn the camera off. Okay, okay. First police check. I've got to turn the camera off. Hopefully everything goes okay.
He didn't turn the camera off. Stop.
Which port of entry did you enter from? Chongqing. Chongqing. So Hanoi, Vietnam. Chongqing, Chongqing, Urumqi.
Chongqing 回在乌鲁木齐，是吧？
Yeah. Hanoi, Chongqing for
Chongqing. 对，Chongqing。
See, I was expecting that. I was expecting a police checkpoint sooner or later. That one was surprisingly smooth. He went a bit nuts when he saw me in the cabin of this truck, but he just checked my passport, asked some questions. What did the man say to you about me?
是不来这儿旅游的。
He didn't say you're a fool. I asked him if your master who came here. Okay.
What?
The Chinese still welcome you. The Chinese still welcome me.
善良的民族。
China is a kind nation. I know. I can see that every day. Thank you. So yeah, it seems like, you know, they weren't like keeping.
He was asking if the white fella was his boss. That's so funny. That Han racism ACAB is universal. He didn't go nuts. There's the typical Chinese tone. Lamau, the language is a bit like German in that way. Everything sounds a bit aggressive.
Tabs on me. You just have to register. You have to register everywhere. You register at a hotel. You register. I had to register at a train station, and you have to register at the checkpoints just so they can kind of, you know, make sure they know roughly where you are at all times. Now, for someone that wants to camp and hitchhike, it's not good news. But hey, when in China, do as the Chinese do. God, I was so thirsty.
Look at that. We've looked this before. The HasanAbi Bilibili mentions Jed Toasty, repost double toasted spill show, Donkey's video, and some funny videos from YouTube. The registering thing is because people have got lost or died on foreign soil and it's not good for international relations. California law enforcement to conduct training on involuntary celibate extremism later this week. Oh my God.
Got about a litre of water in my backpack. Zhongsheng Lian said I could have one of his waters. Xie xie. So sweet, man. So you might be wondering how I managed to kind of communicate. Obviously, I can communicate with Google Translate, but I planned ahead, and this is the #1 tip for anyone if you're going to be traveling through China or hitchhiking anywhere in the world where you don't speak the language. A laminated piece of paper that says who I am, what I'm trying to do here, why I'm hitchhiking, and can I have a lift please, basically. And it's super helpful because you can just show it to them and they know exactly what you're talking about, because it's not common here to hitchhike, especially seeing a random white dude on the side.
Egypt will be a lot worse for these tourists than China ever will be, and Egypt is an American ally. I mean, a lot of places, dude, there's certain parts of America that would be more dangerous for people to do this sort of thing in than you know, random parts of China.
Side of the road. This tells them everything.
But this guy also goes to like Iraq and stuff too, which is, you know, definitely not. American tourists aren't known to be good people, law. A lot more dangerous for a Chinese national to do this in rural US than a white guy in China. No, that doesn't dude, are you kidding me? Oh my God. A Mandarin first speaking Chinese citizen who doesn't speak a lick of English trying to get a trucker to help him hitchhike across rural America, they would kill him. They would beat him with hammers. And then after that, they would report him to the local sheriff's department. They'd end up like that robot. Yeah. Don't go to Philly. Instant Chinese spy accusations. Straight up. Come on, dude. You haven't spent much time in rural America. Shit's actually not that bad. Metro, maybe, but mostly also safe. I'm a firm and committed believer that the cities in the United States of America are pound for pound safer than many rural parts of this nation. And there's plenty of evidence to also back up that statement. But not only that, but we're also talking about someone, not myself, not a white guy who's white passing enough, who could just like, who could, you know, hang with the local population. We're talking about a Chinese citizen who doesn't speak a lick of English, like the reverse of this guy. Because you guys have to remember, like me and Marat, Marat used to live in Oklahoma. We visited gun shows, things of that nature. Okay. Like, I can hang. Oh, no. Ominous news on Tuesday. The National Weather Service is forecasting a PDS, particularly dangerous situation, their highest warning. They've declared PDS 3 other times this season, all led to catastrophic fires: Mountain Fire, Franklin Fire, Palisades, and Eaton. The worst wind is yet to come. Bro, it depends what rural area you're in. Some states better than others. Oklahoma has a higher murder rate than New York City. I live in Tulsa, and this was a talking point used by the Democratic candidate for governor and was laughed off. Yeah, I remember. We watched it. Yeah. Yeah, people straight up, like the entire room erupted in laughter when the Democratic candidate for governor brought that up. And the Republican said, okay, sure. Does anyone even believe this? And everyone started laughing. Everybody started laughing. It's just like, at that point, it's so set. It's so completely set that, you know, blue states and blue cities are bedlam and have incredible rates of murder. And that sort of thing never happens in red states.
Which bucket of water do you drink at night? This is okay. This is okay.
这里天气热，渴。
It's okay. It's okay. It's
不用
okay.
用水，不用在
No, 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 no. It's okay. It's okay.
不用在服务区买，没事儿。
This is okay.
没事儿没事儿，你不用在服务区买，我有呢。你拿上一桶，你再拿一桶，你拿2桶。
Okay. Thank you. 谢谢, 谢谢, 谢谢. Right. I've just pulled into a service station where I think I'm going to sleep the night. I think we're going to eat something. And then I'm going to find somewhere to sleep. Chungshin Lien has given me 2 bottles of water because he's just the nicest chap ever. And I think I'm good to go. Me and the boys at the service station. We're going to eat some food. And then I'm going to find somewhere to sleep. And then I don't know what these boys are doing. I don't know if they're staying here. I don't know if they're continuing on. I don't know if they're sleeping here tonight. I don't know. But I think this is going to be a mini adventure. We're getting. Which one are we going to, chaps? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, all trying to get us in to eat at their restaurant. I'm glad this doesn't just happen to foreigners. I've never seen anything like that in my life. The best thing that could
all signs of ethnic autonomous regions have to be written in both Mandarin and the local language by law.
Possibly happen to me in China is making friends with a group of Chinese people.
Oh, dude, Uyghur noodles are freaking amazing. Excellent. I had some in Australia. It's so good.
People who can just do everything for me. They can order the food. You know, can I communicate with them? No. But I'll take that. It means you haven't got to make small talk for hours and hours and hours. Right, what have we got?
He's in. He's in the autonomous. He's in the autonomous Xinjiang Uyghur region now.
Hello, ni hao. Yakshi musis, yakshi musis. Yakshi, yakshi. Let me give you some money for the food.
How can I recommend videos for you to react to? You have to subscribe. Biang Biang Noodles. Yeah. You have to subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime in order to get link permissions. That's how it works. There is no top of the hour ad breaks anymore. I stopped running them. But there are still many benefits that you get aside from the good feeling that you have in your heart. For subscribing. It is the singular source of revenue for all of the operations that I do. Did you understand Uyghur language? Some words. A stain on your soul, a HasanAbi sub is. What are you, a pirate? A stain on your soul, a HasanAbi sub is. Once you've been tainted with the golden chalice, you'll never be the same again. Yeah, you're on the big screen. Meth Survey, they give the 5 gifted. Throwing bagels at a wall, they give the 5 gifted. Hero of Zoe, they give the 5 gifted. Never subbing.
No. Shishi. What's this? T. Ah, okay. The boys are buying me dinner, which is incredible.
The boys.
The people of China so far have been absolutely amazing. And I love them. And I love China. And I'm going to stay here. Shishi. Will you sleep here tonight or will you continue driving?
Dude, the dream, dude. Blasting cigs in the middle of China with the trucker boys, dude. Just chain smoking cigs. Oof.
Ah, you're staying here. Okay. I have whiskey. You want as well? I stashed a little bottle of whiskey in my bag this morning. We've got noodles. We've got, I think this is pork. Like this? Ah, thank you. 谢谢, 谢谢. Wow. Look at this food.
Pork, whiskey, hot on, brother.
This is beef. So the way they eat in China, you get the noodles and just slurp it up. We got beef, veggies, a little bit spicy. It's good, man. So here in Xinjiang, the culture is very like Central Asian, Kazakhstani, even like Turkic culture. So what's really famous are these kebabs, lamb kebabs, I think. Man, they're so good. Oh, man, I'm so lucky right now.
Our peoples have populated the planet all the way from the steppes to Anatolia, to the heart of Europe. Albanians.
Anyone could have picked me up. Anyone could have picked me up.
And North
I was there at
Africa.
the right place at the right time. These boys picked me up. This, how mad is this? It's 10 p.m. right now. And look how light it is. I'm gonna find somewhere a bit hidden to set up my tent for the night. These boys are helping me. Meow. I'm liking the look of this little patch over here. Okay. Perfect. Perfect. Maybe inside here. Maybe here. Here?
That's crazy.
Here is okay? Okay, I'm setting my tent up here in the service station.
It's actually a huge point of contention in Xinjiang. China has decided only one time zone for the entire country, so the western provinces have sunset at like 11 p.m. and sunrise at 10 a.m. It messes up the business and circadian rhythms, apparently.
How about here? Look. Here. Because, wait, somewhere a bit more.
That's an
hidden.
EV charging station? That's amazing.
No? Okay.
在更隐蔽的地方，
在个隐蔽的地方，那里面太脏。
那里面脏，不如这边干净。
Okay. Okay. I will. I said maybe I should like put my tent in the bushes a little bit. Okay. 谢谢. 谢谢, 谢谢, 谢谢. When are you leaving?
你什么时候离开？
明天早上。
In the morning, can you give me a lift to the next city?
早上，你能载我到下一个城市吗
Okay. Okay.
下一个城市就阿克苏了。
谢谢. Okay, thank you so much. So I'm gonna set up a tent here in the wherever the fuck I am. It's the
I feel like Batman or Halo Thank you for the 7 gifted subs. Matthew Livisberger is alive and well in this chat. One of his last words to his ex-girlfriend famously was, "I'm in the Cybertruck. I feel like Batman or Halo."
The end of the day, and those guys were just the best. They bought me dinner. They would give me some water. Wherever I go in the world, I'm starting to realize that it's not just India, it's not just Indonesia. There are friendly, kind people wherever I seem to go, and I'm so lucky. You know, anyone could have picked me up. I was stood there for 30 seconds. I put my hand out when he drove past, and I was lucky enough to meet him and learn about him.
This guy would be beaten by police and sent to jail for being a vagrant by American police. I mean, look, I don't know if the Chinese police are famously kind to the existing homeless population in China, okay? Come on now.
And he looked after me, and he got me dinner and given me 4 liters of water. It's incredible. I've got some whiskey, some cheap Chinese whiskey. So we'll do a quick Chinese whiskey review before I say goodbye. It's actually not that bad. It's actually not that bad. You hear a lot about this being the most controversial region in the world, and as I said before, I'm not qualified to report on it or to even discuss it because it's such a complex situation. There are people that are obviously going through some horrible situations.
How do they handle homelessness in China? If you're in a tier 1 city and you're homeless, I think they send you back to your village or a village. That's what I've heard. That's what I've read. There's some Chinese chatters in here who can tell me if that's not the case or not.
Here, and you know, I'm not qualified to talk about it. If you want to learn more about it, I'll let you do that yourself. What I've seen on the ground here is incredibly friendly people. The little boy on the train, you know, the people that I met yesterday that I was drinking with, and obviously these truck drivers. I know that they're from a different region, but I'm just very lucky and fortunate to be in this position. Yeah, it's amazing. Anyway, I'm going to go to bed. I'm going to drink some whiskey, smoke a cigarette, and then I'm going to go to sleep, I think. But anyway, see you on the next one.
Okay, maybe it's different now. Wait, where's the second video? Please tell me there's a second one. This is from 5 months ago because I really want more. The what is it? The hukou system is like the registration system. So if you're in a city and you're registered to a rural area, they will forcibly send you back. But apparently, I'm reading an article right now where it says that in 2022, they reformed it. The hukou system codifies various social inequalities in China by dividing the population into 2 classes, rural and urban, to determine whether citizens receive public services. Meaningful reforms to the system would align with broader policy trends set by President Xi Jinping. Improvements to the system could be a natural component of Xi's push for common prosperity, a campaign purportedly aimed at cracking down on China's more egregious social inequities. However, look at the recent history of the hukou reform as well as analysis of Xi's short-term political considerations suggests that 2022 is not the year that China will pursue drastic changes to its household registration system. Hukou status determines a wide range of social benefits and services where they can receive health care, what kind of pension they're entitled to, their ability to receive loans, which public schools their children are allowed to attend, and more. Activists in China have long called for abolishing the system on moral grounds. Chinese elites also recognize that doing away with the system could bring significant economic benefits, allowing China to be more efficiently access untapped productive force in the countryside. Next video in the series.
I'm on a mission to find out what life is really like in the mysterious and somewhat controversial region of Xinjiang, Western China, and I'm doing so in the most authentic way possible.
Why do people act like they have universal health care when they obviously don't? I don't know. I don't like the healthcare system in China is like one of, I would say, healthcare system in China is like definitely an area of major improvements, area that needs major improvements for sure. It's still, it exists to a certain degree. Whereas in the United States of America, no such system exists at all.
Spent the past 2 days traveling with a truck driver from Inner Mongolia called Shang Jinglian, and I'm heading towards the start of the Chinese Silk Road. Join me as I test the boundaries of personal freedom in this highly politically sensitive area. I took a lift with a truck driver. There are police coming, and I'm sure they're probably coming to see me. Today I woke up in the car park of a Chinese petrol station. Welcome to another truck stop in the middle of Xinjiang, China. The truck drivers that I am traveling with have stopped to fix the car. The only way I can communicate is over Google Translate. And I think one of their trucks is fucked. Let's go and have a look. So this is what it looks like when your truck has, we need to change the wheel.
This is a excellent Sunday Funday video, by the way. Yeah, instead I get credits on Marketplace Insurance, but I make too much money compared to what I thought. I will get punished if I don't immediately report my increase. Yeah. Puko, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. And Farahihi, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. This is the coziest we've been on a Sunday fun day.
These are my new truck driver friends. I'm part of their crew now. I'm a trucker. I am a Chinese trucker. So where I am right now in Xinjiang, there's a big population of Uyghur Muslims. Now, they are native indigenous people here in Xinjiang. And I think there's a lot of them over here. I wonder if we can go and speak to them. It's interesting because when you come to China, you don't expect to see people that look Turkic, people that look Central Asian. You expect to see Chinese people. Hi. You speak some English? No. We are here waiting for the bus. Where are you going? Shachi. This way or this way? Yes. This way? Ah, okay. You are Uyghur people? Yes. Nice to meet you. So, hi. Wow. This is the Uyghur people of Xinjiang. And she was the hottest Uyghur woman in Xinjiang. Okay, 谢谢。不用谢。谢谢。Thank you so much. Thank
Very
you.
much.
谢谢，谢谢，谢谢。Do I have everything? Okay.
再见了啊
Thank you.
再见了朋友再见了
谢谢。Thank you so much. Bye bye.
拜拜。
Bye, Chung Xing Lian. Love you.
Okay.
I'm not gonna rewind. It's a 23-minute video.
I still can't say that properly. We've been dropped off in the middle of nowhere. I need to sit down and figure out where I'm going and what I'm doing.
Holy moly. Look at the size of that cop. Look at the size of that big boy right there. Bro, hog universality. Oh my God. Even in the autonomous Xinjiang Autonomous Uyghur region of China, you still get Paw Patrol looking ass cops. No matter where you go, baby. I love that. I love that so much.
Do you speak Chinese?
No. You speak English?
And don't know English.
No English? Ah.
They're snapping pics of the whiteboard.
Hang on. I am traveling through Xinjiang. I'm traveling Xinjiang. I am traveling.
你是从哪个地方过来的？你是从哪个地方过来的？
I came from Kucha.
护照。 你的护照。
Passport.
Passport. Yes. USA 吗？
UK.
UK.
They're tactically ascertaining whether the white boy might engage in a kinetic situation or not, dude. That's amazing. That's amazing. My man is so excited. He's flicking him up. Minecraft Stewie Pickle. Thank you for the 60 gifted subs. What the hell is that username, man? That's crazy. 50 bones, dude. A 50 bomb.
Okay. 谢谢。
骑车吗？还是？
I took a lift with a truck driver.
车什么这个大？是车这种。你下一站准备去哪里
I am on my way to Kashgar.
我们这个地方没有公交车。
Okay. Sheshe. I also have about 400 RMB.
Okay, we interrupt this broadcast because I'm going to be on with Alex Michelson of Fox 11, and I'm briefly interrupting the broadcast to join in and talk to him about my experiences interviewing the incarcerated wildfire firefighters. Okay.
27 miles away from the fire line in Montebello, there were tears, prayers, and fellowship. The location? The Montebello Plymouth Congregational Church.
As soon as I heard that Altadina's buildings had all burned down, there was no question that if they wanted to worship with us, it would be a joint service.
Someone's going to reach out and invite us to come, and they did.
What we saw was an amazing example of generosity. Church faithful, side by side. Dozens sought solace and the belief that faith moves mountains.
It means a lot to me. I almost didn't come because I
Yeah,
didn't
I'm
know if I
using
could
the Shure
handle it.
mic. I already checked it. That's the first thing I checked,
Hey,
actually.
Hasan, how you doing, man? This is KTTV
from the
TLC.
church.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You're live, by the way, on my end as well,
19
just so you know.
19 homes from our congregation.
Okay, just I'll let him know.
Down.
This married couple took a final picture as they fled their neighborhood turned inferno on Tuesday.
So I took this last picture.
I do not
said,
have food on
"This
my
is just
face. Do I?
What I need for, I don't know, for memory.
At Sunday services, they found strength.
To know that they put on this extravagant welcome for us is just heartwarming.
The church is not a building. The church is the people, and the church can worship anywhere.
So beautifully stated. And I should point out, too, that the church is not the only thing that will be missing soon. The pastor you just heard from, he has to resign soon because he has severe case of Parkinson's. And so in the next couple of months, he'll be stepping down. So that congregation is feeling loss from every side. I'm Laura Diaz reporting live from Montebello, where a lot of people showed up.
Hi, I'm good. I can barely hear you, by the way.
Sending it back to the studio.
Over the TV.
Laura,
Hearing the programming, right?
Yeah, over the programming, yeah.
They talk about this from a religious perspective of making this make sense.
Let me ask you, is it possible for you not to stream when you're talking to us?
Things that they
No.
can't explain
Well,
themselves.
I told Alex ahead of time that I was streaming already.
Well,
I
you
mean,
know,
it's
I
okay.
think
Stand by,
it's
please.
obviously one of the tenets of the Christian faith that sometimes terrible things can happen in life.
I mean, I don't
but
have to be
the
on,
belief
to be honest,
that
chat.
there will be another chance, that the broken hearts will be mended because of the faith in God. And so we saw a lot of that exhibited today. A couple of people told me, as brokenhearted as they were about the thought that they lost their home, that they had received so many text messages, so many calls, people reaching out saying, you can stay here, I'll bring you clothes. And all of that love and generosity that is shown gives people the strength to go on, because they know that very soon the sun will come up again and that better days are ahead. It is a promise that is given to us by
Laura-
God.
And Laura, did you have the opportunity to listen in on some of the sermon?
Yes, I got to hear a little bit of it, and we heard from several people speaking.
Mute the
There was a
programming? No,
visiting
why?
minister here as well, and she was quite
I can if I want
eloquent in
to,
her
but why would I
words
mute
too.
it? Who cares?
But you know,
We're
mostly
waiting.
I think it was people being together, the fact that they were able to pray together and hold each other and be together in their faith, that gives them the strength and the courage to go on. And we all know that tough times impact all of us in many ways, whether it can be sickness or, like this, a sudden loss of a home or a spouse. But somehow you get through it. And being together is really at the core of what compels people to go forward.
It's always a little better with support from everyone. Thank you, Laura.
And that sense of community is just so important.
The energy.
And speaking of community, you know, we're seeing people from all over the world coming to our aid, including our neighbors to the south. Firefighters from Mexico arriving at LAX yesterday to help in the firefight. California Governor Gavin Newsom sharing this video. He was there to greet them in person. They're joining the 14,000 plus personnel already battling the Palisades fire from around the country.
And we learned that they have to be trained a bit, so they're going to Beaumont first to be trained, and then they will join other people on the fire lines, other fire professionals. Well, today, Governor Newsom ordered another 1,000 members of the National Guard to Southern California. Fox 11's Mario Ramirez reports on their efforts.
Tens of thousands of residents remain under mandatory evacuation orders in this area. And now you can see here behind me, the California National Guard has moved in to help with wildfire efforts in the area. This is called a MAT V. It's made to withstand explosives, right now being used as a show of force to deter criminal activity. We're talking about 400 Guard members that have now been deployed to assist law enforcement with traffic control and securing these fire zones. It comes as 20 people have been arrested for looting in evacuated areas, between Wednesday night and Thursday morning. Governor Newsom approved the deployment, saying the state's using every resource to protect these communities, also warning that looting will not be
It's not
tolerated.
anxiety. It's just that
Now, if we take a look across the street here from Woodbury and Santa Rosa,
it needs to be
you can
cleared.
see the amount of debris still covering the streets. We've seen downed power lines and trees all over the neighborhood that have yet to be taken care of. As for the National Guard, Sheriff Robert Luna says additional Cal Guard troops will be deployed in the coming days as the Eaton fire continues to burn in the hills above Altadena. In Altadena, I'm Mario Ramirez. Back to you.
Thank you, Mario. The weather, the key part of this story in the days ahead. Our chief meteorologist, Adam Kruger, and a worrying forecast.
That's right. We've got the red flag warnings posted now through Wednesday. We mentioned earlier, though, how it will be especially dangerous or particularly dangerous by Tuesday morning into Wednesday morning. More on that in a moment. But I want to share some little bit of good news with you. And we've seen this from the aerials, or if you've just been outdoors today, you can see there's certainly less of a hazy appearance to the sky as the fires are settling down a little bit. We actually have mostly good air quality across the area. A couple sensors right here measuring moderate air quality, but that's as bad as we see it right now. It doesn't mean we're in the clear for the rest of the next couple of days or a week or whatever.
Not getting paid for the shatter.
And we've seen the smoke can kind of like come and go. But for the moment, we have actually pretty good air quality across a lot of the area. But we have those wind alerts in effect, and we talked about this earlier now. So all colors right here are currently under a wind advisory, but then it's these yellow spots that by Tuesday morning early at 4 a.m. will officially switch to a high wind warning, and that will be in effect until noon on Wednesday. And that's when we're in that particularly dangerous scenario where it's extreme Santa Ana wind conditions, essentially. And if a fire were to start, it could get out of control very quickly. We've got those gusts that could be up to 60 to 70 miles per hour in those yellow areas. But even in the tan spots, gusts could peak at 45 to 55 in these next couple of days. Now, we haven't talked a lot about temperatures because it's all been wind focused and for good reason, but I do want to let you know, I mean, we've got, millions of people that are kind of away from these fires right now and just going about kind of normal weather and actually pleasant weather. But I do want to say that we've got some pretty cold temperatures coming our way for tonight. And a large part of this is because the air is so dry and the winds are kind of calming down, especially around the LA Basin area. And that's going to lead to some low 40s in parts of Los Angeles. And then we go into tomorrow, it's going to be a lot of sunshine mixed with, of course, some of the smoke in the air. And we've got temperatures 60s to near 70 degrees in many spots. And I'll just show you the 7-day forecast, which I haven't even used in, I think, 4 or 5 days or so because we've been so wind focused. But I just want to show you that there is no rain in the picture. The National Weather Service is hinting at Friday through Sunday there might be something showing up rain-wise. I'm not quite seeing it on models, not buying into it yet, but it'll be something to watch. Of course, we would hope for a little bit of rain at that time. But again, we got those winds that'll be an issue through Wednesday. Then we're past the next upcoming Santa Ana wind event. And we do expect a cooler pattern and some less dry air, so slightly more humid air as we get into the end of this upcoming week. Guys?
All right, Adam, thank you so much. Up next, we're going to talk about the incarcerated firefighters and their extraordinary work on the front lines. Hasan Piker, one of the biggest names online, went out, spent some time with them. He joins us live next.
Your virtual assistant.
Stand by. We're to break and then it's you.
Your FICO score
All
in a
right,
snap.
perfect.
What I would give to be able to make art on this scale.
You will one day, but it's equally important for you to be thinking about.
What's up,
Hi,
Alex? Can you
Hasan.
hear me?
I can hear you. You can hear me.
Yes, perfect.
Hello to your crowd, right?
Yeah. You got
You're
30,000
streaming right
people
now?
watching you right now. They can see
Oh,
you.
very nice. Hi, everybody. Nice to see you. We got a big crowd watching on TV coming out of the football game, too. Well, we'll start off by just sort of talking about what you saw out there and then what are the key lessons that we can learn from it going forward.
Absolutely.
So we're going to be live on the Fox 11 in probably a minute or two. And we appreciate you reaching out and thanks for the work you do. I mean, it's important and I think it's good to highlight this.
Yeah, no, thank you. You guys have been doing tremendous coverage as well. I've been tuning in just to figure out what's going on in my backyard. So.
And are you okay? You're okay? Everybody's safe?
Yeah, we had a brief scare with the Runyon Canyon fires where my best friend, who also streams on Twitch, that was like directly on top of them. So they had to evacuate by foot because there was so much chaos and traffic. So I had to go pick them up in my car. And they stayed with me overnight, but then they released the evacuation order, so they're back.
Yeah, firefighters did an amazing job on that one. They basically put that thing out in like an hour. That's awesome. All right. Well, we will see you on TV real shortly. Thanks again, Hasan.
All right. Yeah. Thank you for having me.
Miles per gallon, the Prius offers an incredible 644-mile range. And now you can get a low $289 a month lease on a new Prius. Yes, just $289 a month. We make it easy. Toyota, let's go places.
Ashley's stellar sleep celebration is going on now. Snooze now and pay later with 0% interest for 60 months in-store only. And receive a $300 gift with purchase. Hurry to your local Ashley store or Ashley.com for better sleep and savings today.
Can't skip these ads, chat.
If you've been hurt in an accident and you need
TV
results,
ads.
call Sweet James. Here are just some of the recent wins for our injured clients. Call the firm that wins big. Call Sweet James.
Once you find local, it's where free live news, good day LA, local breaking news, and more
Ethical
are on your phone.
reacts.
Tap
If you've been watching our coverage, you've seen some of the firefighters that are out on the front lines are actually inmate crews, incarcerated firefighters. Hasan Piker is one of the top streamers on Twitch. He's actually streaming live on Twitch right now. Hello to his streaming audience. He is also a progressive pundit, and he's spent time, went out, and met some of these incarcerated firefighters, streamed live with them, and learned a lot from talking to them. Hasan, good to see you. Welcome.
It's good to be back, Alex. Thank you for having me.
Talk to us about what you learned meeting these firefighters.
Yeah, so approximately at any given moment when there's wildfires happening in wildfire season in California, there's around 30% of the people fighting those wildfires are incarcerated firefighters. The California State and Cal Fire have a collaborative program with the Forest Service where they basically train some of the incarcerated at what they call camps, conservation camps, where they learn how to clear brush and reach areas that bulldozers can't get to by foot. It's a lot of trekking. They're going and putting their lives on the line basically to ensure that Californians are safe during wildfire season. I met a now friend, Scott Budnick, who is a Hollywood producer. He produced Hangover, Project X, and Old School, and many other projects. He actually started this thing called the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. And I found out that he was actually working with the governor and also simultaneously expanding these programs. And I got to meet some of the youth offenders. This is a camp pilot program that they just started in 2023, where they, for the first time ever, are bringing in youth offenders, young offenders that have been incarcerated under the age of 25 or committed crimes under the age of 25 that are now part of this training program as well. And I mean, it was an incredible experience overall. And one of the things that I was kind of shocked by is the fact that these guys just kept asking, like, why do you care about us? Why are you here? Like they were shocked at this level of attention there because they don't have access to the news as readily available. So they're not exactly aware that like there are a lot of people in the civilian population that's talking about these guys right now. And one of the things that struck me was the fact that they understand that these are very dangerous conditions that they're putting themselves into, but they really are appreciative of the fact that they get a semblance of dignity and a way to help with these communities that they're a part of. So it was truly a tremendous experience overall and very eye-opening.
And we talk about people going behind bars. Most people that go behind bars are eventually released. And so you want there to be a rehabilitation process so that they come out potentially even stronger than when they came in. And I know for you, you were really struck by the sense of hope that these guys felt.
Yeah. So it's not a secret that the county jail structure and the prison structure in the state is pretty bad overall. Like the conditions are pretty bad overall. There's a lot of violence. There are major problems. And from what I understand, aside from the fact that being able to volunteer for these programs allow these inmates to shave off some of their very long sentences. It also gives them an opportunity to train and potentially an opportunity for gainful employment after they're out, after they are released. And there have been a lot of initiatives to make sure that this is as ethical of a process as possible, especially in recent years. In the past, a lot of these firefighters, a lot of the incarcerated firefighters could only get seasonal employment, and they could never get municipal employment in the Los Angeles Fire Department because if you have a felony, you're not able to get an EMT certification. And if you can't get an EMT certification, you can't become a municipal firefighter. But nowadays, they're working on expunging some of the records as well for demonstrating good behavior and service for the community. And I think it's wonderful because one of the things that I heard from virtually every single person there was the anxieties that they had as far as what they will do once they are released. What they like, how will they find an opportunity to reintegrate into society? This is something that obviously I read extensively on. There's a lot of data available on this, but it was truly interesting just seeing it in person, where these guys were also talking about the anxieties that they have about like wanting to become productive members of society. And this program, I think, is fantastic. And there are still some issues, of course, specifically around their wages. I think since the 80s, they had not seen any meaningful wage increases. I believe they were getting around $5 a day. And they're doing basically the same thing that everyone else in CAL FIRE is doing as well. One of the hardest jobs on the line, basically. And now that wage has been increased to $24 a day, and I feel like it's a wonderful opportunity for reintegration. It's a wonderful opportunity for rehabilitation, and the conditions of the camps are significantly better overall than the conditions of the prisons. But having said that, I think that there's still room to grow. This program could grow as well, and hopefully their wages can be fair in terms of adequate compensation, because utilizing incarcerated firefighters as a way to displace the existing non-incarcerated firefighters is also, lowering the wages of non-incarcerated firefighters.
Hasan, thank you so much for bringing this issue to our attention. We really appreciate it and appreciate the work you're doing.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
All right, we got some breaking news now, Susan.
We now have new information about the death toll from the Eaton and Palisades fires. It's risen. 24 people are now dead, considered dead. The Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's Office says 8 of those deaths were attributed to the Palisades fire.
Pretty good,
the
right,
other
chat?
16 from the Eaton fire. The latest cost estimate for wildfire damage is now $150 billion.
I'm good to go, right,
and
guys?
climbing. To put that in perspective, the 2018 Camp Fire in Northern California cost
All right, thank you so
$30
much. Have a
billion,
great day.
and that fire was considered the state's.
There it is. I try to slam as much information as possible into the 3 minutes that I had there. No, Alex is the man. He would never cut me off. It's not like that. He wanted to offer more coverage to the issue. Arrow 55, thank you for the 25. Get the subs. Was there anything you didn't get a chance to squeeze in? Did you accidentally say concentration camp? No, conservation camp is what I said. ChatGPT couldn't have done it better. Thank you. My conservative dad is watching Hasan Piker. Let's go. That's so funny. That's amazing. This is how we do it, chat. This is how we infiltrate the conservative households. Chuck dies. Thank you for the 50 big ones. 50 bones. Oh my God, I just realized we got on local Fox affiliate a Cuban flag and a Palestinian flag. Hassan Scam Coin. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Are they doing any kind of holistic coverage on the incarcerated firefighters? Like, is there any kind of opinion slant from this on Fox? My dad couldn't see you because he told me to set parental control so we couldn't watch Fox earlier. I didn't say Fox 11. Y'all, why are they playing Hasan Piker on these big ass TV screens at the restaurant like I'm invested? That's funny. Get all your videos off TikTok before we lose it? What do you mean? All of my videos on TikTok are videos that come from the stream. There's like very little original content on TikTok. Hassan Stepson, thank you for the 5 gifted. And Iffy, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Why did they show this image, lol? Why does chat always have to play like this? Like, why do y'all got to play like this? Who was that nerd that Alex had you debate on TV back during COVID again? Oh, it was Michael Knowles. That's crazy that I'm literally live for 5 seconds at LAX, and the first thing I saw when I looked up was Hassan on the big screen. That's true. Everyone's currently tuned into local news. Tim Pool's hairline. Thank you for the 5 gifted. You forgot to turn off the filter on Zoom? No! Dude, I look hot bald, by the way. You know the band Muna? The lead singer shared a clip from your stream yesterday on their story. I didn't see that. Yes, Elix is another Alex in the HasanAbi universe, in the extended Alex verse. What is this red flag warning? I was peacefully catching up to my local news to be in the know, and OMG, who is this? Red flag warning. At this point, yeah, eventually I will know every single person named Alex in the United States of America. Did you prepare talking points? I keep asking because as a regular public speaker, I like to see people just dome off so confidently. No, I did not have any talking points prepared ahead of time. Brother, you saw me. I do have the gift of yap, which is why I have the gift of yap, which can be dangerous at times because I get overconfident and don't prepare at all. An honest constructive criticism: in the future, you should talk more about the personal humanizing stories like the ones you shared with us earlier in the stream, just talking about the guys as people that they are and how you felt so safe being around them, etc. Yeah, I wanted to get information out about the program. I wanted to shout out Scott, and I wanted to shout out ARC, the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. And then I also wanted to talk about the program extensively and bring up wages in that limited time, so I didn't get to talk for longer. But yeah, let's get back to this Brit lad. What, Hasan? Some of the YouTube live chat messages, lol. Dude's a tanky commie, gay poser. Bro lives in a mansion. I can't take anyone seriously with a Palestinian flag on display. Get the F out of here. I mean, come on, dude. It's YouTube comments. Who cares? Why were you looking at the side if you have no talking points? Because I didn't want to get the name wrong of any of the people that I brought up. She rival to our Marvel. All right, let's keep going.
这是中国的烤面包，尝一下。
Thank you. 谢谢。Really good. Really very good.
Of course, the tubby cop brings him food, bro. Come on.
Thank you so much.
看一下。
1 hour away. Okay. Akasu?
Akasu.
Akasu. Okay. 谢谢. Thank you so much. Goodbye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. Okay, so I'd been out of that truck for about not even 5 minutes. Police rocked up, questioned me, and they were basically like, "What are you doing? You know, where are you going?" And I said, "I'm trying to go to Kashgar," and they were just concerned about me. One of them actually went and bought me some bread. He translated, he said, "This is Chinese toast, try it." So they were very, very nice policemen. I think it's more just a matter of my safety and my concern. They just concerned about me and they want me to be safe. And they were very, very lovely. So they told me, "Look, we've booked you a taxi," which I paid 40 yuan for, and they just, I guess I'm going wherever they're sending me. Akasu, I said, "Can I camp somewhere?" They said, "Yeah, but be careful." So there, that's what a run-in with the Chinese police looks like as a white foreigner in the middle of Western China. One thing I've noticed about here in China, like, everyone smokes. I know that people are gonna be like, "Oh, you smoke too much." Everyone smokes, right? But it's kind of this like really nice way of like offering a little bit of respect or friendliness. I'm with this female taxi driver right now. She just offers me a cigarette. How nice is that? But I am gonna quit. I am gonna quit very soon.
Cap.
What's your name?
Yang Xiaoyu.
Yang Xiaoyu. You are very cool.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Great riz, bro. Great riz. Keep it up.
At this point, I'm convinced that I'm just...
Great riz, bro. Keep it up, big dog. Wait, hold on. Let me fix my volume. Because I feel like... Because I just did that Zoom sesh, my microphone automatic... Yep, it did. My microphone automatically lowered to... All right, there
another one of this woman's errands, because she stops every 5 minutes to go and do something. Should we go and see what she's doing? Ni hao ma? It's like a shop. She's buying some stuff. 1 minute. Let me get my phone. We can translate and have a conversation. Go? Okay. Bye-bye. I wanted to have a nice conversation with that Chinese lady. I guess I shouldn't call them Chinese ladies. I should just call them ladies. Ni hao.
I'm confused with what's happening.
And I think we've just picked up a hitchhiker. Goddamn hitchhikers. Why do I feel far safer with the 44-year-old male truck driver from Inner Mongolia than I do with this woman whose car the police have put me in?
Dude, this is yet another instance of China being so Ameribu coded. I feel like, remember what I told you about China having like a lot of cars? And although they do have obviously, they obviously have public transit, but there are a lot of places in China that are, you know, very car friendly in terms of the infrastructure.
Okay, 谢谢. That was like an hour-long journey and she only charged me 40 RMB, which is like $5. So welcome to Aksu Prefecture, Xinjiang. Something went in my mouth. Welcome to Aksu.
Yeah, there's like white boys here that like, I'm sure people here have seen white boys before, but the rural part that's like 300 miles out from this area, that's what I was saying was like probably a unique experience for those people at the truck stop.
Aksu Prefecture, Xinjiang. Now, I said at the beginning of the video that I'm on a journey to the beginning of the start of the Silk Road, the Chinese Silk Road. Now, we're actually already on the Silk Road going the opposite way. 2,500 years ago, the Chinese Silk Road was just a dusty camel trail where goods were exported from Europe to China, spices, tobacco, all that good shit. 2,500 years later, that exact same trail has been built on, and it's filled with giant megacities such as Aksu. Ni hao. Now I need to find a toilet because I'm quite literally about to shit my pants.
Oh no.
When in doubt, when crossing a road, cross the road with an ancient Chinese man. Ni hao ma. Because everyone's going to stop for him. When you think of Western China, you don't picture giant malls and KFCs. I mean, we're quite literally in the middle of a desert. We've got a huge mountain range that side and China's biggest desert on that side. So let's check it out. Let's check out this mall. Maybe I can find a toilet. Yeah. Can I go inside? No filming. Okay. Here we are.
What was that? Just a random guy who was like, "Nah, you're not allowed to film, please." Because that's crazy. Just a random dude who assumed the role. Oh, he meant like, please don't film me.
I don't belong.
Look at the English food sign. Dude, come on. This happens in Japan too. It's my favorite thing to see. And in Turkey as well. Like, this is American global cultural dominance in general. A continuation of obviously British colonialism as well. But yes, anywhere you go on the planet, there is going to be, in certain instances, broken English. And it's my favorite thing to see like Japanese clothes and stuff that has silly broken English on it.
Long here.
That one isn't even an example of broken English. It just says best food.
That guy said I'm not allowed to film here. Don't know why. 你好 WC?
Would you go on Lex Friedman's podcast? Bro, I don't know what happened, but he didn't reply to me last time I was in Texas. I think I dodged him too much. So I don't know. Oh, he followed me again. He had unfollowed me previously. No, he literally unfollowed me. Go back right now. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna hit him up.
See?
Get this man to the toilet before he shits himself? Shut up. There ain't no way that this lady called his ass out. There's no way. He's memeing, right? That's not what she said, right?
Okay, 谢谢 No? Okay.
Bro, I'm sorry to do this, and I know you guys are going to get mad at me for saying this because I say it far too frequently. But so many of the Uyghur dudes look straight up Turkish, bro. Okay? Like that guy is a cab driver in Turkey, okay? If I saw that guy out in the wild, I'd be like, oh, that's a Turkish man. Like literally, I would be like, oh, that's a Turkish guy. Let me talk to him in Turkish. And to be fair, Uyghurs are Turkic, so that's, you know, where it comes from.
No? Okay. I just had to scan to get toilet paper from a machine. Please. Okay, one, please. Your English is very good.
What's the connection with my mother's side? My mother's maiden name is Uyghur, like literally Cenk Uyghur. It is a Turkic last name.
No, it's good. Your English is really good. Sheshe. That's the first English I've heard in about 3 days. Sheshe. Fuck. How do I drink this?
He swapped out the colonizer fit to the Gumbet fit. This is a typical standard British guy in Gumbet in Turkey. Or hold on, what is it? Magalov. Is that what it is? Wait, why did he change his? Wait. Why did he change his outfit? Did he change his outfit? Oh no, he changed his outfit beforehand. I was like, did he shit himself? He shit himself, so he had to change his outfit. Gammons with Iberian villas.
Ah, that's cool.
Ibiza. Shagalov, bruv.
Okay, so here's the situation. I need to find somewhere to sleep. And then tomorrow I'm going to head to Kashgar. It's too far for me to go today. It's 450 kilometers. The police told me to get public transport, but I don't want to do that. Even though they said hitchhiking is dangerous.
Bro's just doing self-inflicted wounds left and right. Even the cops are like, bro, come on. We have public transit. Just use it, please. He's like, no.
I don't think it is, but they are the police. Anyway, I'm going to find somewhere to sleep. I can give you money for the ride. 谢谢，谢谢，谢谢。In a huge turn of events, I met this lovely family at a coffee shop, and I asked them, is there anywhere I can camp? And he said, I can take you there. So now I'm going with these guys. We don't speak the same language, but they are going to take me to a campsite. I like Akasu. It's a nice place. Akasu. I like it. This is Akasu. These are the Akasu children playing in the park.
That's not a park, man.
This is the pink lady of Akasu, wearing all pink. It's really brave. He said it's really brave and amazing that I came to China alone. 谢谢, thank you. I like China very much. The people are very, very friendly and nice. That's so cute. He wrote a note, it said, you are really brave to come to China alone.
Billions of anti-China propaganda versus one dude vlogging. I mean, the New York Times is getting distributed to a lot more powerful people than this guy's videos, let's be real, you know?
Okay, I'll put my bag in.
Unfortunately, it still works, is my point.
Now is an RV camp. You will stay there for one night.
Stay there for one night and then you can go to Kashgar tomorrow morning. The place I am taking you to now has many RV camping sites, where our buses are parked. They are all there for tourism. You can ask if anyone is going to Kashgar tomorrow. I'm glad to meet you too, and I'm happy to help you.
谢谢. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's everything. And they're even walking me to the campsite. I don't deserve this kind of treatment.
Yeah, it's crazy how nice everyone is, but I think it's because of the vibes he puts out.
I'm a degenerate. 谢谢. 你好. Okay. Can I camp anywhere? And do I need to pay anyone?
这个地方有水有电，全部都是免费的，不用付钱给任何人。
You don't have to pay anyone. Fantastic. Okay. I can go. Yes. Oh, beautiful. Perfect. 谢谢. This is perfect. Thank you. Thank you, sir. 谢谢.
He's very polite, but he also gives out bald and banker vibes. No, man, it's just because he's British. Like, look at the way, like every now and then he says like a woman is hot or whatever, but even then it's not in a creepy way, I don't think. I'm not getting any creepy red flag vibes from this guy at all. He's like, yeah, he's the opposite of bald. But, I mean, he's also kind of bald, but that's what it is. It's just, he's British. Yeah, he seems very nice. He seems very nice. He has a really positive attitude. Yeah, someone in the chat said, Bald would have made a joke about going blind after drinking the Chinese whiskey, and you locked it down. That is 100% what he would have done. That's how they colonized us, bro. Don't fall for it. Yeah, the British colonized by having good vibes. You're giving way too much credit to the British, okay? That's crazy. Famously good vibed British. Famously.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye. Mwah. Thank you. Goodbye, everyone. I've been in China for...
I'm not gonna lie, I think right now is the best possible time to go to China as a white boy, as a swagged out white boy that's a little quirked up. Okay. And the reason why I say that is because there's still a lot of like xenophobia in the world, in the Western world specifically. Okay. This clip should be, oh yeah, I saw this. This clip should be talked about, this clip should be used to talk about rehabilitation instead of incarceration across North America. Yeah. Here's why I think it's the best possible time to go to China as a white boy. That's a little quirked up white boy. Okay. Well, one, World War III. But two, more importantly than that, before that, like there's a lot of people that have been living in China. There's a lot of expats or whatever, right? Sure. But all those people are already xenophiles, right? Because those guys are already like nice. Okay. The real danger is when, you know, every Tom, Dick, and Harry starts going to China. When that happens, it's gonna turn into Japan. They're gonna develop resentment and start openly and actively hating every white boy that comes through because they're gonna be reminded of the last time they encountered a white boy and the white boy was a piece of shit. Once the market is saturated with the worst of the worst, the British and the American tourists, okay, or Israeli tourists as well. It's like the three top dogs of horrible tourism, okay? Once that happens, it's over. They immediately will be reminded of the horrible experiences that they had last time they encountered one of these three. Yeah, the three horsemen of the tourist apocalypse. Once they encounter those guys, it's like it's so bad. I would not say Australians are the same. Okay. I would not say that Canadians are the same. I feel like Canadians and Australians they don't give a bad rap. But then again, I don't know. You said Aussies are really bad in Southeast Asia and have already ruined Bali. The Australians that come here are pretty chill. Nah, we fucking suck. Look at Bali. Dude, American tourists are so bad that one singular kick streamer can genuinely change policy. Like it can change the trajectory of an entire nation state. And I'm of course referencing Johnny Somali. Think about how like awful and filthy and disgusting we are all around the world. Just a stain, okay? Just a stain. So bad that in the aftermath of like American tourism accelerating, they literally change their laws, bro. They change their laws. They change their local laws. I feel like iShowSpeed is trying to do his very best to defend the reputation of America. You know what I mean? Like one country at a time. But then again, he might get assassinated in Argentina because he's doing a South American tour right now. And I'm really worried for him. I'm genuinely worried for his health and his safety in Argentina. Like it's not even a joke. He is known as the #1 Cristiano Ronaldo defender. And he's black. In Argentina. Like that is a terrifying combination. Yeah, in Malays, Argentina. By barking at babies? Yes. That's funny. Argentina.
4 days, and I am yet to meet someone that is unwilling to help me.
Bullshit.
It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible.
You dumb
And look where we
fuck.
are. This is a completely free to use campsite in China. Is it completely out in the nature where I would like to be? No. But did I meet some people 15 minutes ago and they drove me here? And is it perfect because it has electricity and water? Yes. I only speak English, but we can communicate through translate.
你也是搭帐篷吗？
I just have this little small tent that I travel with. Where are you from?
我来自河北邯郸，欢迎你到中国。
Welcome to China.
对，
谢谢，谢谢，
不客气，
谢谢，
不客气啊。
Michael， 我前面手指的地方有上厕所的和洗澡的地方。OK， 好，
谢谢
bye
，Goodbye, thank you, bye bye. Wow, look at that. He came all the way back to tell me that there is a toilet and a shower here. I can love China. Thank you. And that lady's just given me some water. So I've only gone and found myself 3 very lovely ladies who have got me some, who have given me some tea. Tea with mushrooms. Cheers. Thank you. And this lady is a moto vlogger. And she's also a TikTok streamer. So we've got 2 audiences looking at each other.
很甜，哈密瓜非常甜。
Are you a family or just friends?
我们是路上碰到的朋友。
Are you all driving motorbikes together?
我们2个是骑摩托车，美女是开车。
In my honest opinion, growing up in China, Chinese people are what Japanese people claim to be. To be honest, Japan kindness is so fake and so shallow. Okay. Whenever someone says I grew up in China, I'm not immediately a believer. But what you said about the Japanese immediately caused me to believe that you definitely grew up in China. He just immediately, he's like, yeah, I grew up in China. Also, fuck the Japanese.
See, there's something beautiful about living in the time that we live in. I can come to the other side of the world without speaking a word.
Inter-Asian racism? Dog, what do you mean? Do you know what Japan did to China? Do you know what Japan did to most of the Asian countries? I think think about it like this, okay? If you consider it to be valid for a Jewish person to be a little worried about, Germany or German people, it's understandable for a Chinese person to have that level of resentment towards Japanese people. Like, the Brits of Asia? True.
Word of their language, and I can sit here like friends having a conversation about tea. It's absolutely incredible. There are police coming, and I'm sure they're probably coming to see me.
Japan, with its own version of like indigenous ethnic cleansing, is so, and also rampant colonial expansion is so Western coded. It's not even it's just straight up like it is the most Western coded country out there. Okay. I love Japan. You guys know I love Japan. I'm going to Japan soon. Okay. I'm going to Japan in like a week. But let's be real, okay? They are straight up the most Western imperialist country in the East.
不会，翻译软件甬道翻译官。有翻译软件。对，以后你们出国都用甬道翻译官。
一说话就翻译成中文。I thought Korea was no. Korea is a client state just like Japan is post World War II, but that's different. Like South Korea, that's different. No, I'm talking about like their own actual history. No, Korea is, you know, they're victims for the most part. they're in a captive situation. They're permanently in a state of like being, you know, dominated by, well, initially Japanese imperialism and then American imperialism. The reason why they are so hyper-capitalist, cyberpunk style, like a cyberpunk style dystopia, is also another reason, because they are another vestige of the colonial occupation, I would say.
说中国话翻译成英国话。你好吗？对，你好，你好。
Do you want to see my passport? Passport. 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 Okay, 1 minute. 1 minute. Okay, I'm coming back. The police probably aren't going to let me film here, but they are filming my tent. They are filming me. Let's see.
Where are you coming?
I come from Urumqi. Urumqi. I came from Vietnam, arrived in Urumqi about 4 days ago.
几号来的这里？
Wait, what? Nanking L. Japan did F up with Nanking. How dare you stain Japan's reputation with your communist, but I own a yacht ego. Quit hating on empire. Everyone knows Japan is the best. Get your turkey, dirty blood black back into where you belong, aka dirty LA and land of Erdogan. What's really funny is this guy is Turkish, by the way. Abi. Zintir listesi yapabilir misin? I think he's Turkish, but I don't know. Maybe he's Google translating. Yeah, he might have just been Google translating there. LA, the land of Erdogan. I'm going to unban him. He's not being serious. He said LA, dirty LA, aka land of Erdogan. I don't think he's being serious.
I arrived either very, very late on the 4th or very early on the 5th. I can't remember. Thank you so much. Goodbye. Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you.
I just don't understand cop interactions like this. It just like freaks me out sometimes. When they just like come over, ask you a bunch of cop style questions, and then they just leave. Like, that's weird. He should be detained. Detain this man immediately. What's happening? He should be detained physically and forcibly and then also charged with resisting arrest.
你坐。我不坐了，我过去了。我把我这个喝了，要完重新洗了，给他倒。sit down。
谢谢。
跟你坐一下嘛，喝一会儿。
你坐，姐，你坐。你坐。
谢谢。That was the.
It's because they realize that he's just being an idiot? Nah, dude. It's because they're not American cops. American cops are they're unimaginably violent, dude. I'm sorry. Like, go anywhere else on the planet and talk to a police officer and they will be helpful. They're like, yeah, I'm a public servant. Oh, are you lost? Let me help you to the best of my ability. American cops are like, why are you wasting my time? This is burning into my valuable Candy Crush time. I will kill you for this crime. Like, there's no... I mean, I guess like the only other place I've heard like horror stories of cops is Russia. And I guess some parts of Western Europe are now also catching on. Brazilian cops are going to F you up, to be fair. Yeah, I can't speak on Latin American cops, but I mean, guys, there is literally no equivalent to the firepower that the average beat cop has in the United States of America, okay? So across the board, with the exception of Israel, which ironically also trains American local police departments, those are the two nations where cops are geared out. If you go to major cities in Europe, you'll see gendarme, okay, military police, and only the military cops have that same, like not even the same level of gear, really. Like military cops in major cities in Europe are not as geared up as American cops are. Like the average beat cop in like an Indiana suburb, you know what I mean? There's no real equivalent. Russian cops have IFVs in shit, and they have used it for counterterrorism. French cops, haven't you seen Lahaine? Yeah, French cops are, that's why I said like Western European cops are not the best either, but
I've been stopped by the police today and they were very lovely. Why do the police often stop the foreigners?
因为新疆是特殊，少数民族特别多，现在的治安好了，外国友人特别少，登记外国人也是保护你们外国人。他们来登记，你也不要害怕，没什么事儿，因为我是这个房车营地的负责人。外国人特别少，如果我这边不汇报你出了什么事，就
Don't be afraid that there is nothing wrong with you when they come to register, because I'm in charge of this RV camp. There are very few foreigners. If I don't report that something happened to you, it will become an international problem. So as the person in charge here, our local...
That makes sense, by the way. Like, they don't want... That's, as someone in the chat said this was earlier, like, they track and you register everywhere you go as a tourist, especially as a Western tourist, specifically because they don't, they want to make sure that if something happens to you, it's not the government's fault. That would be a major crisis, dude. British man murdered in Xinjiang. Bro, think about the way the New York Times reports on museums, okay? Think about the way the New York Times reports on museums in Beijing, okay? If they're reporting on museums like that, they're gonna make endless propaganda off of I'm sorry, but you don't understand Chinese culture at all. I mean, I don't, even though I do have Chinese relatives. You're literally spewing Chinese propaganda. Oh, maybe that's because that's why I don't understand Chinese culture, because I'm spewing Chinese propaganda because I said they're like a normal country. You got it. I mean, I do have Chinese relatives, but you're right. I should have said that the Chinese are a hive mind and they're reporting everything that he's doing because he's a white boy with swag and they want to capture that swag. They want to actually arrest him for the crimes of Huawei. Normal countries committing genocide on Uyghurs. I know. Where are the Han hogs, bro?
You've got Community Street. The local police station patrol has to register you. There is nothing bad to protect you. That makes so much sense. Thank you for clarifying the situation. That makes so much sense. Thank you for clarifying the situation. Right, time to actually enjoy my delicious cup of tea.
等于说做公益了。
哦，做公益，是我看肯定亏本的，因为你洗搞水。
对，水还有。
Lovely women, those
They do arrest
neighbours
tourists.
that gave me the tea and the fruit.
For what? For what kinds of crimes were the tourists committing? I didn't say that they don't arrest tourists. Dude is also talking to Uyghur people in Xinjiang right now.
They invited me to go out with them. They're going to an old street. But it's late, it's 9 o'clock. I'm so unbelievably tired because I slept in a parking lot last night and didn't really sleep much. And I've just had a fucking mental day. So I'm not going to go.
It is kind of funny because chatters are like actively debating, not me, but this guy technically, who's like, man, I didn't really know enough about China, but it sure seems amazing. And chatters are like, dude, look away from the video right now. Dude, what are you talking about? Behind the scenes, behind the video, they're killing him. They killed him and they cloned him actually in a Chinese semen extraction factory. And now that's the reason why he's like slowly but surely developing positive feelings about China. Close your eyes. Stop watching this right now. I want to see him in Kashgar, capital city. He's going to get there. What is this? How long until the Chinese government captures me? Wait, what? The side of China that the media won't show you? Damn, there's a lot of stuff that he did. How to find a secret CIA base in Laos? Don't tell anyone. Okay, this guy's amazing. A chatter unironically recommended a China hog earlier. No, this is not. No, this is. No, this is an American hog who makes a living shitting on China. I want a Chinese hog that is like a Han supremacist hog who is critical of Xi Jinping. You misunderstood the assignment. There's plenty of people who are like, yeah, oh, I hate China. It's the worst. It's riddled with. I mean, go to mainstream media. Look at Epoch Times. Look at Falun Gong. I want to see a guy who is like a right-wing Chinese guy who thinks Xi Jinping is doing too much DEI. I don't think that guy, I mean, it's hard to find a guy like that, but that's an American thing? No, it's not. They have affirmative action. Brother, they invented affirmative action in like 1738. What are you talking about? It seems. They started affirmative action programs in like 1730 something. And considering how vast it is, considering how large it is, China, I mean, and considering how many ethnic minorities exist, inside of its national boundaries in autonomous regions, it seems like they've continuously tried to engage in whatever they can in terms of affirmative action. So I suspect that there's got to be like Chinese hogs that get mad at that, where they're like, why are they giving so many benefits to the Tibetan? Like, I remember my grandfather, my father had issues with the one child policy. You know what I mean? Like, they didn't. Them goddamn Uyghurs were breeding like rabbits out there in Xinjiang when I didn't have no siblings. You know what I mean? Why are they building a dam in Tibet? They should be building a dam here in Beijing. Stuff like that gets censored, so you're not going to see much of it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You probably love to talk to my dad. He talks to me about how the CCP is shipping in African workers and giving them affirmative action. Wait, is your dad Chinese? I feel like a lot of the problem is a lot of the people that have attitudes like that are oftentimes like Chinese people living in America, where they still have like a lot of national pride in China, but they also have like weird American tendencies. Like that right there seems just like a American hog. You know what I mean? Make the Great Wall great again. They all probably live in Taiwan and vote for the KMT. The KMT is now the the KMT no longer is the Western facing party. They are now, the KMT now is officially the not pro China, but like China Unification Party. So they're not, things have changed. I just directed that Fox 11 interview. Good job. Hell yeah. Chiang Kai-shek rolling in his grave. That chatter said yes, their dad is Chinese, but living in America, I assume. They're cooking you on Reddit about the firefighter interview, saying that you're telling them they're being taken advantage of while they're just grateful to be outside the pen is crazy. They're cooking you on Reddit is a sentence that should never be uttered. It should be followed by a deep sense of humiliation. Okay? They're cooking you on Reddit is such a pathetic string of words to put together. It's almost as bad, or depending on the situation, perhaps even worse than they're cooking you on Twitter. Bro, they hate you in the Weimar Republic. Bro, I was on 4chan, they're cooking you over there, dude. They hate your ass on 4chan. Make no mistake.
For thousands of years.
All right, I'm getting tired. I'm going to end it here, chat. Yeah, it's like that one chatter that said, in Russia, you are an abomination. They're calling you a what did they say? In Russia, you are known as an abomination. All right. Cooking you already killed the good vibes? No, not at all. Don't get mad at that guy. Yo, they call me a gay banderite. Exactly. Anyway, everybody, from everyone's favorite gay banderite, Azov Battalion Defender, Hasan Piker is out. I love you all. And tomorrow, we'll be back with some more news. Monday News Day. I might have a fun little guest for you all as well. Christian Divine in the building. Peace.
Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.